The President of the United States.
Thank you very much, please. And thank you all for being here as we take historic action to deliver a future of safety and security for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. We're joined today by law enforcement professionals and community leaders. Though we may all come from different places and different backgrounds, we're united by our desire to ensure peace and dignity and equality for all Americans. I've just concluded a meeting with incredible families, just incredible families that have been through so much. The families of Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Antoine Rose, Jamel Roberson, Adiana Jefferson, Michael Dean, Darius Tarver, Cameron Lamb, and Everett Palmer. These are incredible people, and it's so sad. Many of these families lost their loved ones in deadly interactions with police. To all of the hurting families, I want you to know that all Americans mourn by your side. Your loved ones will not have died in vain. We are one nation. We grieve together, and we heal together. I can never imagine your pain or the depth of your anguish, but I can promise to fight for justice for all of our people. And I gave a commitment to all of those families today with Senator Tim Scott and Attorney General Bill Barr. We are going to pursue what we said. We will be pursuing it, and we will be pursuing it strongly, Tim, right? Okay. I want to recognize Attorney General Bill Barr, who's spent so much time on this and other matters like this. Bill, thank you very much for being here, along with, great job you're doing, along with Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Tim Scott, and they're going to be working on a Senate bill also that can go hand in hand with this. And also Representatives Kelly Armstrong, Louis Gohmert, Jim Jordan, Guy Reschenthaler, and Pete Stauber. And thanks also to Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody, the President of the Fraternal Order of Police, Pat Yos, President of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Stephen Cass-Stevens, and many other law enforcement leaders who are going to be joining me at the signing. Today is about pursuing common sense and fighting for a cause like we seldom get the chance to fight for. We have to find common ground. But I strongly oppose the radical and dangerous efforts to defend, dismantle, and dissolve our police departments, especially now when we've achieved the lowest recorded crime rates in recent history. Americans know the truth. Without police, there is chaos. Without law, there is anarchy. And without safety, there is catastrophe. We need leaders at every level of government who have the moral clarity to state these obvious facts. Americans believe we must support the brave men and women in blue who police our streets and keep us safe. Americans also believe we must improve accountability, increase transparency, and invest more resources in police training, recruiting, and community engagement. Reducing crime and raising standards are not opposite goals. They are not mutually exclusive. They work together. They all work together. That is why today I'm signing an executive order encouraging police departments nationwide to adopt the highest professional standards to serve their communities. These standards will be as high and as strong as there is on earth. The vast majority of police officers are selfless and courageous public servants. They are great men and women. When others run away from danger, police run straight into harm's way, often putting their lives at stake to protect someone who they don't know or never even met. Great danger. Police officers run straight toward this incredible harm. Take the World Trade Center. They ran straight into the Twin Towers of 9/11. Many of them never returned. Never returned. Vast numbers of New York's finest never returned. Last year, I presented the Medal of Valor to 6 heroic police officers who ended a murderous rampage so professionally in Dayton, Ohio. Hundreds of people would have been killed, surely, without them. We ask our police to put on the uniform and risk their lives for us every day, the least we deserve and the least we can do, because they deserve it so much. They have to get our gratitude, and we have to give them great respect for what they do. For the job is one of the most dangerous jobs on earth, one of the most difficult jobs on earth. Last year alone, 89 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty. In recent days, 2 members of law enforcement were killed amid riots and looting, and hundreds of police officers were injured just recently. One officer was shot in the head and is now laying in a hospital, almost totally paralyzed. Despite our very good record on crime, law and order must be further restored nationwide, and your federal government is ready, willing, and able to help, as we did in Minneapolis after it got out of control for 4 days. We sent in representatives, commonly known as the National Guard, and it was all put down very quickly. We're willing to help. We're willing to help in Seattle. We're willing to help anywhere you want, and we'll be there very quickly. It won't take long. There will be no more looting or arson, and the penalty will be very grave for those who get caught. Violence and destruction will not be tolerated. We cannot do that. The looters have no cause that they're fighting for, just trouble. Every day, police officers make great sacrifices to keep our communities secure and safe. In 2018, our police arrested nearly 12,000 people for murder, 25,000 people for rape, and nearly 1.5 million for assault. Very dangerous criminals. In many cases, local law enforcement is underfunded, understaffed, and undersupported. 47% of all murders in Chicago and 68% of all murders in Baltimore went without arrests last year. Americans want law and order. They demand law and order. They may not say it. They may not be talking about it, but that's what they want. Some of them don't even know that's what they want, but that's what they want. And they understand that when you remove the police, you hurt those who have the least the most. Nobody needs a strong, trustworthy police force more than those who live in distressed areas, and nobody is more opposed to the small number of bad police officers, and you have them. They're very tiny. I use the word tiny. It's a very small percentage. but you have them. But nobody wants to get rid of them more than the overwhelming number of really good and great police officers. Some of them are standing with me and with me in the audience today, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. What's needed now is not more stoking of fear and division. We need to bring law enforcement and communities closer together, not to drive them apart. Under the executive order I'm signing today, we will prioritize federal grants from the Department of Justice to police departments that seek independent credentialing, certifying that they meet high standards, and in fact, in certain cases, the highest standard. That's where they do the best, on the use of force and de-escalation training. For example, many believe that proper training might have prevented the tragic deaths of Antoine Rose and Botham Jean. As part of this new credentialing process, chokeholds will be banned, except if an officer's life is at risk. And I will say we've dealt with all of the various departments, and everybody said, it's time. We have to do it. Additionally, we're looking at new advanced and powerful, less lethal weapons to help prevent deadly interactions. New devices are being developed all the time, and we're looking at the best of them. And cost is no object, no object. Under this executive order, departments will also need a share of information about credible abuses so that officers with significant issues do not simply move from one police department to the next. That's a problem. And the heads of our police department said, whatever you can do about that, please let us know. We're letting you know. We're doing a lot about it. In addition, my order will direct federal funding to support officers in dealing with homeless individuals and those who have mental illness and substance abuse problems. We will provide more resources for co-responders, such as social workers who can help officers manage these complex encounters. And this is what they've studied and worked on all their lives. They understand how to do it. We're going to get the best of them put in our police departments and working with our police. We will have reform without undermining our many great and extremely talented law enforcement officers. President Obama and Vice President Biden never even tried to fix this during their 8-year period. The reason they didn't try is because they had no idea how to do it. And it is a complex situation. Beyond the steps we are taking today, I am committed to working with Congress on additional measures. Congress has started already, and they'll be having bills coming out of the Senate and possibly out of the House. And hopefully they'll all get together and they'll come up with a solution that goes even beyond what we're signing today. But this is a big, big step, a step that hasn't been taken before. But in order to make real progress on public safety, we have to break old patterns of failure. Many of the same politicians now presenting themselves as the solution are the same ones who have failed for decades on schools, jobs, justice, and crime. They are all often, unfortunately, the same politicians running the cities and states where help is most needed. It's an attitude, and it's not working. Today's action is a big part of the solution to restoring, renewing, and rebuilding our communities. For the last 3.5 years, my administration has been focused on creating opportunity, fighting for equal justice, and truly delivering results. Nobody has ever delivered results like we've delivered. Nobody's come close. And we worked with some great people. We worked with fantastic people to get it done. We enacted landmark criminal justice reform, something that nobody else could get done. They tried, and they couldn't even come close. So we got it done, and we got it done powerfully, and people appreciated it. But it's something that, with all the work and all the talk for so many years, criminal justice reform, nobody else could get done. We secured permanent and record funding for HBCUs, that's historically black colleges and universities, numbers that they never thought were possible, and long-term financing, because they would come back to the White House. After my third year, I said, "Why are you here again?" Great people, about 42 people, the heads of black colleges and universities, great people. They do such an incredible job. And I'd see them after the third year. I say, "Why are you doing this?" "We need money again." I said, "Don't we set it so you have like a 10-year program, a 5-year program?" "No, sir, for years and years we've had to come back every single year." I said, "Well, the only bad thing about what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you long-term financing and I'm going to up the amount, but I won't get to see you anymore. So that's the bad part. But you can focus on education now instead of worrying about dealing with us in Washington." So we did that for the historically black colleges and universities. I'm very proud of it. They're incredible. They're incredible people. Got to know a lot of the heads of those colleges. They do an unbelievable job and don't get the kind of notoriety that they should have. We expanded affordable options for better health care. We created opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott. Brought it to me. We didn't know if we could get it past him, right? But we got it passed, and I think it's probably one of the great things that we've done in this administration. Tens of thousands of jobs, billions and billions of dollars being brought into areas and neighborhoods that would never, ever, ever be taken care of monetarily. Areas that didn't have 10 cents put in them for years and decades. And now people are investing, thriving, and the jobs have come back. We achieved the lowest black, Hispanic, and Asian unemployment rates in American history. And we will do it again. We'll do it again. We're fighting for school choice, which really is the civil rights of all time in this country. Frankly, school choice is the civil rights statement of the year, of the decade, and probably beyond, because all children have to have access to quality education. A child's zip code in America should never determine their future, and that's what was happening. So we're very, very strong on school choice, and I hope everybody remembers that. And it's happening. It's already happened, but it's happening. We have tremendous opposition from people that know they shouldn't be opposing it. School choice. All children deserve equal opportunity because we are all made equal by God. So true. A great jobs market and thriving economy is probably the best thing that we can do to help the black, Hispanic, Asian communities. We saw that just recently prior to the virus that came in from China just a few months ago. What a horrible thing it was all over the world, 188 countries now. And I just want to say we've done incredibly well. We're doing well. Things are happening that nobody can even believe. Our country is opening up, and it's opening up rapidly. We had the best unemployment and employment. We had best unemployment and employment numbers. Think of that. In the history of our country, we're up to almost 160 million people working. There was never anything even close. And that's for almost every group, including black, Hispanic, Asian, women, young people, old people, young people without a high school diploma. Every group. Everybody was thrilled. Everybody had just about high-paying jobs. Our country was never in a better position, and we were planning on massive growth. It was happening. It was already there. including big salary increases, which were already taking place for the last 2.5 years. Big increases, record increases. Nobody's seen anything like it. And then we got hit by the virus, along with the rest of the world, and now I'm building it up again. Here we go again. But I'm building it up again, and it's moving fast. And it will be even better than before, because we also learned it will be better than before. Jobs are rapidly coming back. And retail sales that were just announced 2 hours ago, just a little while ago, they're up a staggering 17.7%. Amazing. The projection was anywhere from 6 to 8%. We're up 17.7%. And what does that mean? The stock market went through the roof. These good numbers, they drove it up to a level that we're almost at the same level. Hard to believe. We're getting very close to the level we were before the pandemic and before all of the things that you've seen happened. That's a great thing, because ultimately it's about jobs. It's about, the government can never do anything like a great job for a person where they look forward to getting up in the morning and going to work and getting a much bigger check than they could ever get otherwise. Today and over the last 60 days, we've had one of the biggest stock market increases in the history of the stock markets. And 2 weeks ago, the 50-day increase was the single biggest. Unless my formula is tampered with, we will soon be in a stronger position than we were before the plague came in from China. When the numbers reach the point that I know they will, there will again be a great unity and a great spirit in our country. People will have that job back that they might have lost. They'll be making even more money than they did before. We have some brilliant people working with me, and we put it together. We did it once, and we're very easily doing it again. We're way ahead of schedule. You'll see that. You'll see the third quarter numbers will be very good. You'll see fourth quarter will be really good, and you'll see next year will be one of the best economic years this country has ever had. And it's all happening very quickly, way ahead of schedule, and I think you'll see that. People can't even believe what they're looking at. But on top of all of that, before the end of the year, I predict we will have a very successful vaccine, therapeutic, and cure. We're making tremendous progress. I deal with these incredible scientists, doctors, very closely. I have great respect for their minds, and they have come up with things, and they've come up with many other cures and therapeutics over the years. These are the people, the best, the smartest, the most brilliant anywhere. And they've come up with the AIDS vaccine. They've come up with, or the AIDS, and as you know, there's various things, and now various companies are involved. But the therapeutic for AIDS was a death sentence, and now people live a life with a pill. It's an incredible thing. The Ebola vaccine and others, these are the people that have done it, or these are the people that have been around it, and they're all competing. It's an incredible thing. All of these brilliant firms, labs, companies are competing, and I will tell you, we're very far advanced. We've already started tests and trials. So I think we're going to have a very good answer to that very soon. I always say, even without it, it goes away. But if we had the vaccine, and we will, if we had therapeutic or cure, one thing sort of blends into the other, it will be a fantastic day. And I think that's going to happen, and it's going to happen very soon. Americans can achieve anything when we work together as one national family. To go forward, we must seek cooperation, not confrontation. We must build upon our heritage, not tear it down. And we must cherish the principles of America's founding as we strive to deliver safe, beautiful, elegant justice and liberty for all. I'd like now to invite our great friends, because they are our great friends from law enforcement, the officers representing their groups, to come up as I sign a very important executive order. And we're asking Mitch and Tim and all of the people that are here from Congress to go back and see if they can get something done. I see Louis and Jim Jordan. We're all here. A lot of our representatives from Congress and the Senate. If they can go back and add to what we're signing today, it'll be a big moment. It'll be a big moment. But this is a tremendous step. This is a step that could have been taken years ago, but people chose not to do that. And that was, in my opinion, a big mistake. Could have solved a lot of the problems that we have now. So if I could, law enforcement, if you could come forward. We've had the, please come up. We've had the endorsement of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the Fraternal Order of Police, International Association of Chiefs of Police, International Union of Police Associations, Major County Sheriffs of America Association, National Association of Police Organizations, National District Attorneys Association, National Sheriffs Association, Sergeants Benevolent Association, and many others. They've worked on this with me and my team. Have been fantastic. I want to thank my team. What a team it is. And we've taken very much into mind what they are saying, because these are the people that keep us safe, and they've done an incredible job. Thank you all very much. Thank you. This is a big one, right? You've seen that signature, right? Okay, hold on. Yeah, they did that. Great job, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Take one of these for yourselves. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Today is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and we're here to discuss our ironclad commitment to protecting and caring for America's seniors. We're joined by Vice President Mike Pence, Attorney General William Barr, Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Ben Carson, who, by the way, was fantastic over the weekend in various interviews you did, Ben. Really good job. I appreciate it. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Robert Wilkie. Administrator Seema Verma. Chief Postal Inspector of the United States Postal Inspection Service, Gary Barksdale. And Gary's done a great job, especially with spotting drugs coming into our country. He's done a fantastic job. My administration is working tirelessly to stop the depraved criminals who seek to defraud American seniors, of which there are many, but we are doing a very strong number on a lot of them, and nobody's ever done what we've done. 3 months ago, we launched the National Elder Fraud Hotline, which has already received over 1,800 calls. In 3 years, we've charged nearly 1,000 defendants involving over $2.2 billion in fraud against our seniors. This afternoon, the DOJ is announcing a $2 million grant to help new law enforcement identify victims and bring lawbreakers to justice. These actions are just one part of our unwavering devotion to our senior citizens. Last month, I announced a deal to slash out of pocket costs. You have the out-of-pocket costs of insulin, and insulin's such a big deal and such a big factor of importance for our senior citizens, and we slash costs for hundreds of thousands of Medicare beneficiaries. Impacted seniors will pay just $35 a month, an average saving of 66 to 100%. It was the biggest slashing of insulin. Nobody's ever done it before, and we think we can even go further. We're working on one, we call it a trap, because you have a lot of different traps that get put in your way so that you can't do these things, but we did it. And we think we're even going to be able to go further. So we have $35 a month. We vastly expanded Medicare telehealth services. That's gone up probably more than any other thing. That's the only thing, it's probably the only thing you can say about COVID. Because of COVID, telehealth has been used at levels that nobody ever thought even possible, and it's been fantastic, and I think a lot of people are going to continue to use it. Average basic Part D premiums have dropped 13.5%, and average Medicare Advantage premiums have dropped 27%. And as you know, last year was the first year where drug prices, in 52 years, where drug prices have actually gone down, the cost of prescription drugs. We're strongly defending Medicare and Social Security, and we always will. We'll always protect our senior citizens and everybody against pre-existing conditions. My administration is also taking vital action to protect seniors in nursing homes. We delivered $81 million for increased inspections and provided every Medicare certified nursing home with shipments of personal protective equipment. We are working very, very hard with the governors of the states on their nursing homes, because obviously that was a very sad situation, what happened to some of the states where they didn't do a good job with respect to nursing homes. They were caught unaware. They were caught unaware, unfortunately. So we're working very hard with the governors and with everybody having to do with nursing homes, because it's a vulnerability, it's a real soft spot in terms of the COVID, or any one of the 15 names you want to call it. There are plenty of them out there. All we know is it came from China. That's all we know. We now require nursing homes to report the coronavirus cases directly to CDC, residents and family members, all family members. We're working with extreme vigilance to protect nursing home residents from the virus. And as I said, that's been a very important thing for us to be doing. Everybody working with the governors on that. My administration will never waver in our relentless commitment to keep America's seniors safe. We have to keep all of our seniors safe, and this is a very perilous time. And I think we're going to be finishing up. I think we're going to, Mike has some very good numbers to tell you about having to do with the cases. Again, our testing is so far advanced, it's so much bigger and better than any other country, that we're going to have more cases. We're always going to have more cases. And as I said this morning, that's probably the downside of having good testing, is you find a lot of cases that other countries who don't even test don't have. If you don't test, you don't have any cases. If we stop testing right now, we'd have very few cases, if any. But we do. We're at a level that Mike is going to talk about that's so high. But we will show more cases when other countries have far more cases than we do. They just don't talk about it. But the testing, on the other hand, is very good because we find out where it's going, how it's going, who it's going to, and we take care of it. So with that, I'll just say that we are fighting for America's seniors like no administration has ever fought. We're doing a great job in bringing down costs. We have other things like transparency that are going to be coming online in January, February, which will be an incredible thing. Nobody thought we could even get that approved, but we think we will see numbers there that will be incredible in terms of cost reduction for our seniors. So that's very good. And Mike Pence, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's a privilege to sit with you and be able to reflect on this day on the efforts this administration has made over the last 3.5 years to protect our seniors, make sure they're financially secure, and also see to the health and well-being of our senior citizens. From the time you tapped me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force, we knew that seniors with serious underlying health conditions represented the most vulnerable to serious outcomes from the coronavirus. It was the reason why early on, at your direction, Mr. President, we raised the infectious disease standards at every nursing home in America. We deployed all 8,000 of our inspectors across the country to focus exclusively on infectious diseases. And in addition to all the measures that you just reflected on, delivering personal protective equipment to the more than 15,000 nursing homes, dramatically expanding telehealth, we've continued to work closely with governors to focus on long-term care in nursing homes and our seniors. People across the country have looked after family members who are senior citizens with vulnerable conditions, and we urge them to continue to do that, even as we have made steady progress each and every day toward putting the coronavirus farther and farther in the past. Mr. President, there's been much reported in the news as you reflected about increased cases in some states. Our team has been working with governors over the past week. We're carefully analyzing those new cases, and we really believe that the vast majority of new cases is a reflection, as you said, of a dramatic increase in testing. Governor Newsom in California told me that on Saturday alone, California performed 78,000 tests all across the state. And yet in the state of California, their hospitalization numbers remain flat, their positivity numbers remain flat, and in those areas where just a few states where we're seeing positive rates go up, we'll be talking to governors today in states like Georgia and Arizona and Texas about deploying additional CDC personnel to help them identify where those outbreaks are occurring and how we can mitigate those efforts. But because of what the American people did over those 45 days to slow the spread, Mr. President, each and every day we are demonstrating that we can safely reopen. All 50 states and our territories are now opening up America again. But as the theme of this conversation is, it's important that we continue to focus resources on those that are vulnerable. Even while we see overall across the country cases going down, hospitalizations going down, and most importantly, our mortality rate is going down all across America. Now we're going to continue to focus with our governors on making sure that we deploy testing to our long-term care facilities and to our nursing homes. We'll be speaking with all the nation's governors in just a short while today, Mr. President, to continue that effort, because we're going to put the interests of all of America first. But as we move into this next stage and through the summer, putting the coronavirus in the past, each and every day, we're going to focus on ensuring that our seniors and all of those most vulnerable are protected.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Great job. Bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this session and for your commitment to protecting America's elder citizens. We have made combating fraud against elders one of the department's highest priorities. And that's partly because we've seen a skyrocketing of fraud against elders as we've seen the conjunction of a growing older population coupled with new technology, particularly the internet, which has given fraudsters new opportunities for their schemes. And it's a priority also because the elder population are particularly vulnerable, because if they lose their savings, they don't have much time to regain their footing. So it's frequently a permanent loss for them. And so we have appointed a senior department official to be a full-time coordinator across the entire department. This has been going on for the last couple of years. And we have in every single one of our 93 U.S. attorneys' offices a coordinator focused exclusively on rooting out fraud against elders. Senior citizens lose billions of dollars each year. It's averages for an individual $34,000 when they fall victim to a fraudulent scheme. And we have found that many of the perpetrators, and in fact frequently the brains behind these schemes, are actually outside the United States and part of transnational criminal organizations. There are three things I'd like to highlight today. The first is this month marks the one-year anniversary of our transnational elder fraud strike force. When we started seeing the signs of the international organizations involved in this, we decided we had to run up the chain and try to go to the source of this fraud, as well as combating it at the local level. And we set up this group to do that. And over the past year, we've made a lot of progress in dismantling the infrastructure of these organizations, much of it involving the use of fraudulent robocalling. In January, we brought landmark civil actions to shut down some of the largest carriers of fraudulent robocalls. In fact, we were able to shut down 2 of the 5 entities that are responsible for the robocalls in the United States. Just one of these, to give you an example of the scale of these companies, carried 720 million calls during a 23-day period, reaching every state in the union. After these cases, we saw a sharp decline in robocalls to consumers. So stopping this wave of robocalls by going after these international organizations is a key part of our strategy, and we're also gaining some success. At the same time, we've cracked down on the network of financial operatives that are frequently called money mules, who take money from seniors and send it back to their bosses overseas. The Postal Service has been instrumental in this success, and Chief Postal Inspector Gary Barksdale is here to describe its efforts in more detail. But we're proud of all the strike force has accomplished in the first year, but we are, in a sense, just getting started. Second, I've asked the FBI and every U.S. Attorney's Office in the United States to prioritize elder fraud cases. And each year, for the past 3 years, we've had a sweep across the nation targeting these fraudsters. This year, we indicted 400 fraudsters for causing over $1 billion in losses to elders. And we're not letting up. We know that the fraudsters have gained new opportunities with COVID-19, and so we have also bearing down on COVID-19 fraud schemes. The third thing is, as the President mentioned, that we've set up a dedicated elder fraud hotline. It's like a 911 call for elder fraud. It's staffed 7 days a week, and we help the victims when they call get the resources they need to deal with the fraud. One of the things we found is that frequently our senior citizens are afraid to report or hesitant to report fraud because they feel that they have failed and they're embarrassed that they were taken advantage of. So everything we can do to encourage them to report is very important in getting after these criminals. And finally, as the President mentioned, we are making grants to the National White Collar Crime Center, which will enable that group to work with local police departments, local law enforcement, to develop training and tools to combat elder fraud. So this is the day-to-day work that's being done at the local level. I was once used as a lure shortly before the President appointed me as Attorney General My official government image from the last time I was Attorney General was being used to attract elders to a website. If they sent money in, then I would help them get grants. And I'd get these very pathetic calls into my office of people who had lost everything. And they said, I feel so stupid, we've lost everything. They just didn't know how to call. And, I called the sheriff and he wasn't sure what to do. These are frequently people living in rural areas. And so at the local level, it's important to train local law enforcement as to how to respond to these kinds of sophisticated frauds that are coming in from these foreign organizations. So with that, Mr. President, once again, thanks for convening this session and all you do to keep America's seniors safe.
Thank you, Bill. Great job. Appreciate it. Hey, Gary, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice President Prince, it's a pleasure to be here today to speak about some of the work that we're doing at the Postal Inspection Service to address transnational elder fraud. Protecting our elders and our veterans is one of the highest priorities of our mail fraud program, especially now as we're starting to see fraudsters take advantage of the coronavirus theme to incorporate that into some of their schemes. As Attorney General Barr mentioned, one of our key strategies is to attack the money mules. As he said, the money mules is really how the fraudsters get the money from the U.S. to their overseas accounts. Victims typically send money through the mail or other assignment carriers like FedEx or UPS. Sometimes they ask the victims to wire transfer the money, and oftentimes we see them asking them to buy gift cards and send it to the money mules. The money mules in turn then send the money overseas. So we see the money mules as a crucial link to disrupt if we want to be effective in this type of fraud. We've had some significant enforcement efforts. We also had some prevention efforts and some private sector engagement. One of our primary strategies, the center of our primary strategies, we partner with the Department of Justice, as Attorney General Barr mentioned, the Transnational Elder Fraud Strike Force. We've embedded postal inspectors at the department to work hand in hand with trial attorneys to bring some of these cases to justice. We have 17 field divisions who I've asked to collaborate with the 93 U.S. Attorney's offices and their elder justice coordinators on elder fraud investigations. And we've conducted significant enforcement efforts this past year dealing with the money mules. Just some of the stats, we've initiated this year over 100 investigations. These cases are associated with nearly $450 million in victim losses. We've also served over 2,000 unlicensed money transmitter warning letters to suspects, and the Department of Justice issued 34 civil injunctions. 17 arrests on those cases. We've also seized over $650,000. Also, as the Attorney General mentioned, the annual Money Mule initiative that we work in coordination with the FBI, HSI, Secret Service, some of our other financial partners. In addition to the 400 indictments he mentioned, law enforcement halted the conduct of more than 600 money mules. So in cases where we didn't arrest, we served on letters or put them on notice to stop the bad action. Another example of recent success, in November this past year, Jamaica National sentenced to over 4 years in federal prison in order to pay over $500,000 in restitution to elderly lottery scam victims. We're also holding accountable the money service providers for their role in helping send fraud victims funds overseas. Companies like Western Union and MoneyGram, working with the Department of Justice, we've received, had access for settlements well over $100 million. Our goal here, Mr. President, is really to try to get some of the money back to the victims. Since March of 2020, working with DOJ and our other federal partners, we've returned over $150 million to victims, which was over 109 fraud victims. Prevention is a big part of our strategy. Obviously, we'd rather educate, prevent a crime before actually the crime occurs. So we've put a lot of resources to coming up with a platform. You go to our website, we have printed material, we're starting to utilize social media, working with the Department of Justice. And I just mentioned briefly, the last thing I'll just mention, Mr. President, it's also we're engaging the large banks to update their practices and to do their part in preventing elder fraud. I'd like to thank you for providing awareness and making this one of the priorities of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Robert, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a an important meeting for us at VA, but it comes on the heels of almost 2 years of constant reform that we've had at the department. We serve a unique population that has performed unique services to America. And I'm happy to report to the President that our approval ratings at VA are almost 40 points higher than they were in 2014 and 2016. As a result of
Did
that,
you get that number, everybody?
we have seen
That's a big difference.
it's at 90.1%.
Yep.
We have seen millions of Americans flock to VA. Last year, we set a record for the number of internal appointments at VA, 59.9 million. That is an all-time high. The reason that is important is that so many veterans have entrusted us with their lives and also with the well-being of their families. We have 134 nursing homes in the Department of Veterans Affairs, 7,500 patients. Over half of those come from World War II and Korea. We have, as we speak, only 4 of those 7,500 who have tested positive for the COVID virus. One of the reasons those numbers are so low is that a decision that the President made when we discussed what to do that first week of March. We had to make a drastic decision to cut off these deserving veterans, primarily from Korea and World War II, for the sustenance of their families in order to protect them. We tested them. We tested our employees, and we were able to cut them off from the most baleful effects of this virus. But in addition to those preventive measures, we were able to produce for the entire country on March 17th guidance on how to protect America's most vulnerable citizens. But that's only part of what the President has entrusted us with doing. I am the son of a grievously wounded combat soldier from Vietnam. The President gave me instructions to make sure that the last of the circles left over from that conflict were closed. And this fall, we will finally start providing sustenance, financial and material, to the families of those veterans from Vietnam who care for those veterans. So all of the mistakes made 50, 40 years ago, we will finally rectify. And the last thing I will say is that VA has reached a milestone, not only in terms of trust, but also in providing the country with assistance in terms of helping our most vulnerable citizens. As we speak, we are in 48 states right now, in hundreds of nursing homes, providing nurses, gerontologists. We've taken over the management of several state veterans' homes in order to protect our most vulnerable veterans. And we've done it with our employees who have gone in harm's way without any question when it comes to their own safety, helping the most deserving of Americans. And to finally say our numbers, we serve 9.5 million veterans in VA. We have 14,000 veterans who have come down with the virus. But of those 14,000, 12,000, almost 12,000 are fully recovered. And in our nursing homes again, of the 7,500, only 4 tested positive for the virus. I cannot thank the President for his support. I cannot thank our employees at VA for their heroic action. We are on the front lines when it comes to bolstering the lives of the most deserving Americans, those who have carried our freedom on their shoulders. So, Mr. President, I thank you for everything you've done for America's veterans.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Alex, please.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for what you've done throughout your administration to protect older Americans and to help them live longer, healthier, more active lives. Before the COVID-19 pandemic struck, your administration had already put a major focus on keeping our older Americans healthy and safe, and that focus has continued during the current pandemic. During this crisis, thanks to new funding secured by the President, HHS's Administration for Community Living has pushed out more than $1 billion for services for our older Americans that they need to stay comfortably in their homes. That's more than a 50% boost in the annual support that we provide for community organizations that provide services like delivered meals, help with trips to the grocery store, to the doctor, and assistance with chores at home. We're also making it a top priority to protect older Americans from a public health perspective. We've required states to put a significant focus on older Americans and nursing homes in all of their COVID-19 work, especially the state testing plans that they've now submitted, and we're working very closely with the states to make sure that that's the case. We've deployed CDC experts and members of the Public Health Service Commission Corps to prevent and respond to outbreaks in our nursing homes. We also know that isolation due to extended stay-at-home orders can make some older Americans more susceptible to the types of abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation that we're talking about today. This past week, I addressed that topic as part of a meeting of the Elder Justice Coordinating Council, which I chair as HHS Secretary. Last week, we added the Department of Homeland Security to the EJCC as the 15th member agency, reflecting the President's commitment to protecting our seniors from abuse. In 2018, we made a focused effort to expand the work of the EJCC and dedicate funding to prevent and combat abuse of our older Americans that results from our country's opioid crisis. Through the work of agencies across the Trump administration, we've made great progress in strengthening and improving our federal response to older American maltreatment in recent years. Under President Trump in 2018, all 50 states began participating for the first time in the National Adult Maltreatment Reporting System, which produces data that's been widely acknowledged as necessary to drive action and implement reforms. In March, when the Justice Department announced its National Nursing Home Initiative, Attorney General Barr was joined by our Assistant Secretary for Aging, Lance Robertson. We haven't pulled back on our efforts to protect older Americans during the COVID-19 crisis, despite the additional challenges. For instance, we support state long-term care ombudsmen who help older Americans who encounter issues in nursing homes and assisted living facilities, resolving more than 138,000 issues just last year. During the pandemic, ombudsmen have been adding virtual walkthroughs, where nursing home staff walk through the room to room throughout the facility with a tablet and allow residents the opportunity to meet virtually with their ombudsman. Finally, I want to emphasize the overall success we've seen with increased access and lower costs for older Americans who need prescription drugs. According to data from the Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics, prescription drug price inflation has essentially been flat since President Trump announced his drug pricing blueprint from June 2018 to April 2020, after averaging 4% growth per year for the previous 5 years. That's a tribute to efforts across the administration, including record-breaking generic drug approvals in each of the last 3 years at FDA. Lower prescription drug costs, more support for older Americans in the community, better protection in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. All of these steps mean more healthy, prosperous years for older Americans to spend with their loved ones. And that's what President Trump has promised older Americans, and that's what he's delivered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. Ben?
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for all the work you've been doing to get our country back on track. And, America owes a lot to our seniors. They're the ones who really built this country up. They're the ones who've made this nation a destination for people from around the world. And they're wonderful fountains of knowledge that live among us. And I'm proud to be a part of an administration that really values our elderly citizens. You know, Mr. President, you promised not to forget forgotten men and women of our nation, to put special emphasis on them, and that's been the case with a lot of the elderly over the course of time. And at HUD, our Housing Choice Voucher Program provides rental subsidies for 4.7 million families, low-income families, including elderly and disabled, who make up more than 50% of the voucher holders. The CARES Act has provided an additional $3 billion for this program so that we can assure any senior who needs help that they will receive assistance. Our Section 202 program, another area that prioritizes the elderly in housing, providing low-income elders with options which allow them to continue to live independently. And supportive services such as cooking, cleaning, transportation, all of these things we're making sure to provide quality of life for these individuals. CARES Act provided $50 million in additional funding for this program to cover a lot of the expenses that were unforeseen before the COVID-19 crisis hit us. Some of HUD's other programs include Home Equity Conversion Mortgage Program, which over the last 3 years has undergone substantial improvements, particularly under the guidance of our now Deputy Secretary Bryant Montgomery. And this really allows seniors to age in place and utilize the equity that they've accumulated over the years. And since its inception, FHA has insured more than 1 million reverse mortgages. Our public housing authorities assist our low-income Americans, including seniors, in finding quality, affordable housing. And HUD also has a portfolio of hospitals that we insure that obviously provide significant services to seniors across the country. Those are just a few of the efforts that we have taken to help those who've given so much over the years to this nation. As a compassionate society, we have an obligation to take care of the most vulnerable citizens, and they're also very valuable citizens. Without them, this nation would not be where it is today. And I'm proud to work alongside you, Mr. President, and the others sitting here and this whole administration, which really does value our senior citizens. And we're grateful for the wisdom that our seniors share with us every day.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Seema, please.
Well, from day one, the President has made his commitment to the Medicare program absolutely clear. And like few presidents before him, he's always understood the pressing need to modernize the program and also make it more affordable for seniors. He just talked about how premiums are lower in the Medicare Advantage program. We're at a 13-year low. And in the Part D program, which is prescription drug coverage, that's at a 7-year low, which is absolutely historic. We're putting dollars back in the pockets of our seniors. Also talked about not only the fact that we're lowering prices, but we're actually adding more benefits to our Medicare Advantage plans. We changed the regulations to give our plans more flexibility to provide services that will keep seniors in their homes and more independent and healthy. So that could be something like just putting a handlebar in their home to help them get up the stairs. It could be meal services after surgery. It could be pest eradication services, but giving our seniors more services at a lower cost. You also heard the President talk about the insulin program, $35 for insulin going forward. I had an opportunity to travel with the Vice President last week, and we ran into a gentleman at Dave's Diner in Pennsylvania. And he came up to us, he showed us his insulin, and he said, you know, I need this for my survival. And because of the President's leadership, he said, I'm going to save $5,000 a year. So he was really excited, and I think that shows how much the President has delivered to our seniors. But our work also goes beyond just the Medicare program, and we are working to ensure that our seniors are safe in nursing homes because of the President's early action with nursing homes in terms of restricting visitors and also making sure that our nursing homes were supported with recommendations around infection control. 80% of our nursing homes across the country have actually done pretty well. They haven't seen any cases of coronavirus or any deaths. That being said, we are focused on the 20% of nursing homes. We've been working with governors, asking them to test nursing home residents and their staff, and to do that routinely so we can ensure that our nursing home residents are safe. And we're encouraging governors to go out to these nursing homes and perform inspections, boots on the ground, so that we can ensure that those nursing homes are taking the proper precautions. And then finally, the President has also convened a commission on coronavirus for nursing homes to ensure that we are delivering quality and safety to our nursing home residents. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Kellyanne, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Mr. President, we heard you many times 4 or 5 years ago saying that if we don't take care of our veterans, if we don't take care of our seniors, who are we as a nation? And you promised then and have delivered now many times to protect their entitlements, to preserve and to protect Social Security and Medicare. But our seniors are also entitled to dignity, to safety, to the presence of mind and the peace of mind of knowing that their financial assets are protected from money mules and from those who would lure and lurk among them. All of the great work that's been done in trying to solve this global pandemic, including for our seniors, has also left them vulnerable in a different way. They're away from family members. Many of them are in their homes, taking advantage of the great work that our health and economic teams have been doing for them and our justice teams. But they also are bigger, brighter prey for many of these predators. And so we want to make sure that the physical abuse we saw in videotape a couple of weeks ago, a person or persons being abused in a nursing home by an errant individual, criminal individual, that we all know that, we shine a light on that, but also these financial crimes are very serious. So thank you for all you're doing in that regard. Since so much has been said by the august members around the table, I'll end with this. It's really a message for the media. I know many of you don't like being told that you are guilty of biased coverage, but don't be guilty of incomplete coverage. Today is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. There is a board behind me and one over there. You choose every single day, every single moment, what message to tweet, what news to report, what story to tell. Please include this in your reporting. It is important. It is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day for a reason, and you can help us with that awareness. Be a resource, be a friend to America's seniors today, if not seniors internationally, by letting them know there are tools at their disposal, and we are here to help solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job. So we're taking care of our senior citizens better than ever before. There's never been this much effort. There's never been this much money spent. We're taking good care of them, and thank you all very much. Thank you.
Let's get a little on your executive order tomorrow. Can you tell us sort of the broad brushstrokes of police use of force reform, as well as enhancing opportunity in communities across the country?
Well, I'd rather save it for tomorrow, John, but basically we're going to be talking about things that we've been watching and seeing for the last month, and we're going to have some solutions, I think some good solutions, and some of it, as you know, it's about great people. We need great people in our police departments, and we have mostly great people. I would say that. I would say that with certainty. We have mostly great people. I know so many of them, law enforcement. But we will do better, even better, and we're going to try and do it fast. So we're going to have a meeting tomorrow. We're going to have a news conference tomorrow. We have a lot of law enforcement coming in and others, and they have seen what we're doing. I've sent it around. I've asked for suggestions from different groups, in particular the sheriffs, and I've sent it to our Attorney General, and I think, Bill, you've gone to some of your people with it and shown it. I think it's pretty comprehensive. As you know, Congress is also working on it. The Senate's working on something, and the House is working on two elements of the House. You have the Republicans and the Democrats, and they're each working on their own. But we can get it done, and we'll get it done, and certainly we can add on to what we do by the work that's being done in the House and in the Senate. If we think it's appropriate, maybe they can get something passed, and maybe they can't, but we will get it passed. And it's got to be passed by one person, and the person's me, so we're going to be signing it tomorrow, and we'll have a news conference at some point in the day at the Rose Garden, or maybe in front of the White House at a different location that you know very well, the steps. And we'll see you tomorrow.
What's the John? What's the overall goal of the executive order and all of these reforms?
So the overall goal is we want law and order, and we want it done fairly, justly. We want it done safely, but we want law and order. This is about law and order, but it's about justice also, and it's about safety. So I think we're going to do a good job tomorrow. I think you're going to see some things that a lot of people thought would not happen. You wouldn't be able to get them done, but we'll get them done. Again, though, I want to emphasize it's possible the House can also, on top of this, I spoke to the various leaders, on top of this can get something. But I think this will be very comprehensive tomorrow, so you'll see something. Yeah, please.
What do you think of the Atlanta shooting?
I thought it was
video that you've seen versus George Floyd?
I thought it was a terrible, I'm not going to compare things, but I thought it was a terrible situation. I studied it closely. I'm going to get some reports done today, very strong reports, and we'll have a little more to say about it tomorrow. But certainly, to me, it was very disturbing.
Mr. President, disturbing how, sir?
Go ahead, please.
Did you have any reaction to the Supreme Court decisions earlier today about LGBT discrimination, saying that is protected under the Civil Rights Act?
No, they've ruled. I've read the decision, and some people were surprised, but they've ruled, and we live with their decision. That's what it's all about. We live with the decision of the Supreme Court. Very powerful decision, actually. But they have so ruled. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, can you react to the FDA's decision today to withdraw its recommendation for hydrochloroquine and another malaria drug, saying it's no longer considered reasonable as a useful treatment for COVID?
I don't know, I'd like to ask Alex maybe to discuss that.
Sure. So just to clarify your statement there, I don't think was quite accurate in what the FDA's action was. The FDA, at the request of BARDA, which is an agency within HHS, withdrew an emergency use authorization for product that we had acquired into the national stockpile by donation from Bayer of chloroquine that was manufactured in Pakistan. And the EUA, the emergency use authorization, was restricted for hospital use, inpatient hospital use of the product. With the FDA finding that they don't see enough data to support hospital-based use for those who are the most extreme cases of patients who've been hospitalized, they took that restriction off. They took the emergency use authorization off. At this point, hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine are just like any other approved drug in the United States. They may be used in hospital, they may be used in outpatient, they may be used at home, all subject to a doctor's prescription. In fact, the FDA's removal of the emergency use authorization takes away what had been a significant misunderstanding by many that had made people think that somehow it could only be used in a hospital setting, and we've tried to make that clear throughout. It's a drug, it's approved in the United States, has been for decades. If a doctor wishes to prescribe it working with the patient, they may prescribe it for any purpose that they wish to do so, and this actually removes a potential barrier to that.
So it actually uncomplicates it.
It does.
In a way, and I think that's probably, your question was a very inaccurately stated question.
I didn't mean to pose it inaccurately. I believe what it said specifically was that it's no longer reasonable to consider it an appropriate treatment.
Only in the hospital, it said the data in the hospital setting was not supportive. We continue to study in outpatient settings as well as preventive. That data is not yet in.
Are you suggesting that the data in the hospital setting is not something you would take seriously?
No, that's why the FDA acted, was that they looked at the data and they removed the emergency use authorization for hospital setting use of the chloroquine that was the Bayer product that had been donated from Pakistan.
Mr. President, earlier today you tweeted that you believed that you were being COVID shamed because of your decision to go ahead with the Tulsa rally on Saturday night. The director of the health department in the county and in the city has encouraged you to postpone that, saying they still think that they've got too big a COVID problem for you to pull off a rally like that. Your thoughts on
Well, Oklahoma's done very well. I just spoke to the governor. He's very excited about it. Governor Stitt, who's done a terrific job. Mike, I think you can maybe speak to this. He's done a great job. Oklahoma's at a very low number. They've done really fantastic work. They have a pretty new, magnificent arena, as you probably have heard, and we're getting exact numbers out, but we're either close to or over 1 million people wanting to go. We have a 22,000 seat arena, but I think we're going to also take the convention hall next door, and that's going to hold 40,000, so we'll have 22,000 plus 40,000, which would mean that we'll have over 900,000 people that won't be able to go, but hopefully they'll be watching. But it's an amazing. Nobody's ever heard of numbers like this. I think we're going to have a great time. We're going to talk about our nation. We're going to talk about where we're going, where we've come from, and I can tell you on COVID or coronavirus or whatever you want to call it, plenty of names. Tremendous progress is being made. I spoke with the governor of Texas, where they've done a fantastic job, and he said they have had some outbreaks in prisons, and that's where their numbers went out, and the numbers change a little bit because of the. He's got it in great shape. Texas, Florida's doing very well. Georgia's doing very well. We have tremendous numbers. We have hot spots, as I said you might, and we take care of the hot spots. But many of the governors have done a very good job. Some not as good as others, some very good. But Oklahoma's been a place that I think one of the reasons we chose it is because of how well because it's early. It's very early. And because of what a great job the governor and everybody else has done in Oklahoma. And we expect to have, it's like a record-setting crowd. We've never had an empty seat, and we certainly won't in Oklahoma. Mike, you want to talk about how well Oklahoma's done relative to other places?
Certainly, Mr. President. The President and I have both spoken to Governor Kevin Stitt in the last several days and even earlier today, and Oklahoma has really been in the forefront of our efforts to slow the spread, and in a very real sense, they flattened the curve. And today, their hospital capacity is abundant. The number of cases in Oklahoma has declined precipitously, and we feel very confident going forward with the rally this coming weekend. We're working closely with the governor. We'll have measures in place to be screening people coming in to the facilities, but Oklahoma's really led the way in demonstrating that we can safely reopen. And so as we gather to hear from the president and hear about the stakes in this election, we'll also be celebrating a state that's demonstrated every day that you can put health first and open up and do all those things at the same time.
And Mike, you gave me a number before nationwide. Overall, how are we doing?
Well, it's really remarkable, Mr. President, with more than 22 million tests having been performed across the country. We continue to see overall that the what's called the positive test rate remains very stable in the country. As we said earlier, Mr. President, there's a few states where the positivity rate is climbing, and we're working very closely with those governors to identify that. You mentioned that in the state of Texas, there was one county where there were literally 3 prisons that had individual outbreaks. That accounted for literally hundreds of new cases in a single day. We're also seeing in Imperial County, California, people who Americans who may live on the opposite side of the border in Mexico coming home, and that's showing up in some of their numbers. But overall, the American people, I think, are to be commended, Mr. President, that because of the steps they've taken and continue to take, we're demonstrating that we can safely reopen. And where we saw coronavirus positive cases 6 weeks ago, over 30,000, now it's averaged in recent weeks roughly 20,000 new cases a day. As I said, the positivity rate remains flat. Hospitalizations for coronavirus are declining all over the country. And most importantly, our fatality rate continues over a 7-day average to continue to decline. The President's always quick to say one loss of life is too many. But when we think about a matter of a month and a half ago when we were losing 2,500 Americans a day, now that we see the numbers declining so precipitously, I think it's a real tribute to our healthcare workers, a tribute to every American that has demonstrated each and every day that we can reopen our country, but we can continue to put the health, particularly of our most vulnerable, first.
And yesterday's number was approximately what?
According to some public reporting, Mr. President, I'll have more details later this afternoon, less than 400 fatalities yesterday all across the country.
So that's a far cry from what it was a month ago or 2 months ago, and it's a lot. It's 400 people too much. Shouldn't have happened at all. China should not have let it happen, but it happened. All over the world it's happened, which is a very sad thing, but our number is really the low water mark, and it's getting better, and it'll end up being gone. We're making very good headway with respect to vaccines, Alex, and we're making very good headway therapeutically and cure-wise. I think really tremendous headway. I've seen the results. I've met with some of the people that do the work, smart people, great people, people that have succeeded before. I think vaccines are coming along far in advance of what they thought they would be. And I think we'll have some very good news for you on vaccines and therapeutics and cures, frankly, because I guess, you know, if you look at therapeutics, if it acts fast enough, I guess you call it a cure, wouldn't you say? So I think we're going to have some very good news on that. But we're at a low mark, and some of them, like in Texas, where you had a prison population that went heavy, and now it's controlled. So we understand the disease. We've learned. I was with the governor of New Jersey the other night, and we had a great talk about economic development, and we're going to be doing a big bridge that they've been looking for I guess he said since 1918 they've been looking to redo it. So that's a long time. But and we've agreed to do that. It's about $900 million. But he had mentioned 2,500 deaths or 12,500 deaths. 12,500 deaths, and out of that there was one death under 18. I said, say it again. So it was over 12,000. I guess the exact number was 12,500. And they did the study from that point, and out of that, one death was under the age of 18, which is pretty amazing. I knew it was, which tells me the schools hopefully are going to be back in the fall. They're going to be back in full blast. But the young people, they have very strong immune systems. I imagine that's the reason. But they've come out of this at a level that's really inconceivable. By the way, the regular flu, other flus, other things, SARS or H1N1, any of them, if you look at the young people, they were affected like everybody else. But for whatever reason, with respect to COVID, the numbers are very, very low. So, yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you still sending hydroxychloroquine to Brazil and other countries?
Yeah, he's asked for it, and we're sending it. Well, I can't complain about it. I took it for 2 weeks, and here we are. And we've had some great studies. I didn't know about the report that Jeff asked about, or the statement, but we've had some great reports coming out of France, coming out of Spain, coming out of other places. The only place we don't get necessarily reports are coming out of Alex's agency or wherever they come from. I don't understand that, Alex. What is it exactly? Because I have had so many people that were so thrilled with the results from hydroxy. So what is that exactly?
Well, at your direction, we continue to study, especially in earlier phase. So a lot of the data that has come out that was more negative was people who were quite ill in the hospital.
People that were like seriously ill, like they weren't going to make it. Let's give them a little hydroxy, and then they don't make it, and they say, oh, wow, maybe the president was wrong. All I know is that we've had some tremendous reports. I've had a lot of people tell me that they think it saved their lives. You know, the one woman who's a fantastic woman, the representative from Detroit, she was fantastic, but there are many people like that say the same thing. So I don't know, but I took it and I felt good about taking it. I don't know if it had an impact, but it certainly didn't hurt me. I feel good. I feel good.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
The House Republicans today, they are asking you to reverse your decision on terminating the relationship with the WHO. Would you consider that?
I don't know. I have to see what they're asking. I have no idea what they're asking.
It was after an investigation.
I have no idea what they're asking. But I'll take a look. The World Health Organization has been very disappointing. To the world, they've been disappointing. And we, as you know, paid $450 million and close to $500 million on some years. But for years and years, we paid far more than anybody else. And they've been a puppet of China. And so, no, I'm not reconsidering unless they get their act together. And I'm not sure they can at this point, but maybe certainly over the years they might. But they have been a disaster. They were wrong on every call, including when I said we're going to close up the United States to people coming in from China, where China was heavily infected at that time and possibly still is. And I closed it, and that was a wise decision. There were a lot of people, even on the other side, the enemy, we'll call them the enemy. They said that was an incredible decision. I don't know how Trump made that decision, But he made that decision, and we saved thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, just on a separate issue.
No.
I apologize.
Mr. President, can you say why you're suing John Bolton to prevent publishing this book?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask the Attorney General, but I will say if he's doing a book, I think it's totally inappropriate that he does a book. I think a guy, I gave him a break. He couldn't get Senate confirmed. He was never Senate confirmed the first time. I don't think he's supposed to even be calling himself an ambassador because he couldn't get Senate confirmed. He got in through a little trick, and he was there for a fairly short period of time. I put him here because he couldn't get Senate confirmed. This was a non-Senate confirmed position, as you know. He stayed for a short while, and I felt that it was not appropriate that he stay any longer. I wasn't impressed. And somebody said he went out and wrote a book. If he wrote a book, I can't imagine that he can, because that's highly classified information. Even conversations with me, they're highly classified. I told that to the Attorney General before. I will consider every conversation with me as president highly classified. So that would mean that if he wrote a book, and if the book gets out, he's broken the law. And I would think that he would have criminal problems. I hope so. Otherwise, I mean, they put a sailor in jail because he sent a photograph of his bed and an engine of an old submarine. And if this guy's writing things about conversations or about anything, and maybe he's not telling the truth. He's been known not to tell the truth a lot. So we'll have to see what the book is all about. But, you know, a lot of people are upset with him for writing a book. A lot of people are very angry with him for writing a book. But it's up to the Attorney General. Bill, do you have anything to say about it?
Well, people who come to work in the government and have access to sensitive information generally sign an agreement that says that when they leave government, if they write something that draws on or might reflect some of the information they've had access to, they have to go through a clearance process before they can publish the book. And we don't believe that Bolton went through that process, hasn't completed the process, and therefore is in violation of that agreement.
So what does the DOJ do?
And that's criminal liability, by the way, you're talking about. You're not talking about like he's got to return $3 that he made on a book. That's called criminal liability. That's a big thing. You know, Hillary Clinton, she deleted 33,000 emails. And if we ever found out what those emails say, she would have had a liability. That's what you have. You have liability.
Could the Attorney General tell us what the DOJ is doing in terms of the Bolton book?
Well, there are a number of things, but the thing that is front and center right now is trying to get him to complete the process, go through the process, and make the necessary deletions of classified information.
But the book has been published.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it's been published. It's just not released yet.
Well,
But it's bound and published.
It's being printed.
Has it been released?
According to sources, it's being printed. It hasn't been released.
So are you going to court to try to stop him?
Well, I said what we were doing was try to get him to complete the clearance process that's required.
His lawyer says that he thought that they had completed the process. Were there changes after that first iteration?
Well, he hasn't completed the process.
He never completed the process. He knew that.
And this is unprecedented, really, because I don't know of any book that's been published so quickly while, the office holders are still in government, and it's about very current events and current leaders and current discussions and current policy issues, many of which are inherently classified.
Have you read the book, sir?
I have never read it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. But he knows, and he was advised not to write it, and he was advised very strongly not to write it until it's cleared. And he couldn't wait, and we'll see what happens. But I think he's got, personally, I would imagine he has, when you do classified, that to me is a very strong criminal problem. And he knows he's got classified information. Any conversation with me is classified. Then it becomes even worse if he lies about the conversation, which I understand he might have in some cases. So we'll see what happens. They're in court, or they'll soon be in court, but he understands he did not complete a process or anywhere near complete a process.
On a separate foreign policy issue, sir, you faced a little bit of criticism from congressional Republicans, including Representative Cheney, about your decision to withdraw troops from Germany. Are you reconsidering that at all?
So we have 52,000 soldiers in Germany. It's a tremendous amount of soldiers. It's tremendous cost to the United States. And Germany, as you know, is very delinquent in their payments to NATO. And they're paying 1%, and they're supposed to be at 2%, and the 2% is very low. It should be much more than that. So they're delinquent of billions of dollars, and this is for years delinquent. So we're removing we're putting the number down to 25,000 soldiers. We'll see what happens. But Germany has not been making payment. In addition to that, I was the one that brought it up. Everybody talks about Trump with Russia. Well, I brought this up a long time ago. Why is Germany paying Russia billions of dollars for energy, and then we're supposed to protect Germany from Russia? How does that work? It doesn't work. So Germany's delinquent. They've been delinquent for years, and they owe NATO billions of dollars, and they have to pay it. So we're protecting Germany, and they're delinquent. That doesn't make sense. So I said we're going to bring down the soldier count to 25,000 soldiers. It varies. It's around 52,000 now, but it varies. But it's a lot. And as you know, those are well-paid soldiers. They live in Germany. They spend vast amounts of money in Germany. Everywhere around those bases is very prosperous for Germany. So Germany takes, and then on top of it, they treat us very badly on trade. We have trade with the EU, and Germany being the biggest member, very, very badly on trade, and we're negotiating with them on that. But right now, I'm not satisfied with the deal they want to make. They've cost the United States hundreds of billions of dollars over the years on trade. So we get hurt on trade, or we get hurt on NATO. Now, with NATO, I've raised other countries $140 billion. They're paying $140 billion more because I interceded. I said, look, we're protecting you. You have to pay your bills, because it was going like this until I got here. Now it's gone like a rocket ship. But one of the only countries that hasn't agreed to pay what they're supposed to pay is Germany. So I said, until they pay, we're removing our soldiers, a number of our soldiers, by about half. And then when we get down to 25,000, we'll see where we're going. But Germany has been delinquent, and why should we be doing what we're doing if they don't pay? And they're supposed to pay. And the number they're supposed to pay, actually at 2%, the 2% should be higher. And we're also talking about for many years. This isn't a new phenomenon. This is going on for many years, where they've taken advantage of the United States. But everybody has. Under Biden and under Obama, what they've done to this country is unbelievable. And I'm not only talking about Germany, by the way, I'm talking about plenty of other countries. But NATO now is paying $140 billion more. If you look at the Secretary General, who's terrific, Stoltenberg, he's been terrific. He's probably my biggest fan. He said nobody else could have done what Trump did, because I raised the other countries by $140 billion, because we end up paying the difference. The United States pays the difference to protect Europe. So we protect them, and then they take advantage of us on trade for many, many years. We're not talking about now, less so now, for many years. So we're working on a deal with them, but it's very unfair. And I would say by far the worst abuser is Germany.
Mr. President, you said last week on Seattle that if the mayor of Seattle, the governor of Washington, didn't take steps to end the occupation of the Capitol Hill neighborhood, you would step in and you would do something.
100%.
They still haven't ended it. They're negotiating. Are you considering taking action?
You know, they're negotiating garbage removal. These people have taken over a vast part, a major part, a very good part of a place called Seattle. Seattle's big stuff. That's a major city. And we have a governor who's a stiff, and we have a mayor who said, oh, this is going to be a love fest. And by the way, these are violent people that took it over. These are not people that are nice people. I saw on your network today, John. I saw what went on with the hitting and the punching and the beating and all the other things going on in Seattle. And you have a governor that doesn't do a damn thing about it. And you have a mayor that doesn't know she's alive. She's talking about it's going to be a love fest this summer. Now, if they don't do the job, I'll do the job. And I've already spoken to the Attorney General about it. But if they don't do the job, we will do the job.
What can you do?
About 10 different things. any one of which will solve the problem quickly.
Could we go through a whole list or a partial
We
list?
don't have to go through any list. We can do a lot of things.
Mr. President.
I think it's incredible also that the radical left press doesn't cover it. They're acting like nothing happened. You turn on the news, you look at the news, you don't even see stories about it. If the right ever took over a city, conservative Republicans took over a city, it would be the biggest story in history. You can't even find stories about Seattle. It's incredible.
How much longer?
They've taken over. We'll see. I'll tell you what, the American public is very angered by that. Seattle is a major, important city. And the Democrats, I guess you say radical left, but it's not even radical left. It's just Democrat. Where we have our problem are Democrat-run cities. If you look at Minneapolis, if you look at other cities that have had trouble, they're Democrat in virtually every case that I can think of. I can't think of one other case. These are Democrat-run cities. Minneapolis, where the police are told to run for your lives. Don't do anything. And if I didn't get involved and send in the National Guard, and it was at my insistence that they did that, and as soon as I did that, everything stopped in Minneapolis 5 days later.
Is there a timeline that you're thinking here?
No,
Seattle?
there's no timeline. We're watching it very closely. These are violent people that are dealing violently, and I think what I'd like to see before we do something, I'd like to see the press get in and cover it, because it's not that they're covering it badly, they're hardly covering it all. Think of this. A group, Antifa and others, radical lefts, they went into a major U.S. city, Seattle, and they took over a big percentage of that city, and the press doesn't want to cover it. And we have a mayor who's scared stiff. She doesn't know what's happening. We have a governor that's one of the most overrated politicians in the country. He just ran for president. He got less than 1%. He actually probably, I would have said less than 0, but I'm not sure that's possible. He got nothing. He got no votes, nothing. The whole thing, the guy was out there fighting. At the end, he got 0, right? 0. So he failed. And now he goes back, and they take over a city, and he doesn't say anything about it. Worse, he said he didn't hear it. A day later, he said, I didn't hear anything about it. They took over a city, Seattle, and he said, I didn't hear anything about it. So look, the governor has to call out the troops, do what he has to do, has to call out the National Guard, has to do something. Because, you know, the problem with what happened in Seattle is it spreads. And all of a sudden they'll say, let's do some other city, and let's do another one. And we're not going to let it happen. So timing-wise, hey, we're all set to go. We're watching the process. But the most amazing thing about the process is how the fake news media doesn't want to cover it. To me, that's the most amazing thing. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Saturday night will be a big night. That's a big night. I hope you're all going to be there. It's going to be very big. Thank you.
As I stand before you today, every state in America has already begun to reopen for business. And nearly 3/4 of America's small businesses have also begun to reopen. A great American comeback has begun, and you're leading the way. In the earliest days of our administration, this president has fought for manufacturing workers in companies just like this one. You kept America moving in the most challenging times. And now, other businesses, large and small, are joining you as we reopen America. So we're rolling. We're moving forward. And as this comeback continues, we have every confidence. The best days for Oberg Industries, the best days for Pennsylvania and America are yet to come.
To the 1,107 cadets who today become the newest officers in the most exceptional Army ever to take the field of battle, I am here to offer America's salute. Thank you for answering your nation's call. This premier military academy produces only the best of the best, the strongest of the strong, and the bravest of the brave. West Point is a universal symbol of American gallantry, loyalty, devotion, discipline, and great skill. Today you graduate as one class, and you embody one noble creed: duty, honor country. America is the greatest country in human history, and the United States military is the greatest force for peace and justice the world has ever known. On behalf of our entire nation, let me say congratulations to the incredible West Point class of 2020. Thank you, General. And hello, cadets. On behalf of our entire nation, let me say congratulations to the incredible West Point class of 2020. Congratulations. Everyone, have a good time, enjoy yourselves, because we are here to celebrate your achievements, and great achievements they are. Let us also recognize your remarkable superintendent, General Darrell Williams, for his outstanding stewardship. General, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Few words in the English language and few places in history have commanded as much awe and admiration as West Point. This premier military academy produces only the best of the best, the strongest of the strong, and the bravest of the brave. West Point is a universal symbol of American gallantry, loyalty, devotion, discipline, and great skill. There is no place on earth I would rather be than right here with all of you. It's a great honor. Across this hallowed plain have passed many of the greatest and most fearsome soldiers that ever lived. They were heroes who drove thundering columns of Sherman tanks into the heart of a wicked empire. They were legends who unleashed the fury of American artillery upon our enemies on remote islands and distant shores. They were titans who strode through cannon blast and cavalry charge and stared down our foes through great clouds of smoke and shrapnel. They were the Army Rangers who led the way up jagged cliffs, the airborne soldiers who rained down justice in the dark of night, the infantry whose very sight meant liberation was near, and the mighty forces who sent tyrants, terrorists, and sadistic monsters running scared through the gates of hell. No evil force on earth can match the noble power and righteous glory of the American warrior. I have no doubt that the young men and women before me today will add your names to this eternal chronicle of American heroes. You will go forth from this place adored by your countrymen, dreaded by your enemies, and respected by all throughout the world. Someday, generations of future West Point cadets will study your legacy. They will know your deeds. They will celebrate your triumphs, and they will proudly follow your example. To the 1,107 cadets who today become the newest officers in the most exceptional Army ever to take the field of battle, I am here to offer America's salute. Thank you for answering your nation's call. On this special occasion, we are delighted to be joined by Congressman Steve Womack, Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy, Assistant Secretary Casey Wardinsky, and Army Chief of Staff General James McConville, an old grad from the class of 1981. Let's also express our appreciation to General Curtis Buzzard, General Cindy Jebb, and all of the wonderful instructors, coaches, and faculty members who are continuing West Point's two-century tradition of unrivaled excellence. To all of the parents, grandparents, and family members watching this ceremony from your beautiful home. Even though you could not be here today, we know this day could never have happened without you. Your love and sacrifice have given America these phenomenal men and women. Cadets, please join me in sending your parents and families the heartfelt thanks that they so richly deserved. They're all watching right now. Please. Thank you very much. The depth and breadth of the United States military's contributions to our society are an everlasting inspiration to us all. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of America's armed forces in every branch, active duty, National Guard, and Reserve, who stepped forward to help battle the invisible enemy, the new virus that came to our shores from a distant land called China. We will vanquish the virus. We will extinguish this plague. I also want to thank the men and women of our National Guard who respond with precision to so many recent challenges, from hurricanes and natural disasters to ensuring peace, safety, and the constitutional rule of law on our streets. We thank every citizen who wears a uniform in selfless service to our nation. The members of this class have come from every state in our union. You have come from the farms and the cities, from states big and small, and from every race, religion, color, and creed. But when you entered these grounds, you became part of one team, one family, proudly serving one great American nation. You became brothers and sisters, pledging allegiance to the same timeless principles, joined together in a common mission to protect our country, to defend our people, and to carry on the traditions of freedom, equality, and liberty that so many gave their lives to secure. You exemplify the power of shared national purpose to transcend all differences and achieve true unity. Today you graduate as one class, and you embody one noble creed: duty, honor, country. Every graduate in this field could have gone to virtually any top-ranked university that you wanted. You chose to devote your life to the defense of America. You came to West Point because you know the truth. America is the greatest country in human history, and the United States military is the greatest force for peace and justice the world has ever known. The survival of America and the endurance of civilization itself depends on the men and women just like each of you. It depends on people who love their country with all their heart and energy and soul. It depends on citizens who build, sustain, nurture, and defend institutions like this one. That is how societies are made and how progress is advanced. What has historically made America unique is the durability of its institutions against the passions and prejudices of the moment. When times are turbulent, when the road is rough, what matters most is that which is permanent, timeless, enduring, and eternal. It was on this soil that American patriots held the most vital fortress in our war for independence. It was this school that gave us the men and women who fought and won a bloody war to extinguish the evil of slavery within one lifetime of our founding. It was the graduates of West Point, towering figures like MacArthur, Patton, Eisenhower, and Bradley, who led America to victory over the sinister Nazis and imperial fascists 75 years ago. It was under the leadership of West Point graduates like the legendary General Matthew Ridgway that the Army was at the forefront of ending the terrible injustice of segregation. It was Army strength that held the line against brutal opposition and oppression from communism. And it has been thanks to patriots like you that America has climbed to new heights of human achievement and national endeavor. This is your history. This is the legacy that each of you inherits. It is the legacy purchased with American blood at the crest of Little Round Top, on the crimson beaches of Normandy, in the freezing mud of Bastogne, and the dense jungles of Vietnam. It is the legacy of courageous, selfless, faithful patriots who fought for every inch of dirt with every ounce of strength and every last scrap of heart and drive and grit that they had. And they did it because they believed in the undying principles of our founding. They did it because they cherished their homes, their faith, their family, and their flag. And they did it because when they came to this school, they were taught to hold fast to their love of our country, to cherish our heritage, learn from it, and build upon it. That is what young Americans are taught here at West Point. That is the legacy that you carry forward as second lieutenants in the United States Army, and you must never forget it. Through 4 long years, you have honed your skills, trained your mind and body, overcome every obstacle, and earned your place of pride in the long gray line. You made it through the rigors of our day and beast, an intensity of CLDT and weeks of training in the blistering heat. You have pushed yourselves far beyond every limit imaginable. Some of you have even pushed the limits a bit too much. So for any cadets who have not finished walking off their hours, as Commander-in-Chief, I hereby absolve all cadets on restriction for minor conduct offenses, and that is effective immediately. Congratulations. That's a nice one, isn't it? Don't you feel better now? Surviving the 47-month experience is never easy, but only the class of 2020 can say it survived 48 months. And when it comes to bragging rights, no one can boast louder than the class that brought Navy's 14-year football winning streak to a screeching halt. You did that. I happened to be there. I happened to be there. That's right. That was a big day. I was there. You beat Navy and brought the Commander-in-Chief's trophy back to West Point for 2 straight years. So we say, go Army, go. This graduating class secured more than 1,000 victories for the Black Knights, including 3 bowl victories, 13 NCAA team appearances, and a women's rugby championship with the help of somebody that I just met, 2019 MVP, Sam Sullivan. Fantastic job. Thank you. Fantastic. Five cadets won national boxing championships, and Odia Queen brought home 2. Brendan Brown earned the title of powerlifting national champion. In academics, 38 cadets have earned fellowships to continue their studies, including First Captain Dane Vanderwall, who received one of the most prestigious awards in academia, the Rhodes Scholarship. Congratulations, Dane. It's a great achievement. Thank you. Congratulations. Great achievement. But no one modeled the values of the soldier scholar quite like Lindy Moradian. Lindy earned both the highest overall class standing and the highest physical program score. She has published scientific research in a prominent journal and set 5 new records on the athletic track. Lindy, incredible job. Where is Lindy? Where is Lindy? For somebody that did so well, they didn't give you a very good seat, Lindy. We have to talk about that. Congratulations. Right now, America needs a class of cadets that lives by your motto, with vision, we lead. We need you to carry on the spirit of the great General Ulysses S. Grant. Soon after assuming overall command, following 3 years of Union setbacks, General Grant encountered someone heading north to Washington during the Battle of the Wilderness. If you see the president, Grant said, tell him from me that whatever happens, there will never be no turning back. We need you to be as visionary as Patton, who as a young man in 1917 became the first soldier assigned to the Army Tank Corps. 1 month into the job, he saw the future writing. If resistance is broken and the line is pierced, the tank must and will assume the role of pursuit cavalry and ride the enemy to death. Under Patton's leadership, that's exactly what they did. We need you to be as bold and determined as the immortal General Douglas MacArthur, who knew that the American soldier never ever quits. After leaving the Philippines for Australia at a low point of the Pacific War in 1942, MacArthur famously vowed, I shall return. For 2 years, he then took great strategic risks and placed himself often in personal danger. On October 20th, 1944, MacArthur stepped off a landing boat, strode through knee-high water, and proclaimed, people of the Philippines, I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil. He then called upon the island's brave people to rise up and join the fight. America's momentum was unstoppable. These great leaders were not afraid of what others might say about them. They didn't care. They knew their duty was to protect our country. They knew the Army exists to preserve the Republic and the strong foundations upon which it stands: family, God, country, liberty, and justice. They were true, tough American patriots. That is what our country needs, especially in these times. And that is what you are. Each of you begins your career in the Army at a crucial moment in American history. We are restoring the fundamental principles that the job of the American soldier is not to rebuild foreign nations, but defend and defend strongly our nation from foreign enemies. We are ending the era of endless wars. In its place is a renewed, clear-eyed focus on defending America's vital interests. It is not the duty of U.S. troops to solve ancient conflicts in faraway lands that many people have never even heard of. We are not the policemen of the world, but let our enemies be on notice. If our people are threatened, we will never, ever hesitate to act. And when we fight, from now on, we will only fight to win. As MacArthur said, in war, there is no substitute for victory. To ensure you have the very best equipment and technology available, my administration has embarked on a colossal rebuilding of the American armed forces, a record like no other. After years of devastating budget cuts and a military that was totally depleted from these endless wars, we have invested over $2 trillion, that's with a T, dollars, in the most powerful fighting force by far on the planet Earth. We are building new ships, bombers, jet fighters, and helicopters by the hundreds, new tanks, military satellites, rockets, and missiles. Even a hypersonic missile that goes 17 times faster than the fastest missile currently available in the world and can hit a target 1,000 miles away within 14 inches from center point. For the first time in 70 years, we established a new branch of the United States military, the Space Force. It's a big deal. In recent years, America's warriors have made clear to all the high cost of threatening the American people. The savage ISIS caliphate has been 100% destroyed under the Trump administration, and its barbaric leader, al-Baghdadi, is gone, killed, over. And the world's #1 terrorist, Qasem Soleimani, is likewise dead. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget for one instant the immense sacrifices we ask of those who wear this nation's uniform. Already you have known the crushing pain of losing a brother in arms. Today we remember an extraordinary cadet who made the supreme sacrifice in an accident last year. C.J. Morgan. We're deeply moved to be joined by his father, Christopher Morgan. And C.J. was something very special. Christopher is a Secret Service agent, a tough guy, great guy. Great son who's looking down right now. Christopher, I want you to know that we will carry CJ's blessed memory in our hearts forever. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tomorrow, America will celebrate a very important anniversary. the 245th birthday of the United States Army. Unrelated, going to be my birthday also. I don't know if that happened by accident. Did that happen by accident, please? But it's a great day because of that Army birthday. And as you know, the Army's first Commander-in-Chief, General George Washington, called the fort that stood on this majestic point the most important post in America. Its strategic location on the Hudson River was vital to our war for independence. If British ships gained control of this river, they would have divided our young nation in two. So American soldiers stretched a massive metal chain across the waters of the Hudson from West Point all the way to Constitution Island. I saw a piece of that chain. It's incredible. No enemy ship even dared try to cross. Every link in that great chain was formed from over 100 pounds of pure American iron, mined from American soil, and made with American pride. Together, those links formed an unbreakable line of defense. Standing here before you more than 2 centuries later, it is clearer than ever that General Washington's words still hold true. West Point is still the indispensable post for America, the vital ground that must not lose. And the survival of our nation still depends on the great chain reaching out from this place, one made not of iron, but of flesh and blood, of memory and spirit, of sheer faith and unyielding courage. Today, each of you becomes another link in that unbroken chain, forged in the crucible known as the United States Military Academy, the greatest on earth. It has given you soldiers that you can rely on to your right and to your left. And now we are entrusting you with the most noble task any warrior has ever had, the privilege to carry out, the task of preserving American liberty. As long as you remain loyal, faithful, and true, then our enemies don't even stand a chance. Our rights will never be stolen. Our freedoms will never be trampled. Our destiny will never be denied. And the United States of America will never be defeated. With the grace of God and the heroes of West Point, America will always prevail. Nothing will stand in your way. Nothing will slow you down. And nothing will stop the West Point class of 2020 from achieving a true and lasting victory. God bless you. God bless the United States Army. And God bless America. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for that very warm welcome, and hello, Pennsylvania. It is great to be back in the Keystone State, and I'm very humbled by the words of Administrator Verma. She is an incredible public servant, and as we walked through this amazing factory, saw your craftsmanship in high relief, I can tell you that Seema Verma, leading the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Service, knows the quality of the work that you do and is making those products available to people all across America. Would you join me in thanking Seema Verma for her outstanding service to America? And it's great to be here with all of you. Thank you for coming out today. Thank you for making some time. More importantly, thank you for being a great American company. A company that's supporting our military, supplying our healthcare professionals, and a company that, through one of the most challenging times in my lifetime, you kept the work going. You operated as an essential service. Join me in thanking a great American manufacturing company, Oberg Industry, and your great leader, Cliff Forrest. Thank you so much. It really is inspiring to be in this impressive plant and know that each and every day, as our nation passed through these challenging days, you came to work and provided excellent resources and products at the point of the need. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you on our behalf, but let me also extend thanks and greetings from a friend of mine, a man who loves the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I told him this morning that I was headed to the Keystone State, and to be honest with you, I thought he sounded just a little bit jealous. So allow me to bring greetings and gratitude from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. Now, it really is a privilege to be here on the President's behalf today, not just to say thank you, but to be out among people across the Pittsburgh area today. It even stopped at David's Diner for maybe the best Reuben I've ever had in my life. But I'm here to tell you, Pennsylvania, a great American comeback has begun, and you're leading the way. As I stand before you today, every state in America has already begun to reopen for business. And nearly 3/4 of America's small businesses have also begun to reopen, building on a strong foundation that this president laid over the last 3 years that saw the creation of more than 7 million jobs, following our efforts to cut taxes, roll back regulation, fight for free and fair trade, and unleash American energy. I'm proud to report to you that on this day 1 week ago, the President and I stood in the Rose Garden, and we're proud to announce that in the month of May, thanks to hardworking Americans like all of you, our nation saw the largest one-month increase in jobs in American history. It's true. Now, I got to tell you, I was preparing to be on television that morning, and I was hearing what all the economists were predicting. They were all talking about the fact that they thought we might lose 8 million more jobs in these challenging times, and that the unemployment rate might go up to 20%. But the American people proved them wrong, and businesses large and small created more than 3 million jobs by the middle of May alone. And we're going to continue to move forward. I was talking to some economic experts over the last week, and they said that at the time that jobs report came out, that Cliff, only about 50% of small businesses in those first few weeks of May had begun to reopen. And now, according to the U.S. Chamber, we estimate that more than 80% of small businesses are open to one degree or another. And so for all the encouragement of those numbers, great testament to the resilience and faith and hard work of the American people, we're very confident that it's just the beginning, and this American comeback has just begun. It's true. And we're going to do all the things that made this economy great over the last 3.5 years, created millions of jobs. And let me also say from my heart, we're going to make law and order a centerpiece of the great American comeback. Let me say from my heart, what happened to George Floyd in Minneapolis was a tragedy. It shocked the conscience of the nation. And President Trump's made it clear, justice will be served. There's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. And there's also no excuse for rioting and looting and the violence that ensued. here in Pittsburgh and around the country. Now, every American cherishes our First Amendment rights, and we respect the concerns and freedoms of peaceful protesters. I want to promise each one of you that we're, as we did today at a church in the Pittsburgh area, as the President did yesterday in Dallas, we're going to continue to listen. We're going to have ears to hear. We're going to learn and we're going to lead. But we're not going to defund the police. I think all of you know most of the men and women who serve in law enforcement every single day, who put on the uniform, who stand on the thin blue line, are really the best of us. I grew up, one of the heroes of my youth was my uncle, who was a Chicago police officer for 25 years. So we're working today. In the aftermath of that tragic death of George Floyd, we're sitting down with law enforcement leaders at every level around the country, and we're working with community leaders as we did today. As the President announced yesterday, we're in the process of drafting executive action that will encourage police departments nationwide to meet the highest standards in the use of force, to have more resources for training and de-escalation. But I want to tell you all here in Pennsylvania, we're not going to stop there. I mean, the truth is that many African American families in our major cities for more than a half a century have labored under failed policies of liberal Democratic leadership, depriving them of jobs and opportunities and education excellence. That's why yesterday President Trump made it clear that we're going to work with law enforcement and community leaders to find ways that we can improve, give them more tools and more resources. But we're going to work to expand jobs and opportunities and education excellence for African American families and all the families of our major cities. As the President said, we're going to build on the progress we've made. I couldn't be more proud to tell you that as we saw those 7 million jobs created in the last 3.5 years, we had the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans and Hispanic Americans. This President actually passed legislation with my friend Senator Tim Scott that created more than 4,000 opportunity zones that have already attracted more than $100 billion of job-creating investments in our major cities. In fact, with some of that foundation at work, in that last jobs report I just mentioned, there were more than 300,000 jobs created in that May report for African Americans alone. We're going to increase African American communities' access to capital, build on the opportunity zones, and help them create more jobs. But it's not just about jobs, it's also about making sure that young people coming up have access to the kind of education, including vocational training, that they need to enter jobs in great workplaces like this and to be a part of a growing economy. And the truth is that the President and I are going to keep working every single day to give African American families in our cities and every family the right to choose where their children go to school, whether that's a public or private or parochial or religious school. So it's about education, innovation, it's about prosperity and jobs, but also one of the things we learned during Seema and my work on the coronavirus task force was the unique and more severe impact of that virus on African Americans in our country. And it was really a reflection of the fact that we have health disparities for many African American families in our inner cities. So the President also said yesterday that our team's going to be working. We're going to be working to bring free market principles and solutions to allow African American families to have access to the same world-class health care that every American deserves. And so it's about reform, it's about public safety, but it's about prosperity and education and health care. And we are not going to rest until we continue the work, that we make this a more perfect union, and together we open America up again for the prosperity of all of our citizens. But I'm here to talk about the great American comeback. And the truth is, it wouldn't be possible today. Wouldn't be possible today without the strong leadership of President Donald Trump and the cooperation and compassion of the American people, or the ingenuity and hard work of all the companies like this one that kept food on the table, kept important medical devices headed to our healthcare system. You kept America moving in the most challenging times. But it was the President's leadership early on, I can tell you, as the leader of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that bought us invaluable time. It was not even before the month of January was over that President Trump suspended all travel from China. He put the health of America first. It's true. He stood up the White House Coronavirus Task Force. We worked with companies just like this one at an unprecedented level. You know, when the President asked me to do this work at the end of February, he said to me that he wanted a whole-of-government approach, but it was very clear to me early on what he really wanted was a whole-of-America approach. The President brought in major industries, pharmaceutical industries, to begin the research on new medicines and vaccines. He brought in industries that would be in the process of creating medical equipment and supplies. I mean, with what we stood up at an unprecedented level, almost on a wartime footing in this country, was extraordinary to watch. In fact, I'm proud to report to you that just in Pennsylvania alone, at the President's direction, we were able to deliver more than 660 million masks and gowns and face shields and other personal protective equipment for our outstanding healthcare workers. And maybe most meaningful to us at all is as we looked overseas where the coronavirus was impacting countries, particularly in Europe. We saw hospitals being overwhelmed. We saw people being denied access to equipment like ventilators. But because of the energetic efforts the President deployed and because of American industry, I'm proud to report to you that no American who required a ventilator was ever denied a ventilator in the United States. That's a national accomplishment. We made sure our healthcare workers and the people that they were serving and those families had what they needed in the moment through the most difficult days of this pandemic. And we've also been expanding testing across the board. Again, it was early in the process that the President recognized that the old way of doing testing for this kind of illness was simply not going to scale to the volume that we would need. He brought in these vast commercial laboratories. He challenged them to begin to work together. In fact, when I was tapped at the end of February to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force, between the CDC and state public health labs, we'd only done about 8,000 coronavirus tests. As of this morning, more than 22 million tests have been performed all across the United States of America. It's an extraordinary expansion of access to testing. From the outset of this pandemic, the American people have responded, have stepped up, made great personal sacrifices, each of us did in our own families. I mean, it's worked a great hardship on our people, but it was an example of the American people's willingness to put the health of others first, of family members, of neighbors, of coworkers, and even people that they had never met. So all of the American people did what needed to be done through those 45 days. And chief among them were the people that use the products that you make here at this great company. And I want to tell you, you've been on your feet once, but would you mind getting on your feet for all the doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, and first responders who took care of our families as if they were their own under the most challenging circumstances imaginable? It's just truly astonishing to see the way healthcare workers across this country stepped up. They and millions of Americans did what needed to be done whether it was work from home, school your kids at home, or give some space to seniors in your family or in your neighborhood that would be most vulnerable to the worst outcomes. Some closed down businesses. I'm proud to say that we were able over this time to provide businesses large and small across this country with the resources that they needed to get through this difficult time. The Paycheck Protection Program that the President just extended 1 week ago has made it possible for many small businesses to keep people on the payroll and avoid losing vital momentum in their companies and in their workers. The truth is, because of what we all did together as a nation, we slowed the spread. We flattened the curve. We saved lives. And every single day, we're one day closer to putting this coronavirus in the past. Now, for all that we've accomplished, there are some great partners all along the way. Seema mentioned that we forged a partnership with governors all across this nation. We speak to them every single week, don't we, on an ongoing basis about our national response. But I must tell you that the relief efforts that the Congress of the United States forged in a bipartisan manner were in the highest keeping of public service. The President said early on, we want people to have access to family leave. We wanted to make sure there was direct payments for families that were impacted by the coronavirus, support for businesses large and small, critical industries, health care workers, and first responders. And leaders in Congress responded. And 3 of them are with us here today, and I'd like you to give a vigorous round of applause to 3 great friends of mine, great friends of the President, and great partners in the progress that we have made. Congressman G.T. Thompson, Congressman Mike Kelly, and Congressman Guy Reschenthaler. Thank you so much for what you did for Pennsylvania and for America. Because of what they've done, because of what you've done, because of the leadership the President provided. As I said at the outset, now all 50 states have begun to reopen in a safe and in responsible manner, even while continuing practices that keep our families and communities safe, practicing good hygiene. We're going back to work. We're going back to worship. We're getting out to stores, to restaurants like the one I dined at today, and we're enjoying the great outdoors. After going without what we once took for granted for so long, we're also putting American manufacturing back to work. You know, the truth is, from the earliest days of our administration, this President has fought for manufacturing workers in companies just like this one, like the 700 employees at Oberg Industries here in Pennsylvania. You know, and this company is emblematic of a great community, but a great manufacturing tradition. You know, I come from the state of Indiana, and Pennsylvania is an awful lot like Indiana in a certain respect. I always used to say we do 2 things well out this way. We make things and we grow things. And this is a great example, a great company that proves that every single day. And the truth is, under the President's policies of the last 3.5 years, manufacturing's doing better than ever before, including this great company. I'm actually told in 2018 when Cliff bought this company, you set a new record for sales. And then in 2019, they broke the record again. Congratulations, Oberg Industries. That's an impressive record of success. And I think they're going to break it again. I mean, and the work you do here is impressive. Walking around the plant floor, I was incredibly inspired by the skill and the craftsmanship and the enthusiasm of every one of the employees here that I met. This company plays a critical role in supporting the health of our nation and the security of our country. You make the tooling for aluminum cans that have protected the food supply all throughout this pandemic. You make parts that are critical for knee replacements, hip replacements, neck and back surgeries that Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services makes available to Americans every single day. And I'm also told that Oberg's Pennsylvania workers make parts that are used in ammunition for our troops, for the Abrams A-1 tank, the Ohio-class nuclear submarines, and the F-15. Thanks for helping to provide for the common defense, Oberg. I'm a little bit partial, Cliff, for people that help out with aircraft. I'm proud to say that I am the proud father of a Marine Corps aviator and the proud father-in-law of a Navy pilot. And so we appreciate your professionalism. And speaking of great people in uniform, I just had lunch at David's Diner with another one, good friend of mine, and a great friend of the people of Pennsylvania, and a great citizen of this state. He's a veteran of the 10th Mountain Division. He earned 2 Bronze Stars. He received a Purple Heart for wounds suffered in combat in Afghanistan. He's a proud son of Pittsburgh, and he has become one of the most prominent advocates for veterans in the United States of America today. So would you join me in recognizing and appreciating a lifetime of service of Sean Parnell. Sean, thank you for being here. Sean, thank you for your leadership, past, present, and future. You know, Oberg Industries has been supporting our troops, not just with your products, but also through your extraordinary apprenticeship program. I was hearing about it from one of your employees, a bright young man. More than 40% of Oberg's Pennsylvania employees are graduates of that apprenticeship program. And I hope you know that our administration has been working to expand access to apprenticeships and vocational education from day one. It's such a great program that one of your tool-making apprentices actually stayed with the company, I'm told, for more than 28 years and worked his way up to be the CEO. Would you join me in giving a round of applause for Mark Paulillo? Where are you, Mark? He's hiding out. I'm told we're actually joined today by some 60 apprentices of this company, including a Marine corporal by the name of Caleb Baum and an Army corporal named Ron Cooper Jr. Give them a round of applause, will you? Where are you guys? Take a bow, man. Stand up. Thank you for your service. And congratulations, man. I mean, we're also honored to be joined by a former apprentice here at Oberg Industry, Ron's dad, who's a former Air Force sergeant. Where's Ron Cooper Sr.? I want to... Hey, Dad. What a great family. These are great Americans, part of a great American company, and we're grateful for your work here, even more grateful for your service in the uniform of the United States of America. Now, there's going to be a lot more apprentices, I'm told, working here in Pennsylvania, because just yesterday I was informed that Mark decided to join in with our national effort, the Pledge to America's Workers, and they pledged to create another 225 new jobs and apprenticeships in the next 5 years. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Oberg Industries. So we're rolling. We're moving forward. And as this comeback continues, we have every confidence. The best days for Oberg Industries, the best days for Pennsylvania and America are yet to come. To help create more jobs and prosperity, I'm proud to report to you the President has also gone to work to help our economy out of this difficult time. The President signed executive action ordering every federal agency to find even more ways to provide regulatory relief, particularly for manufacturing all across this country. And we're going to continue to stand for energy independence for the American people. We're going to oppose efforts to ban fracking, and the war on coal is over. Here in Western Pennsylvania and everywhere, we're going to continue to fight every day to advance American energy independence. But it's great to be with you today. I hope to have a chance to come down and at least greet some of you before I slip back to Washington, D.C. But I had to come out today to talk about a great American comeback, but also just to thank all of you good people that have kept this vital, essential company rolling during some of the most challenging times in the life of our nation. And now, other businesses, large and small, are joining you as we reopen America. It seems like we passed through a very challenging time of the last few months and weeks. And I know at times it may seem like there's more that divides us in this nation than many times in my lifetime. But I must tell you, and I saw this at a church in Pittsburgh today, I'll always believe that there will always be more that unites us in this great country than could ever divide us. And chief among those things is faith. And so as I close, I would just say to each one of you that if you're of a mind to bow the head and bend the knee from time to time, I'd encourage you to do it. Pray for the more than 110,000 families that have lost loved ones. And maybe some are sitting among us today. You'll always be on our hearts and in our prayers. I pray for all of the people of this country who have suffered hardship over the last several months. And pray that as we listen to one another, that as we look for ways to improve the prosperity and well-being and opportunities for every American, regardless of race or creed or color, that we would continue to bring our nation together on that foundation. I heard it from pastors today at the Covenant Church, one after another, who said, during these challenging times, we need to reach out to that wellspring of American strength that's seen us through much more challenging times even than those that we passed through this year. We can claim that promise that if His people who are called by His name will humble themselves and pray, He'll do like He's always done through the long and storied history of this nation. He'll hear from heaven and He'll heal this land, this one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. So let's pray for America as we open up America, because the best is yet to come. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So there's the everyone. We are really honored to have our Vice President with us, and looking forward to this time of sharing, and of course so delighted to have each of those who sit with us on the platform. And we have an expectation that this is going to be an amazing encounter, and I appreciated the Vice President saying that we are here to listen. He came to listen, and it's my hope that we will all listen and have an opportunity also to speak words that will bring life to our nation. And so it's been a joy watching you as you've moved through your amazing career and coming to, as Mordecai has said to Esther, to the kingdom for such a time as this. And I'm honored to be a part of something that I think is taking place in our nation that we've looked for a long time. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we are absolutely convinced that we can do nothing without you. Nothing that will have any eternal value to it will ever be accomplished by human beings apart from your help. And so we seek your help today. We seek the presence of the Holy Spirit, who will knit us together, who will join our hearts in so many ways that we long to see. We thank you for this amazing city. We have been praying that this city would become more famous for God than for steel, and we have seen so many changes take place here. Thank you for this opportune time to speak, a kairos moment that will allow us in hope to seize a moment in history that might never be available to us again. Thank you for all that you're going to accomplish today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I want to welcome each of you, and of course, all of us will have an opportunity to say something, but I guess because it's my church, I get to speak first, and I'm going to take advantage of that, just teasing a little bit. We've labored hard at having an idea about what we wanted to say, and I thought I would simply address it like this. And I want to be clear that as a churchman, I believe the basic responsibility for maintaining something, a semblance of order, a semblance of kindness, love, that's the church's responsibility. And I'm taught that before worship, reconciliation is important. Jesus said, he says, if you have a problem with your brother, leave your worship expression at the altar, go to your brother, be reconciled, and then come back and worship. And that's the assignment that I believe we have. I know there are many, many people who have different convictions about what right behavior is and what we ought to be accomplishing. But we live with this conviction. Jesus says the world won't know until they see you love one another. And so our task is to fight through something, because I think in so many ways the church hasn't completely succeeded. And I mean in every way that when I say we need to be reconciled to each other, I'm talking to the church. And unless the church can demonstrate that, it's impossible for us to speak to the world around us. We live by an axiom here in our church: in a divided society, only the church can model unity. And so if that task is ours, then that's something we have to walk through. The second thing is that I believe in the latent power of the individual, that God created each one of us with a specific purpose, that he gave us all the resources that we need to fulfill that. But the highest form of government is self-government. And one of my favorite lines in my favorite movie, The Equalizer #2, is when he says, there are two kinds of pain: pain that alters and pain that hurts. And then he said, you get to choose. And I think we live in a world where it's time to choose that the pain we are experiencing is going to alter our behavior. It's going to alter the way we see one another, and it's going to alter how we walk through the world that God has entrusted to us. The psalmist says it like this: the heavens belong to the Lord, the earth he has given to us. And so it's like we have to take responsibility for what has been given to us, and that's called stewardship. The last thing is that I want to say, and I was just calculating this, Mr. Vice President, for about 57 years, the church, as I understand it, both black and white, multiracial, we have longed to see some of the changes and breakthroughs that have come about in the nation since the administration that begun with President. And what we were longing for, what we were praying for, it's like we're seeing answers to prayers that the church, as I understand, has been praying for 57 years. And we're just beginning to see it in the context of diversity, in the context of adversity. We are believing that this is just the beginning of something. Thank you for standing up for the church for a long, long time. We didn't feel like we had any significant friends or a significant voice in the administration. Today, I believe that that's there. I'm sorry for what you guys have had to go through in order to get us there, but sometimes the price of success and that road that gets you there is strewn with adversity. I appreciate you taking it and accepting it and then continuing to be a representative. God's given you guys the power to bless, and our nation needs blessing, we need caring, and we need to hear our leadership say, we love you, and we know you're hurting.
Well, Bishop Garlington, thank you for those inspiring words. Thank you to Covenant Church, to the judge, and to the pastors and friends who are here. As Bishop Garlington just said, I'm here to listen, and I'm looking forward, as I know Senator Toomey is, to gaining your insights about how we continue to move our nation forward in the aftermath of the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. I mean, there was no excuse for what happened to George Floyd, and President Trump has made it clear that justice will be served. I know I speak for people across this country when I say there was also no excuse for the violence and the rioting and the looting that took place here in the Pittsburgh area and all across the country. And we commend the leadership at the national level and state and local level and our law enforcement community that quelled that violence and allowed the peaceful protests to continue. As I said, the death of George Floyd was a national tragedy. And it's brought us to a moment where the President and I are intent on listening and learning, not just how we might equip people that serve in law enforcement with more tools and more training in the days ahead, but how we also might deal with some of the historic underlying inequities that have beset minority communities, particularly the African American community, for generations in our major cities. And let me say, one thing that we will not do is we're not going to defund the police. My uncle was a police officer in Chicago, Illinois for his entire career. And Bishop, I know I speak for millions of Americans when I say we know that most of the men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement in this country are the best of us. They walk out of their homes every day, leave their families behind. They risk their lives to protect and serve our families, and they have our thanks. But I'm pleased to report to you in recent days, the President and I have been sitting down with law enforcement leaders in Washington, D.C. and from around the country to hear about ways that we might assist law enforcement in raising standards, particularly with regard to the use of force, providing additional training resources. And the President in Dallas yesterday announced that he'd be signing an executive order in the days ahead that would support efforts by police departments around the country to meet the very highest standards and to be trained in de-escalation efforts. And so we'll work with law enforcement, respecting the extraordinary role and sacrifices that men and women on the thin blue line make every day. We'll work with them and work with community leaders to identify ways that we can improve. But let me also say that we're not going to stop there. The President yesterday spoke about the progress we have made over the last 3 years. I'm proud to have been part of an administration that saw the lowest unemployment rate ever recorded for African Americans. My friend and colleague from the White House, Scott Turner, was tapped by President Trump to lead our effort to create opportunity zones in cities around the country. Now more than 4,000 opportunity zones that have attracted literally billions of dollars in investment to create jobs. I want to thank Senator Toomey for his strong support and work with Senator Tim Scott in bringing those reforms about. But the President said we're going to work on building on that record of success. We're going to look for ways that we can give African American businesses greater access to capital to create jobs and opportunities in communities that for too long were left behind, even in times of economic growth. And the President also spoke yesterday of our continued determination to expand educational choice in this country. The truth is, the African American community has been years ahead of the broader population in understanding the justice behind allowing parents to choose where their children go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or religious school. The African American community has led in this cause, and President Trump and I have been proud to oversee a doubling of the school choice program in the District of Columbia, and we're going to work to expand educational choice opportunities for minority families, African American families in the days ahead. And finally, in my role as lead of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, all of us with real heartbreak have observed the consequences of historic disparities in healthcare between African Americans and other minorities and the broader population. And we're going to address that. We're going to address it with the kind of reforms that expand the kind of choices and access to health care that our minority communities have. And so, Bishop, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for your hospitality today. My prayer coming into today was just to have ears to hear and eyes to see how we might work together. But I want to assure you on behalf of the President of the United States that for the progress that we've made in expanding prosperity and respecting religious liberty and respecting the values that we cherish in churches just like this one around the country, we're going to do our level best to seize this moment, not just to ensure law and order and make sure that we have justice for every American, and that our law enforcement community has the resources they need to do their job, improve in the way they do their job every day. But we're also going to look to seize on this moment, as you said from that movie, Equalizer 2, which I love. You're the first pastor I've met that said that was his favorite movie. But if you haven't seen it, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of truth in that movie, and we're going to try and seize this as you said, as an opportunity. The President and I are absolutely determined. Justice is served. We have law and order. We support law enforcement. We look for ways to improve, but we are absolutely determined to work with you, the great leaders that are gathered around here, and people around the country, to find ways in the long term that we can make progress on some historic inequities, particularly impacting our African American communities in our cities, in jobs, in opportunity, in education, and in healthcare. And I thank you for the opportunity to come and to hear how we can best do that together.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you, Bishop Garlington. So glad to be with you. And now we'd like to hear from Senator Toomey. Your thoughts, sir, and thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much, Scott. Mr. Vice President, first, welcome to Pennsylvania. Welcome back. Welcome back to Pittsburgh. We always love to have you here, and we're grateful for the time and attention that you've paid to the great Commonwealth. Bishop, thank you so much for hosting this, and thank you for your really thoughtful words. I'm going to continue to reflect on your message of reconciliation. That's a powerful message. Like the Vice President, I am here primarily to listen and to learn. We have all had different life experiences, and it's very, very valuable for me to be able to engage with and listen to and learn from people who've had different experiences than I've had. So I'm grateful for the chance to be here. I'm grateful to all of you for being willing to participate today. I do think that in the wake of the really appalling murder of George Floyd, this moment requires that we have thoughtful conversations. Some of them are difficult topics, but we need to do that if we're going to make progress, and I think we have an obligation to each other and to our country to make that progress. And while I know I'm here principally to learn, there are some things I'm pretty confident of, and I share the Vice President's passion for creating more educational opportunities. It's just not right that you would be consigned to a school that is not serving a child based on your zip code. That is not right. And we've got to do better in this area, and I'm grateful for the President and the Vice President's leadership in advancing the cause of school choice. It's so, so important. I'm also very optimistic about the likelihood, really, I think we're already seeing the creation of more economic opportunity in the opportunity zones that are really going to help to change lives, and that's very exciting. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Senator Scott. Senator Scott from South Carolina is leading one of the efforts in the Senate to have some thoughtful ways that policing can be safer. And I think that's the goal, safer for the police, safer for the community, safer for everyone. And Tim Scott he's a great American. He's doing a great job leading that effort. And then finally, I was chatting with the Vice President earlier, and I'm working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle and both chambers of Congress on legislation that I hope will address one of the most heartbreaking experiences in this entire recent episode. And that is the story of very small business owners, often in minority communities. It's happened in Pittsburgh, it's happened in West Philadelphia, it's happened in Harrisburg. And these folks whose entire livelihood, their entire life savings is tied up in a little storefront where they run a very small business. Sometimes it's just a husband and wife. And they were shut down, they were forbidden from doing business. And just when they thought they were going to be able to reopen, their business was destroyed. Looting and rioting left them with shambles of what was their entire life's work. So it's just heartbreaking, and I think it's unacceptable. And so we're working on legislation that will be designed to provide federal assistance for these folks to be able to rebuild their little business, rebuild their lives, because I think they deserve that. This is no fault of their own that they went through this experience. So with that, again, I appreciate the invitation to be here, and I look forward to learning from all of you.
Thank you, Senator Toomer. We appreciate it. My name is Scott Turner, and I'm so grateful to be here. Bishop, you mentored Pastor Brett Fuller, who was my pastor when I played for the Washington Redskins, and so I'm an indirect impact of yours, sir. So thank you for your leadership. And Mr. Vice President, as always, thank you for your heart for the church, your heart for God, and your heart for America. And just so grateful to be with all of you. And as the Vice President said, you know, I have the opportunity to lead the Opportunity Zones, the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. And as the President, Mr. Vice President alluded to, there's been many great things that have happened. But we're also looking forward now with the initiatives that have been announced, access to capital, health care, education, because we believe that as these legislative proposals are initiated and these principles are carried out, that the long-term sustainability of our communities, the long-term sustainability of the citizens in our community and the generational impact, we're about those type of outcomes and those results. And so we're encouraged to be here with you leaders from the faith and community to not only to hear from you, but to learn from you and strategize and collaborate together, so that when we are done, that we all have homework to bring about great results that affect the American people. And so my heart is filled to be here, and we're going to move on to our discussion. And what I would like to do is give each of you, starting with you, Judge, just a couple of minutes to, you know, give some remarks and let us hear from you, from your heart and how you've been impacting and what your vision is. And after we do this, then we'll open it up for discussion but amongst all of us. Is that good? Can I get an amen? Now, I know I got some pastors and preachers in here, all right, of which I am one, so I get it. All right, but we're going to be respectful of everyone's time and have just a real efficient, great discussion amongst each other. So, Judge, please, may we hear from you.
Bishop Garlington and Vice President Pence and the pastors who were here, Senator Toomey and my friend Lenny McAllister. And I feel a little insecure about going first because I'm amongst all these pastors.
Oh, you got
it. But I was relieved when Rudy told me that I was to just share what's on my heart and what I have seen and what I believe during this time. And I think we can all agree that we are in a major battle in this country. And the news media would have us believe that it's a battle between black people and white people, or Democrats or Republicans or conservatives or liberals. But really, it's a battle for what is right and what is wrong. It's a battle against the truth. And we know that the truth is Jesus Christ. That is the battle. And we don't have, as I was, praying about this, we don't have a skin problem in this nation. We have a sin problem. And when we reflect on what happened to George Floyd, it's a matter of the heart. It's a matter of a depraved and wicked heart. And that's what sin is. Murder is sin. But just as murder is sin, so is violence, looting, and destruction of other people's property. It's a heart issue. And when it comes to heart issues, sensitivity training, cultural competence courses, legislation, think tanks really will not be effective at all. In fact, our best thinking is what has caused us to, or allowed us to get to this point. And so the point is that if we are going to make it as a nation, we need to recognize and be courage and have the courage to stand up for truth. So I spend a lot of my time praying because I know that only the atoning blood of Jesus can address heart issues. I pray for the young people who are, I believe, misguided through groups like Black Lives Matter. It's very sad that as a society we have devolved to the point where we determine a person's worth by how much melanin they have in their skin. It's not about the melanin. All of us, regardless of our skin color, were created in the image of God. All human life matters. And yes, Black lives matter, but David Dorn's life matters just as much as George Floyd's life. And we have to reach the point where we respect human life because it comes from God. No, we don't need to defund the police. And if, as a society, we are really serious about protecting life, if Black Lives Matter is really serious about Black lives, then they should advocate for the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which is much, far, far more responsible for the destruction of Black lives than any other organization that I can think of. When it comes to Antifa, I pray for them also because they are misguided young people, and I think we have to pray for them. But in addition to praying for them, we also have to make sure that they adhere to the law. We have to protect the citizens of this nation because that is the primary responsibility of government, to protect its people. And when I think of Antifa, sometimes I find myself thinking of 1921 when Black Wall Street was destroyed by hate and by the Klan and by white supremacists. Today, our communities are being destroyed by people who claim to be in solidarity with us. And that's just not true. In this season, we don't need pandering. We don't need posturing. We need to be praying. And we don't need to take a knee. We need to get down on both knees, call out to God in repentance and prayer, because only God can lead us out of this mess that we find ourselves in. And just as the Word of God said, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray. And I believe that we all need to humble ourselves, from the President, Congress, all of our leaders. We need to humble ourselves and pray. Because the Bible says if we would do that, if we would humble ourselves and pray and turn from our wicked ways and seek His face, then will He hear from heaven, then will He forgive our sins, and then will He heal our land. Only God can heal this land, and we need to cry out to Him. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Allen. We really appreciate your heart. Thank you for your service to the community and to the country, and thank you for sharing with us. Next, I would like to go to Reverend Nelson to share with us, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. Praise God. Mr. Vice President, distinguished guests. Sir, I just want to bring forth an honest truth that I serve a God who makes no mistakes, and He's your God. Everyone I talk to tells me about your relationship with our Lord, and that just blesses my heart. And because you serve the God who is, you will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that God makes no mistakes. you and President Trump are where you're supposed to be in this point in time. You are the men who God appointed. We had a president that came before you. He was the man that God appointed for that time. God knows what the world needs, and when he puts a man into the presidency, the vice presidency, he's establishing who he wants to be in charge of what's going to affect the entire world. And right now, God has placed you in that beautiful position. It's an honored position. It's a position where God allows us to do as he has said, and that is to pray for our leaders. And we need to pray for you. We need to pray for your success. We need to pray for you to be guided by him. My daughter gave me a song this morning, Lord, order my steps. And this is our prayer for you, that the Lord simply orders your steps. I am personally thankful when I get up in the morning and I know that there's a president and a vice president who honors this country and who honors me, who won't tell me that I'm black unless if I don't vote for him. But a man who looks upon me as a man, a human being. And when I say that, I am able to say, thank you, sir, because I know I'm thankful. I'm thankful when I see a little girl who is able now to go to the school of her choice. I can say, thank you, sir. When I see an old gentleman who served this country as a Tuskegee Airman, and when he passes from time to eternity, he will have the star of a general on his chest, something that could have been given to him a long time ago, but not until God put certain men in office will he now wear that star. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the fact that somebody who was in jail is now out on charges that probably would have been probation for someone else. I am thankful. I'm thankful when I go to my community and I see people who have more money in their pockets now because there was somebody who cared. And I just want to thank God and to thank you for the jobs that you and President Trump happen to be doing. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Reverend Nelson. Very encouraging. Thank you so much, sir. We're happy that you're here. Amen. I'd like to now go to Mr. McAllister, sir, if you would.
Thank you very much. And first, I want to say thank you, Mr. Vice President, for being here today. This is actually the fourth time you and I have had an opportunity to interact in regards to different types of events talking about serving others. The first one was in 2009 in your home state of Indiana, where you had an opportunity to talk to young leaders that were trying to rise up and do more in civic work. Another time you and I had an opportunity to tour a safe haven with Dr. Sandy Tennant in Chicago, Illinois. It was a service community that helped the homeless tour, and you and I had a chance to do that when you were governor of Indiana. And just recently, before the pandemic, you and I had a chance to interact again in Philadelphia, talking to young African Americans about school choice and the richness of that. So it's good to see you continue that effort to serve others. Bishop, thank you so much for hosting us here. I have been in this church for years. I remember your work that you've done when my kids were wee little and you know, knee-high to a grasshopper, if you will. Now they're going on 30. Thank you for the work you've done in this community throughout the years. And Senator Toomey, I've had an opportunity to interact with you over the years, and the grace that you have brought, whether you were serving on the board of Commonwealth Foundation, of which I serve as a director of Western Pennsylvania now, or the work that you've been doing in the U.S. Senate. Thank you so much, sir. It's humbling for me because we sit in the shadows of the old East Hill Shopping Center, where I used to ride my bike when I was growing up in Penn Hills, which is roughly 5 minutes away from the shopping center. A shopping center, literally you pass it on your way here. And it symbolizes everything from what we need to fix in America to some of the pain that people are experiencing in America, but also our opportunity to do better in America. When I was growing up, East Hill Shopping Center had a Firestone, a McDonald's, a Giant Eagle, a Zayre's. It was bustling. It was owned by African Americans and middle class alike. Now, if you went past it, you see that there's basically one church, a junkyard, and broken dreams. Much of the great work that you all have done with your administration has been fantastic, but part of what we have to understand in these courageous conversations now is a lot of that work is at the finish line for many African Americans. The funding of HBCUs has been a fantastic thing if you got a proper education, kindergarten through 12th grade, where you can go to college. It's a great thing for you to be able to take a part of the work that Scott's doing in Opportunity Zones if you have the business skills necessary to make yourself successful. Even the criminal justice reform stuff that we've been talking about over the recent months, that's fantastic work, but that's after you've paid your debt to society and trying to put your life back together. Now, we're dealing with a schism that we didn't create. The schism was created from generations long ago. But right now, we do have a moral obligation and a historic moment to not just address that schism, but to historically and finally close the gap that we see between blacks and whites. That's where public policy comes in, and that's what I'm so thankful to be a part of this conversation for. This is where the emergency ESAs come in, where people that were already behind in school, that became further behind as a result of the pandemic, have an opportunity to catch up, and then eventually have an opportunity to match their American counterparts in school so that they can take advantage of the programs that you put in place for HBCUs. We can look at our HBCUs and make them greater hubs of technology and national security so that the historic contributions that they've given to this country during times even of segregation, they can now contribute to us in the 21st century. We can also look at criminal justice reform, but we have to look at it and say, let's not look at the tail end of the school-to-prison pipeline. Let's go to the other end and turn off the valve so we can stop having kids come through the school-to-prison pipeline. That's where education reform comes into play. But that's also where appropriate police reform can come into play. Too often our kids are over-policed even in their own schools, let alone with tactics such as warrantless searches and no-knock searches, which I do believe your colleague, Senator Rand Paul, has introduced legislation to go after no-knock warrants, things that are disproportionately used against the African-American community. Mr. Vice President, your administration has taken some bold steps that we did not see. You're doubling the funding for the DC voucher program at a time when the first African-American president was attacking that program. It's very, very appreciative that you're doing these types of things. But as we move forward and we start talking about public policy, it's very, very important for us to understand. Everybody's talking about law and order, and we need law and order. We can't have chaos in America. But what people are asking for, what young people are looking for, what Americans are craving for, and why they're in so much pain, is because they want constitutional law and order. They want to believe that that Fourth Amendment applies to them in Homewood and in Penn Hills just as much as it applies to people in Wexford in the North Hills. They want to know that the First Amendment applies to them just as much in East Liberty as it might in the South Hills and in Mount Lebanon. That's the goal that we have today. I believe everybody around this forum has the courage and the conviction to do it, and I think that we have the moment to really be difference makers here when it comes to public policy. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting. Thank you all for being courageous enough to walk the walk and not just talk the talk.
Thank you, Lenny. That's great. Thank you for that. You're right. It's going to take all of us to make all of these things come to pass. And so thank you for sharing your heart and for your contribution just now. We really appreciate that. All right, Pastor Owens, sir, please share with us if you would. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having me. And Vice President, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and listen. I think the listening part is very important. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do after you listen. Bishop, thank you for hosting this very important event. It's my first time here. I heard a lot about your church, so it's great to be here. And I'm glad to hear that Terminator 2 is one of your favorite movies. I'm a big Jason Bourne fan. Equalizer, I'm sorry. But Jason Bourne is one of my favorite shows. The whole trilogy is one of my favorite, and I could quote lines from there all day, but I'm not going to do that now. Senator, thank you very much for joining us here today. Really appreciate it, and again, appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. So you asked to share what's on our heart, so I'm going to do exactly that. It's a mix of emotions, but the one that's at the top is I'm tired. I am mentally, physically, and spiritually tired. I grew up in the Hill District, which at that time was one of the poorest neighborhoods in Pittsburgh. And God bless me. I'm not going to go into a pity party God has truly blessed me. And everything that I accomplished was because of God. Not anything I did, not anything that I was able to achieve. God took me from the projects of the Hill District and really set me on a path to success. But even where I am now, I'm still tired because of all the racism I see. I'm tired that people still do not acknowledge that systemic racism is real, and they ignore the billions of voices that exist, and they say, no, that's not true, because of the comfort of their own bubble. I'm tired because when my children were in middle school, they saw so much racism at the age of 13 and 15 that I had to comfort them when they came home on a daily basis, because children who were once their friends were now targeting them openly, and there were no repercussions by the parents. I'm tired because my daughter is now in college. Fortunately, she's at Rochester Institute of Technology. She loves the school. But even as early as a few months ago, one of her white students said, well, what was your SAT score? Challenging her presence at that school. So I'm tired. I'm just tired of seeing the systemic racism that is impacting our schools today. We all know that African Americans are disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus. But at the same time, our learning institutes are taking just as big of a hit. I live on the north side of Pittsburgh, and my children are part of the Pittsburgh Public Schools. My one son is part of the Pittsburgh Public Schools. And what we've seen ever since schools can no longer meet is the education system is getting worse. There are a majority, if I'm not mistaken, I think 80% of our children, when they couldn't go to school, did not have laptops or devices in order to continue their education. That's not sustaining their education. That's them falling behind in education. It's exhausting to see. It's exhausting to continue to talk to my children and try to educate my son as I'm teaching him how to drive, how to respond when he's been pulled over by police. Based off of what we see, it's no longer, son, say yes sir, no sir. Keep your hand on the steering wheel. Put your hands on the dashboard. We fear for his life just by being pulled over. So those things make me extremely tired. But at the same time, I'm optimistic. And I'm optimistic because the church that I belong to 35 years ago was an all-white church where people commuted from the suburbs to come to a church on the north side. And when black people showed up out the door, they told them that their church was down the street. So we were turned away from the church that I'm currently at now. But where we stand today, we're probably at 60 to 65% Caucasian, 40 to 45% African American and other. Unfortunately, we see that people tolerate diversity, but they have not embraced inclusion. So while I am optimistic about stuff, and we have moved the needle, we still have a long way to go. I'm optimistic that the conversation is now being had, and I get a lot of emails and text messages about what can we do? And I get a lot of them from my Caucasian friends, my Caucasian brothers and sisters. So I am optimistic about that. But yet I'm still tired because the narrative is still the same. I'm tired because when I get some hope, I turn on the television and it's business as usual for the black community. So you asked me to share what's on my heart. It's a mix of emotions. One day I'm up here, the next day I'm down here. One day I'm laughing, the next day I'm literally crying. One day I'm praying and praising God for where we are, and the next day I'm just spiritually exhausted. Bishop, you talked about reconciliation. I believe reconciliation has to start and end in the church. And it's only because with the power of the Holy Spirit, we can be reconciled with God. And once we're reconciled with God, then we can look to be reconciled with one another. I don't believe in racial reconciliation, because to be reconciled means at one point you had to be together, then you were apart, and the reconciliation is you becoming back together. Blacks and white has never been unified in America. So I don't think we can strive for, let me rephrase that. We can strive for racial reconciliation, but we have to acknowledge the fact that there has always been a divide between black people and white people. Until we, as various cultures and ethnicities, can agree to that simple point, that there is a divide and a systemic divide between ethnicities. If we don't start there, and if we don't start in the church, then everything else that comes behind that will be for naught. So what's on my heart? I'm both tired, but I'm optimistic. But my hope is in Jesus Christ. And I thank God for this kind of panel, this kind of discussion. And I am optimistic that we can move the needle in the right direction. How fast we can get there is another thing, but I do believe we can move the needle in the right direction.
Thank you, Pastor Owens. That's we really appreciate it. You know, when you talk about that, you know, we all bear witness with those mix of emotions. And I do believe that a day like today and a convening such as this is a great start to have those conversations and to bring about those results that we all pray and hope and believe God for. They start in the church, they start in the kitchen table of the homes of America, and having those real conversations and heartfelt conversations and confronting, you know, racism or hatred or bitterness or whatever. And we have to be courageous as servant leaders to confront those issues. So thank you all for sharing your heart. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your experiences. And Mr. Vice President, I want to give you an opportunity to say what's on your heart and to respond and ask questions, if you will, sir.
Well, thanks, Scott. And I'm just very moved by what I've heard. I'm inspired by the faith and the testimony of people gathered here. I'm humbled by the words of encouragement about the progress that we have made, but I am challenged to continue to build on that progress. But I came here, and again, I want to thank Bishop Garlington and the whole team here at Covenant Church for welcoming us. We gathered in Maryland about this time last week at another church, because it's in my heart that the church has always played a central role in our march toward a more perfect union. You cannot understand the abolition of slavery without understanding the moral voice of the church in the generations that preceded the great conflict and the end of slavery in this country. I had the great privilege to travel to Montgomery and Selma, Alabama, about 10 years ago. I co-chaired the anniversary march of Bloody Sunday with John Lewis, who is my friend. And probably like Senator Toomey, I didn't agree with John Lewis on too many issues, but he's a great man and was a part of a time in history that changed the course of our nation for the good, and I admire him for that. But before we went to Selma to walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and as several of you spoke about your kids, Karen and I brought our 3 children because we wanted them to walk. We wanted them to see, to understand. But the night before, Bishop, we went to Montgomery, Alabama, to Dr. King's old church. And we sat in the pews with many women, now elderly, who had marched with Dr. King, who had been with John Lewis in Selma that day. And I'll never forget, they told me, I think this one's going. I'll never forget, they talked to me about how the marches began with worship. They said we would come here or wherever we were gathering and we would have church and we would sing and then we would march. And it brought into high relief, made an indelible mark on my heart again about the role of the church. And I guess I would just, I want to commit to you that whether it's criminal justice reform, we're going to continue to work on the progress that we have made. But we want to, as you said, Lenny, we want to work on making it more possible for more Americans, including African Americans, to avoid the criminal justice system entirely, because they get the education and they get the upbringing that allows them to lead productive lives as law-abiding citizens. But we're going to continue to build on the opportunity zones. We're going to continue to build on education innovation. But I would love to know, how can we support, maybe Bishop, I'll start with you, but I'd welcome anyone's thoughts. How can we support the greater voice and the greater role in healing our nation that the church has always played and I think must play in the days ahead? What are the things that we can do to encourage churches and every community of faith across this country to play that role that they've always played?
There's a verse in the book of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 16, and it begins with the phrase, "Those who feared the Lord spoke to one another." And I believe the real conversation has to begin with people who have a regard for someone to whom all of us are responsible. And so if I'm dealing with someone who doesn't have a value system that includes morality, it's hard to have that conversation. So this is why I agree wholeheartedly that for us, the conversation has to start in the church, that Jesus went about doing good and healing those who were oppressed and preaching the kingdom. For a number of years, the group that I was raised up in were what you could call them fundamentalists, whose bias was toward anything that remotely resembled social activity or social works. And so those who believed in social works but not the Bible began to find purchase and ownership, particularly within the black community. And so I think you have to listen and you have to accept the fact that when I say what you did was hurtful, I don't believe you can afford to say it's not. I was in a meeting a couple of days ago and I asked this question. I said, I really want to hear an answer to this question. Do Black Lives Matter? And the point of the question is not do the philosophy of the Black Lives Movement matter, but does the concept of Black lives, does that matter? And that question, it would be helpful for the question to be answered without a but. Yes, but. When policemen do bad things in our nation, there are many people who are quick to say, but that's a small percentage. But my experience living in this nation is that that small percentage is all over America. I mean, maybe it's a club, but I said to my friend once, I said, I like to run early in the morning. And I said, is it safe to run in your neighborhood? He said, sure, it's safe. And so I said, let me put it like this. Is it safe for me to run in your neighborhood? And he says, sure. He says, it's a safe neighborhood. I said, all right, let me put it like this. Is it safe for a black man to run through your neighborhood at 4:30 in the morning? And he stopped and he said, I'm not sure. And so the challenges that I face, and I try to say it to people in such a way that they understand that I'm not reflecting a bias of a people. I am telling you that this is what a lot of us experience. We had a conversation, one of my elders, he just said just 3 days ago, and this guy is as conservative as you can be, gets on my nerves sometimes, but He's an amazing guy. He loves this nation, and he loves you and the president. But he was hurt by what took place, and which I believe is not representative of the totality of the policemen. But if I tell you that's going on, and you are ignorant that it's going on, it really would be important to us that you would say, tell me how I can help, rather than pretend that it doesn't exist. And I'm sort of, I don't want to be fatalistic, sir, but when Hezekiah heard that in a few years his nation was going to go into captivity, he had this attitude. He said, well, at least it won't happen in my day. And I think where we are, and we've used the term kick the can down the road, let somebody else deal with. And I think, and I don't want to use the word unfortunate, but I think the fortunate thing for this nation is that many of the problems that previous administrations, more than a half century of them, were unwilling to deal with the problems that you guys are having to deal with. And in order to bring order, sometimes you have to bring a sense of, here is the responsibility. I want to live in a city that has policemen. I don't care what color they are. I don't want to live in a city where we are unsafe if we go out of the house. And so you've committed yourself to that. I want to live in a nation at which at some point Roe v. Wade that is more responsible, and Planned Parenthood who are more responsible for killing black babies, 3,000 a day. And so do Black Lives Matter? Yes, and they should matter all the way down the stream, from the oldest to the youngest. White lives matter, and we don't deny that. But right now, white lives aren't being oppressed in the same way. So stay sensitive, listen, learn, adjust, eat some collard greens and things like that, and it'll be amazing turnabout.
Thank you so much, Bishop. Thoughts, Judge? No.
But, you know, when I think of my experience as a mother, and I can tell you that I have 3 sons who have been stopped collectively at least a dozen times by the police, even some black police in the city of Pittsburgh. So it's not, you know, just white police officers stopping a black young man. It's a mindset that if you are a young black man driving a nice car, you must either be a drug dealer or you stole the car. And, you know, so I've had to contend with police officers in that way. And even to the point of going to the station and confronting the commander about the behavior of his officers, because I raised my children to be respectful and to respect authority. And I believe that just because they are young and black doesn't mean that they are not entitled to the same respect. And I might add, for all the 12 or so times that they've been stopped, they've never been charged with anything. And I understand that in the position that I hold, or that I held, you know, once the police investigate to see who owns the car, it's the end of the story, but that's not the case for most people. And so, you know, racism is clearly a problem. And, you know, I don't ever want to convey the impression that I don't believe that it is. But I also believe that it's a sin problem rather than a skin problem. And I believe that the solution to any lie is truth. And I believe that, as the Bible says, Jesus said he is the way, he is the truth, and he is the life. And I believe that he not only has the answer, he is the answer. And I believe that, you know, part of the issue with our society as a whole is that we have turned our backs on the truth, and that's in the Black community as well as the greater community. So, as in the church, we have to stand up for the truth, and we have to model the truth, and we have to never be afraid to call wrong by any other name than wrong. But at the same time, we have to, open the doors to minister to hurting people and to show them and demonstrate to them the right way that we are to proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much.
Mr. Vice President, one of the things that I think we need to confront directly and not talk around is that even when leaders, whether you're an African-American conservative such as myself, or you're the Vice President of the United States or a U.S. Senator, when we talk about America and you talk to individuals whose parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandparents were constantly told that you're a second-class citizen, when we talk about the ideals of the American dream and the pride of wearing the uniform and saluting the flag, but that doesn't apply to you when you come home after World War II. That doesn't apply to you when we're lynching you in the South after World War I. It doesn't apply to you to getting a job after the Vietnam War and the like. Or we're going to make sure that your kids are stuck in bad schools because we have redlined your communities to force them to be in the bad schools. We can have the highest aspirations of what we say with our speeches, what we say when we engage the community. They don't believe us. What we have to do courageously is continue with the fight. We're going to take a lot of gunk thrown at us. That's just how it's going to be. But with the policies that we put in place, whether it's education, criminal justice reform, economic policy, showing that that essence of the American dream is truly for all, and then taking a stance when that occurs, doing it courageously, not wavering, not being afraid of the blowback. I can't speak like a preacher. I'm just a former altar boy that went to church about 10 minutes away from here. But as a Catholic, there are certain things that we believe as well. That truth that God taught us. And you go to the New Testament, we talk a lot about quoting Scripture. But a lot of what Jesus did was with parables. He didn't talk about Christianity. There was no Christianity then. And he talked to a whole lot of people that didn't believe in God at that point of time. If we take that same analogy, there's a lot of people that don't believe in America right now. There's a lot of people that don't believe in Pittsburgh. We tell ourselves in one regard that Pittsburgh's the greatest city in the nation, in part because we have 6 Super Bowl championships. But we also sit in a city that has the widest occupation gap between blacks and whites in the country. So we have a low unemployment rate, and many of the black men are more inclined to be going around pushing a broom than they are to be dressed like Scott. And then the expectation when the police officers see them leaving work, even if they work downtown at PNC Bank, the expectation is you must be working there in a remedial job. And you see that carrying over throughout the society. Those are things that we have to tackle. Now, you may not be able to tackle the hearts and minds as a vice president, but you can tackle public policy and then influence the hearts and minds. That's our challenge from a public policy standpoint, even as we follow the lead of the church.
Reverend Nelson, we'll get a final word from both of you.
All right. One of the things that I've been blessed with is the opportunity God has placed me in to serve over 30 years in law enforcement. And during that 30-plus years of law enforcement, I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I'm not talking about the things that were on the street. I'm talking about good, bad, and the ugly that were inside of those ministers. And this is what God refers to police officers as. We're ministers, and we have a look upon us. When God looks upon us, he looks upon us as almost as angels. He gave wings to the angels of heaven and badges to the angels of earth. And one of the things that some of the angels of earth have done, they have become fallen angels. And I've noticed this even as I've come up and I've watched through the police academy as I came through. One of the jobs that I was given was cultural diversity and sensitivity instructor, to try to go about and try to get officers to calm it down a little bit. And the reason that was there was because a lot of officers had forgotten their oath. And when you forget your oath, you break your contract with the people. Just like with Mr. Floyd, a contract was broken. Mr. Floyd didn't take an oath to protect the officer, but the officer did take an oath to protect Mr. Floyd. And that contract was broken. And one of the problems that we have, and I've seen it as it's progressed in law enforcement, is that there's become less respect for those that you're supposed to serve and more of a power over those that you're supposed to serve. What we have, if you were to go into the woods, you would find that a rabbit is afraid of the fox. The fox, he's afraid of the mountain lion. The mountain lion is afraid of the bear. But what is the bear afraid of? Absolutely nothing. He's the big boy of the woods. And too many police officers have become the big boy of the woods. There's nobody to put him in check. And when a police officer does something bad, there doesn't seem to be any fear that there will be any repercussions. When we had a young gentleman killed just a few years back, Anton Rose, the street was buzzed with, you know, it's hard to convict a police officer. Why? Because it's hard to bring down the bear. Even the district attorney didn't want to file charges. And when he did get to court, in these rare occasions, you will find that it's only to prosecute but not to convict. And I've watched it from the inside. I ran the courthouse, the third floor criminal division of the courthouse, and even assigned Judge Allen her deputies in the courthouse, and you would see that there would be an intimidation factor even if there was a thought of you're going to convict one of the brotherhood. When you find a police officer who does find himself in that position of being in the courtroom, the whole courtroom is filled with police officers. The halls are filled with police officers, letting it be known you're not going to touch this brother. And you don't find that. If a doctor is indicted on something, you don't find the courtroom filled with doctors because, well, let's see how it works out. But there is an intimidation factor that does go out, and that's one of the things that has to be addressed when it comes to any type of reform. And it has to start when you look back at the academies. I've been in the academy. I've seen the teachings where they taught us, even though they had blacks in the class, that blacks weren't as good. I sat in the classes when this was being taught to the young police officers. And the young officers, even in my class, we had to look at one another and said, what are we getting ourselves into? Because we're being taught, these guys beside us are being taught that blacks are not as good. We were being taught that it's a we versus them. And now that this has been released, we've released this monster. The bear is in the wood, and there's no kraken to take care of the bear. So when he goes out and he does the things that he does, there's no one to actually put him in check. And I believe, honestly, that unless it starts at some higher level, federal government, to just say, look, we're going to handle these cases, you're going to find that they're going to be quashed. You're going to find that they're not going to be put in the proper perspective where they need to be. Someone has got to do something about the unchallenged bear in the woods, because if not, then he's going to go about and continue to do the things that he's done. And that's not the way that it's supposed to be. One of the things that you mentioned that has been brought up is that it's the church. You were heading the coronavirus task force. Well, God has a task force for disease too, and it's called the church, and we have failed. We have failed. I talked to some of the colleagues here and even my church, and I told them, I said, listen, you know, people are so busy talking about getting tested for COVID-19. Nobody, as Jesus has said, let a man examine himself. No one is being tested for your hate. No one is being tested for your racism, for how you feel. And when you go out into the world and you've got this disease, regardless of what job you have, regardless of whether or not you have that angel badge on your chest, if it's not within your heart, putting to serve and protect on the card means nothing if serving and protecting is not within your soul. And we have got to get to a place where, okay, how do we get back to that? All the rules in the world, all the referendums on paper won't do us any good. It's like when people want to say one more law saying get rid of guns, one more gun law. You've got 10,000 gun laws. 10,001 won't change anything. What we need to do is get to the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem is getting back to unteaching, if you will, that philosophy that it's us against them. One of the worst things that you'll find out here is when you see police, when there is a riot situation, they're dressed like soldiers because they're coming against an enemy. You don't find police officers who are dressed as police officers. I've been in those uniforms when we had the situation here in Pittsburgh. My job, I had my squad, we protected the courthouse. Nobody was getting in, and that was a fact. Nobody was going to get past my unit. But they dressed us like soldiers to deal with our own people. And we've got to get that soldier mentality out of our hearts, out of our souls. And remember, these are our charges. I'm the guard dog. My job is to protect these people. Heat of the day, middle of the night, that's my job. So I would just ask that someone would look into, let's go back to the beginning, just like I had to deal with. And again, we're talking over 30 years. And this was being taught in the academy back then, that we against them. And we're going to let them know that. And that has to stop.
Thank you, Reverend Nelson. Thanks for your long service in law enforcement. And I want to assure you, as the President announced yesterday, we are looking for ways to advance better standards, better training, and I'll carry back your counsel and your experience. We will probably need to talk again. Thank you very much. Pastor?
Well, since you guys are here to listen, I have a favor to ask. And let me preface it with, I only know about you through whatever article I read. So this is not an indictment. This is not me being presumptuous about anything. But I have a favor. You guys are politicians, and I respect that. What I hear about you is that you're a Christian, and I love that. My favor is, given your sphere of influence, given the people who are around you, I ask that you lead as though everything you do has to go past Jesus first. I ask that you lead based off of the truth, the unadulterated, infallible truth of God. Even if it's not popular, if it's acceptable to God, I ask that you fight for it. I ask that you use your platform as the Vice President of the United States to share God's word unabashedly. I pray that you focus on God's truth and not votes. I pray that you stand on God's word and not popularity. I pray that everything you do will be filtered through the scriptures, the truth of the scriptures, regardless of what the president says, regardless of what your cabinet says, or what your constituents may think. My favor to you and to you, as the senator, I ask that you guys lead as though you report to Jesus Christ himself. If you can just do us that one favor, again, we live in a sinful world, and the Bible lets us know that it's only going to get worse before it gets better. So again, I'm exhausted and I'm tired, but I'm still optimistic. But my optimism is that we have an opportunity to lead people to Jesus Christ. And that's the hope when it comes to reform of any kind, police reform, school reform, you name the reform. If Jesus isn't in it, then all we're going to do is watch the pendulum of laws go back and forth. We can pass policies, and then when you guys are out of office, someone is going to create another policy or cancel that policy, and the pendulum is going to go back and forth. But if you lead as though you answer to Jesus and Jesus only, the decisions you make will have everlasting impact on the body of Christ. So I appreciate you guys, and I thank you for coming to listen. And my favor that I ask of you guys is lead as though you only report to Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Pastor Owens. And this is just about the best hour I've had in a long time. I have to tell you, it's been invigorating, informative, and real. And I want to thank each one of you for the words of insight, admonition, challenge, and encouragement. And I just I want to assure you that we'll carry your counsel back into Bishop Garlington and your wonderful wife, who I know is also a pastor here, to your whole team. Thank you for the hospitality. Our aim, you quoted a verse in the book of Micah I'm not familiar with, but I'm going to go look it up. I like Micah 6:8. And that'd be our prayer that we. So what, O man, does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly? And that'll be our aspiration, Scott, won't it? And Pat, that'll be our aspiration, is to work with each one of you to listen, to carry back your counsel, confident of your prayers, so that we can, on an increasing basis in the country, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly. So the last words to you, Bishop.
When you said, I'm tired, I thought of the passage in Lamentations wherein he says, therefore I will have hope, for the mercies of the Lord are new every morning. So tomorrow morning when you wake up, there'll be some new mercies for each one of us that will enable us to walk through another tough season. I am so thrilled that you came to be with us and to have our colleagues, and I think we sought to speak with clarity and not guilt, and we appreciate your efforts to make this world a better place. Thank you for coming, and thank you for each of you sharing your lives with us.
Thank you, Bishop. God bless you.
We are here to listen to community and faith leaders and to present our vision of advancing the cause of justice and freedom. What happened 2 weeks ago was a disgrace. Unfortunately, there are some trying to stoke division and to push an extreme agenda which we won't go for, that will produce only more poverty, more crime, more suffering. From day one, I've been fighting for the forgotten men and women of America. We're aggressively pursuing economic development in minority communities, and we're confronting the healthcare disparities. We're working to finalize an executive order that will encourage police departments nationwide to meet the most current professional standards for the use of force. We're renewing our call on Congress to finally enact school choice now, because access to education is the civil rights issue of our time. Every child should be able to grow up in a safe community, free from violence and fear. Nice place. Wow. I've been hearing about this one. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor and very important time in our country. A lot of things are happening, and I think when it all ends up, it's going to end up very good for everybody. It's an honor to be at Gateway Church with the Attorney General, our great Attorney General, William Barr. Thank you. And my friend Ben Carson, who's done a fantastic job at HUD, Secretary. And a young star, Jerome Adams, General. Where is Jerome? Jerome? Along with a lot of my friends out in the audience. In fact, a lot of the great political leaders from Texas, I see. Some great, great friends, and I want to thank you all for being here. Faith leaders, members of law enforcement, so important. We want law and order. We have to have a lot of good things, but we have to have law and order. Got to have some strength. You have to have strength. You have to do what you have to do. And you look at Seattle. We just came in. We just see over the screen, and we've been hearing about it. Bill and I were talking about it. A law and order. Look at what happened in Seattle. They took over a city, a big city, Seattle. It's a chunk of it, a big chunk. Can't happen. That couldn't happen here, I don't think, in the state of Texas, could it? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I want to thank Pastors Robert Morris and Steve Dullen. They're great people. Great people with a great reputation, I have to say that. Great reputation. And Gateway Church, the team has been incredible in hosting us. And I'd now like to ask Pastor Morris and Bishop Jackson to lead us in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Lord, we need you. We need you at this time in our country. And I thank you for our president. I thank you, Lord, for our leaders. I thank you, thank you, thank you. I know in the Bible that when something was emphasized, it was repeated. Holy, holy, holy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lord, that we are about to bring tremendous progress to a problem that's been here for a long time. And I thank you for this administration. And Lord, we pray your blessings and your guidance today on this meeting. In Jesus' name.
Jesus' name. Father, we thank you so much for what you're doing today. You have revealed so many things that are untoward, even evil. But we ask, according to Isaiah 50, verse 4, that you would give us the tongue of the learned, that we should know how to speak to the heart of this nation. Give us a word in season to him that's weary, and waken us morning by morning, God, that we would hear and speak. We have a great, courageous president who's a problem solver. And let him speak as your mouthpiece and act as your instrument. And we thank you for this time. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, Bishop, and thank you very much, Pastor. That's great. And we're going to be discussing some pretty important things today, I think. It's all important, but the timing of this is very appropriate. This was set up actually a long time ago, but the timing is very appropriate. We are here to listen to community and faith leaders. We're going to be hearing from a lot of the good ones, some of the great ones, but a lot of the good ones, and to present our vision of advancing the cause of justice and freedom. From day one, I've been fighting for the forgotten men and women of America, and I think we've been doing a great job of it. We've been doing a lot in many other ways, but it gets lost a little bit sometimes. Bishop, you know that. It gets lost. We've done so much, and a lot of the things that we've done that we're very proud of gets lost. Like we got criminal justice reform passed, and they've been trying to do it for many years, and they haven't been able to. It's all passed. We secured permanent and record-setting funding for HBCUs, that's historically Black colleges and universities. It's all done. We created tens of thousands of jobs with opportunity zones. Tim Scott, and we had a great senator from South Carolina that many of you know. He came with an idea, and I thought it was a great idea, and we got it done. A lot of people said that could never happen, but nobody thought it would be successful like it is. Tens of thousands of jobs and investment in communities where that money wouldn't go. And we achieved the lowest Black unemployment in the history of our country prior to the plague coming in from China. And we'll get it back again soon. It'll happen soon. That'll happen very soon. In recent days, there's been vigorous discussion about how to ensure fairness, equality, and justice for all of our people. Unfortunately, there are some trying to stoke division and to push an extreme agenda which we won't go for, that will produce only more poverty, more crime, more suffering. This includes radical efforts to defund, dismantle, and disband the police. They want to get rid of the police forces. They actually want to get rid of it. And that's what they do, and that's where they'd go. And you know that because at the top position, there's not going to be much leadership. There's not much leadership left. Instead, we have to go the opposite way. We must invest more energy and resources in police training and recruiting and community engagement. We have to respect our police. We have to take care of our police. They're protecting us, and if they're allowed to do their job, they'll do a great job. And you always have a bad apple no matter where you go. You have bad apples, and there are not too many of them. And I can tell you there are not too many of them in the police department. We all know a lot of members of the police. I was listening today, and friend of mine was on, very important person, said some of the best people he's ever met are policemen, law enforcement people. And they're taking care of people that in many cases they never even met before. And at great danger, at great risk. They get shot for no reason whatsoever other than they're wearing blue. They get knifed. You saw that the other night. It was a horrible thing. But there is no opportunity without safety. In Chicago, 48 people were shot and 18 people were killed in one day, Sunday, May 31st. Think of that. 48 people shot, 18 people killed. You don't hear about it too much. Every child should be able to grow up in a safe community, free from violence and fear. They've taken a lot of the police protection away in Chicago, and they have great, great police in Chicago. I know Chicago very well, but they're not allowed to do what they can do better than anybody. They could do the job very easily. Americans are good and virtuous people. We have to work together to confront bigotry and prejudice wherever they appear, but we'll make no progress and heal no wounds by falsely labeling tens of millions of decent Americans as racist or bigots. We have to get everybody together. We have to be in the same path, I think, Pastor. If we don't do that, we have problems, and we'll do that. We'll do it. I think we're going to do it very easily. It'll go quickly, and it'll go very easily. We have so many different elements of strength in this country. We have such potential in this country. We have the greatest potential. We have the greatest country in the world. But we get off subject. We start thinking about things that don't matter or don't matter much. And the important things we don't even discuss. But we're here to discuss some very important things today. Politicians make false charges, and they're trying to distract from their own failed records. They have some very bad records. And these are usually the ones that cause the problems or can't solve the problems. These are the same politicians who shipped our jobs away and took tremendous advantage of all Americans, but African-American middle class. So much of that wealth and that money and those jobs went to China and other countries, and they get trapped. They get trapped. They get trapped in a government morass. They get trapped in bad government schools. So I'm going to be announcing 4 steps to build safety and opportunity and dignity. First, we're aggressively pursuing economic development in minority communities. We're doing it very powerfully. We've done it with opportunity zones, but we're going to go above that. At the heart of this effort is increasing access to capital for small businesses, and that's with minority owners in black communities. And we're going to get it done, and it should have been done a long time ago. It's been very difficult, very, very difficult for some people, been unfairly difficult. Second, we're confronting the healthcare disparities, including addressing chronic conditions and investing substantial sums in minority-serving medical institutions. We have medical institutions in some areas of our country that are a disgrace. I was going to say not up to standard. They're much worse than not up to standard. They're a disgrace. Take care of it. Third, we're working to finalize an executive order that will encourage police departments nationwide to meet the most current professional standards for the use of force, including tactics for de-escalation. Also, we'll encourage pilot programs that allow social workers to join certain law enforcement officers so that they work together. We'll take care of our police. We're not defunding police. If anything, we're going the other route. We're going to make sure that our police are well-trained, perfectly trained, they have the best equipment. Some of the things that we have heard, because I know a lot of the people in the audience, and they're professionals at what they do, and they're successful people, and we're hearing things that are not even thinkable. I've never even heard of this before last week. It was like, it started about a week ago, where I heard they want to close up all police forces. That's what their attack on a very liberal governor in the state of Washington is. We want the police force closed. It's not like they want to sort of bring a little money into something else. They want it actually closed. And I'm thinking, what happens late at night when you make that call to 911 and there's nobody there? What do you do? Whether you're white, black, or anybody else, I mean, what do? You're dialing and there's somebody breaking into a house, and it happens to be a violent person. There are violent people around, Pastor. Even you will admit that, right? We want to think the best, but you have some very violent people. And when they're breaking into your house at 12 o'clock in the evening and you're sitting there and you don't have a police force, they're actually talking about not having a police force. Well, that's not happening with us. We're going to have stronger police forces because that's what you need. In Minneapolis, they went through 3 nights of hell, and then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. It just, everything stopped. And I'll never forget the scene. It's not supposed to be a beautiful scene, but to me it was, after you watch policemen running out of a police precinct. And it wasn't their fault. They wanted to do what they had to do, but they weren't allowed to do anything. It wasn't really their fault, but they were running down the street. They weren't allowed to do what they're trained to do. And they took over the precinct. They burned it, essentially burned it down. I'm pretty good at construction, I want to tell you. That was almost what we call a complete renovation, if you're lucky. And it was a very sad thing. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. But we are very proud of the fact that I called, I said, I'm sorry, we have to have them go in. And they went in, and it was like a knife cutting butter right through, boom. I'll never forget, you saw the scene on that road, wherever it may be, in the city, Minneapolis. They were lined up, boom, they just walked straight. And yes, there was some tear gas and probably some other things, and the crowd dispersed and they went through. By the end of that evening, and it was a short evening, everything was fine, and you didn't hear too much about that location having problems anymore. They went to other locations, and the same thing would happen. As an example, Seattle would be so easy to solve. Would be so easy to solve. We have a governor here of a great state. It's called Texas. He would solve it very easily, as would other of your political leaders, including your lieutenant governor. They would solve it very easily. It's a lot of it's common sense. I don't even think it's courage. I think it's probably more courageous the other way, because I wouldn't want to be doing it the other way. It's very unsafe. So I just want to tell you that we're working on a lot of different elements having to do with law, order, safety, comfort, control. But we want safety, we want compassion, we want everything. What happened 2 weeks ago was a disgrace when you see that. What happened on numerous occasions over the last 2 weeks, people were killed. A number of people were killed, and it was very, very terrible and very, very unfair. A number of them were police officers, and it was a very unfair situation. We don't want to see that. And with strength, you wouldn't even have that. They wouldn't be in a position to do the kind of damage that they've done. They've destroyed people, they've destroyed businesses, they've destroyed African-American owned small businesses that hopefully they're going to come back. We're providing funding for a lot of small businesses, and hopefully we'll be able to get everybody online and get funding to be able to open up their stores and their small businesses again. But we're working to finalize an executive order that will encourage police departments nationwide to meet the most current professional standards of force. And that means force, but force with compassion. But if you're going to have to really do a job, if somebody's really bad, you're going to have to do it with real strength, real power. And I said, and people said, oh, I don't know if we like that expression. I said, we have to dominate the streets. You can't let that happen, what happened in New York City, the damage they've done. You have to dominate the streets. And I was criticized for that statement. I made the statement, we have to dominate the street. And they said, oh, that's such a terrible thing. Well, guess what? You know who dominated the streets? People that you don't want to dominate the streets. And look at the damage they did. So I'll stick with that. And I think most of the people in this room, maybe every person in this room will stick with that. And we're doing it with compassion. If you think about it, we're dominating the street with compassion because we're saving lives and we're saving businesses. We're saving families from being wiped out after working hard for 20 and 30 years. I saw the one woman, she worked 35 years building a store, and in one night it was totally wiped out. It's terrible. And fourth, we're renewing our call on Congress to finally enact school choice now. School choice is a big deal. Because access to education is the civil rights issue of our time, and I've heard that for the last, I would say, year, but it really is. It's the civil rights issue of our time. When you can have children go to a school where their parents want them to go, and it creates competition, and other schools fight harder because all of a sudden they say, wow, we're losing it, we have to fight harder, it gets better. So many different ways. But there are groups of people against that. You have unions against it, you have others against it, and they're not against it for the right reasons. They're against it for a lot of the wrong reasons, and we're going to get that straightened out. We've done a lot of it. We've had tremendous success with choice. We had choice in a lot of ways. We also have choice in the military. You know, before I came here, the vets would wait online, Pastor. They'd be waiting. It wouldn't be acceptable to you. I know it wouldn't be acceptable to the bishop. I know it's going to be acceptable to you. They'd wait for 4 or 5 weeks to get online, a vet, where they were sick. They were feeling badly, and they'd get online, and they'd say, there's a 6-day wait, sir. There's a 2-week wait. There's a 1-month wait. And you'd have people online that weren't very ill, and they'd be terminally ill before they got to see a doctor. They'd die. And for years and years, they've been trying to get veterans' choice. That means if you can't get to a doctor reasonably quickly, you go outside, you go to a local doctor around where you live, and the government pays the bill. And by the way, it sounds expensive. It's very cheap by comparison. It's actually much better. Now, most importantly, we take care of our vets. By far most importantly. But it's one of those many cases where it's actually less costly and better. Sometimes you'll see a building, it costs less money than another building that costs more because the one that built the one that costs more, this one looks better. The one that's cheaper, it looks better. They say, how much more did you spend for that building? Actually, we spent less. You can do that. It's called, you have to know what you're doing, if you know what you're doing. That's only good for the real estate people in here, of which there are plenty, by the way. So I just want to thank everybody. This is a tremendous place. This is a great city. This is a great, great city, and with tremendous people and tremendous pride. And I say the same for the state of Texas. You know, your governor came to me and he said, when you had your bad hurricane 2 years ago, I gave so much money to Texas, more. He kept coming, more. How about here? How about... So finally, you know, though, we took good care of Texas. Is that right? We took such good care of Texas. They were looking for the next hurricane. They said, when's the next hurricane? But they had a big one. And they say you had the largest water dump ever. It just didn't stop. It came in, and you thought it was gone, and then it went back out, and it reloaded, right? And it happened 3 times. And your governor came, and he wanted to build a barrier so the water would hit the barrier, wouldn't come into certain parts of Texas. Called me, he said, sir, I just have one more request. This is after we gave $28 billion, sir, $28 billion. I mean, we watch the pennies, but when it comes to Texas, we don't watch them too closely, okay? And he said, Governor Abbott, he said, just one more request, and it's a very small one, sir. We have a way of building a wall. It goes up and down. It moves with the tides. I said, that sounds expensive to me. It moves with the tides, and it's not a lot of money. Could I ask you to do me one small favor and approve it? I said, how much is it? Sir, it's only $10 billion. And I said, start working on it, right? I said, start working on it, because we can do things to get rid of those. You get hit pretty hard here. They get hit pretty hard here, don't they? Were you affected very much when you had, during the hurricanes itself?
We had a lot of people who were displaced that came to this area.
Yeah. Well, we took good care of everybody. So I just want to say this is one of my favorite places. I know we're doing very well here. During the last process, they kept saying that Texas is too close to call. And friends of mine in Texas would say, it's not too close to call. You're going to win in a landslide. And I said, well, they keep saying it. Yes. We had one man got on television, actually, and he said, I don't know where you come from, but I don't think this is too close to call. I think he's going to win by a lot. And we won by a lot. It was 8 o'clock, and the polls were closed, and they said, Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. And he said it simultaneously, so. And we're doing good here again. But, you know, one of the things I have to say, because this is big oil territory, I think we've done a fantastic job with bringing back the oil in a rapid fashion. That looked pretty bad. That looked pretty bad. You had a case, you had a couple of hours where if you bought a barrel of oil, you bought it for $37, as if they gave you 37, okay? There's never been a thing like that ever. Now I see that it's getting close to $40 a barrel, and you're back in business, and we got it done fast, and we got Russia together with Saudi Arabia, and they cut production, and they got it back fast, and we're very, very proud of it. The supply changed rapidly with COVID-19 or whatever you want to call it. I'd never heard so many names. You have about 30 names you can call this thing. I call it the plague from China. It's a plague. And it's not good. And it's not good. And it's could have been stopped. It could have been stopped in China, but they decided not to do that. And we'll have to figure that one out, won't we? So I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. This is a very spectacular place, and I want to introduce Attorney General Barr and Secretary Carson to say a few words, along with the Surgeon General, who has been a real young star in the administration. And please, if I could, Bill, take over, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening this discussion. And I'd like to thank the many impressive leaders, civic leaders, religious leaders, and colleagues from law enforcement who are here. That ghastly spectacle in Minneapolis was really jarring to the whole nation, and it forced us to confront and think about, reflect on longstanding issues in our nation. Those issues obviously relate to the relationship between law enforcement and the African American community. But just to step back a little and take a broader view initially, I've been thinking about how do we achieve the full American dream for all communities, African American communities, all communities. And one of the reasons I'm proud to serve in this administration is because I think the President is moving forward on the critical elements necessary to provide and ensure that opportunity. First and foremost, economic growth. Without growth, there is no opportunity. Second, education. I think Condi Rice said a few years ago, it's the civil rights issue of our time, because without a good education, we are not allowing our young people to seize their opportunities and pursue their dreams. And as the President mentioned, it's only by empowering parents and giving them the power to choose the education for their children that we're ever going to be able to obtain that. Third, I think, is moral discipline. And our young people, they have to have the discipline to seize the opportunity, to make momentary sacrifices for later gain. And traditionally, that has come, and people can find it perhaps from many sources, but traditionally that has come from religion, which our founders believed was the foundation of our republic. And we have to stop policies that undermine religion or relegate religion out of the public square. But now I get to my job, which is safety. Without safety, you cannot have progress. You can't have a life, a decent life in a community. And, you know, this was struck home to me 30 years ago when I visited Trenton when I was Attorney General last time, and I went to a small barber shop in an African-American neighborhood. And there were people there in their 60s and 70s, and they said, Mr. Barr, we're in our golden years, and we are living behind bars. Look down the street. All the bars are on our windows, and the criminals run free on the street. Now, we've made a lot of progress since then. The crime rate has been cut in half. And a big part of that has been improvement in policing and the progress we've made in policing. And yes, the progress that police departments have made in building relationships with the community. I think law enforcement has understood for a long time that there is distrust in the African community toward the law enforcement system. And when you reflect on our history, you could understand why. Because for most of our history, just up until the last 60 years, the institutions in this country, the laws and the institutions were explicitly discriminatory. There was not equal protection of the law by law. And it's only been since Jim Crow that our laws have been changed to provide for equal justice. And what we've had really since, and so the civil rights effort up until that time was to tear down institutions. But I don't think now is the time to be tearing down our institutions, because we've been on a march for the last 50 years of reforming our institutions. And we don't need to tear them down. We have to be mature about this, and when we see problems, we have to redouble our efforts to reform our institutions and make sure they're in sync with our values. And I don't think anyone who's honest would deny that we've made a lot of progress in policing over the last 50 years. And in fact, you know, one of the things about this episode in Minneapolis was how fast both the state and federal law enforcement responded to dealing with that action. So I think that while we saw something very bad, it has helped perhaps galvanize the will of the country to bring good out of that. And we can't let that incident obscure the fact that progress has been made, that policemen are by and large, by overwhelming majority, good, decent people who care about their community and put their lives on the line for us, their neighbors. And we can't lose sight of the fact, and can't let this event obscure the fact that the real oppression and danger to our communities comes more from violent crime and lawlessness than it does from the police. Now, we've never had a president who's more committed to reforming law enforcement. And he's done that with the First Step Act and with the first police commission since Lyndon Johnson. And I'm very optimistic about, you know, what we're going to be able to do, given his leadership, but also given the leadership of our police forces, which around the country increasingly have become better and better led. I think the police profession is itself committed to addressing the issues that we saw in Minneapolis and completing the process of professionalizing policing in this country. And as the president said, we're working on a number of things through the commission that he set up and also through an executive order to propel that process even faster by looking at how we can encourage the adoption of guidelines about the use of force that are acceptable both to the community and to the police profession, but also to encourage certification of police forces, and also through such activities as increasing grants to encourage the use of co-responders. More and more our police are being asked to deal with problems that you know hasn't previously been the problem of law enforcement. They have to deal with homeless people. They have to deal with a lot of mental health issues. They have to deal with you know, drug addiction, the drug addicts and so forth. And providing some additional support to the police in these areas is going to be important. So let me just say that the Department of Justice is committed to support the President's efforts here, do all we can to bring good out of this bad incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Surgeon General, please, go ahead.
Secretary
You want to
Price is
go?
gonna
Go ahead, why don't you go, then Ben will go. Is that okay?
All right.
Good, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. Thank you to the panelists. I just want to start off by saying that many people across the country and across the great state of Texas are hurting right now due to the tragedy that occurred to George Floyd. And I just want to extend my condolences to the Floyd family, and to the entire Texas community, because I know that you all live together, you work together, you play together, and you hurt together here in Texas. And so I want you to know that I feel that for you. The President asked me to give you a quick update on America's COVID-19 response. Thanks to cooperation with state and local partners, we're making progress against the virus. We are, and towards a safe reopening. Through strong public and private partnerships, America has now done more than 20 million tests. And that number is a big number. It's not just about the number, it's also about how many of those tests are coming back positive. We have a positive rate under 6% nationally, and from a public health perspective, if we're under 10% positive, we're doing a good job. So there's a lot of challenges out there, but I want you all to know that we are moving in the right direction. The data shows that we are moving in the right direction as a nation. And this has happened in part thanks to opening of over 500 community-based testing sites through the work of private sector partners in the United States Public Health Service, which I help lead with Admiral Giroir. 70% of those sites are in CDC-designated vulnerable areas. That means that we're taking the testing to those who need it the most, to those who are most at risk. We also have testing at 92% of America's community health centers, which predominantly serve low-income areas and communities of color. We've helped equip our frontline workers, our healthcare heroes, with 94 million N95 respirators, 149 million surgical masks, and more than 1 billion gloves. And a large proportion of those supplies at the President and the Secretary's direction are going to nursing homes. And I just want to, I see the governor over there, I want to give you all a shout out. Texas has led the way in nursing home testing. 100% of their nursing homes have been tested. They're leading the way in testing people in corrections facilities. Over 95% of people in corrections facilities have been tested. That is something you all should be tremendously proud of. And these efforts have allowed states to proceed with a safe reopening while we work with states to monitor the incoming data. We know we're going to have clusters while we respond to spikes and we adjust policies as needed. But I want you to know that safe reopening is crucial for other areas in health too. We need Americans to be able to return to cancer screenings. My wife just finished cancer treatment. If she'd had to wait 6 months to get her cancer screen, she might not be here today. We need people to get their surgeries. We need people to get their vaccinations. 4.2 million children are behind on vaccinations now because of the COVID closures. We know every 1% increase in unemployment equates to a 1.3% increase in suicides. 1.3% increase in suicides. So we want to reopen safely. We also have to remember that being shut down has health consequences beyond COVID. We know that being out of school is bad for your health. We need to get our kids back in school safely. I have a 15, a 14, and a 10-year-old, and so can you tell I've been saying that a lot? But we know that COVID-19 has a tragically disproportionate burden on communities of color. Black Americans hospitalized at 4.5 times higher rates than whites. Hospitalization rates 3.5 times higher for Hispanics than whites and 5 times higher for American Indians and Alaskan Natives. The fact is this virus is exploiting and exacerbating pre-existing health disparities, and these disparate outcomes and opportunities for health are in part the anger, the frustration, and the fear that we're seeing manifest in protests around the country. And that's why it's important for people to know that beyond talking about the problem, at the President's direction, at Secretary Azar's direction, HHS and the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council, or WARC, are focusing resources on minority communities. HHS recently allocated $15 billion to Medicaid providers and $10 billion to safety net hospitals, both groups of providers that disproportionately serve Americans of color. And I spent the last 10 years working at a safety net hospital, Eskenazi Hospital in Indianapolis. I can tell you, those are the places that are doing the work. Those are the places that at the President's direction we're focusing our resources towards. We're working with the Consortium of Black Medical Schools to fund and scale local efforts in communities that again reach communities of color. CDC now requires all testing data reported by states include information on race, ethnicity, and zip code so we can continue to further refine and focus our strategy on the hardest hit communities. CMS is deregulating telemedicine to make ongoing care for many medical conditions safe, accessible, and convenient for the patients and for healthcare professionals. Again, we can't afford to let people continue to go without their care. And the administration's emphasis on public-private partnerships is allowing us to progress towards a vaccine and treatments at a record pace as a part of Operation Warp Speed. I want to add that SAMHSA has just funded 3 community behavioral health clinics right here in Texas with the CARES Act funding. Some of your congressional representatives are here. I want to say thank you to you all for passing that into the President for signing it to address COVID-19 and behavioral health needs. These facilities integrate mental health, substance abuse treatment, and physical health care in one setting and provide 24/7 crisis intervention services. Another notable mental health awareness training grant is in Austin, where funds are used to train community health officials, including law enforcement, and we have many of them in the crowd today, on recognizing signs and symptoms of mental illness and mental health crises and how to help an individual who's struggling. That's all part of reform. That's all part of reform in the positive direction, giving our frontline workers the tools and the training they need to be able to take care of these difficult situations. As Mayor Sylvester Turner said at George Floyd's funeral, we must encourage business leaders to invest in our underserved communities, and that's what the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council is all about. I have an upcoming Surgeon General's report on community health and economic prosperity, which aims to mobilize businesses to invest deeply and over time in the health of their communities. Finally, to focus on chronic conditions that disproportionately impact Black and brown people and may worsen because of COVID, Secretary Azar has instructed my office to accelerate the release of 2 calls to action, the first on maternal health, addressing the fact that women of color suffer more complications and a much higher risk of dying around childbirth. Black women are 4 to 5 times more likely to die around childbirth than white women. Native American women are more likely to die around childbirth than white women. And that's after you control for income, after you control for education, after you control for every known factor that we have. My second call to action is on hypertension control for all Americans. Hypertension is common, it's costly, and it's treatable, and yet control rates are low and stalled, especially in communities of color. So I just want to close by saying that as we reopen, the basic public health recommendations we've emphasized remain important. We've flattened the curve, but that doesn't mean that COVID has gone away, that it's any less contagious, that it's any less deadly to vulnerable communities. So if you don't want to listen to me, listen to Hall of Fame pitcher Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan filmed a PSA at the governor's direction, and he said, number 1, wash your hands. Wash them more than you've ever washed them before in your life. Number 2, follow your local and state guidelines around social distancing. This virus likes to spread person to person. So the more we can keep distance between people, especially people we don't know, the harder it is for this virus to transmit. And number 3, this isn't me speaking, this is Nolan Ryan, Hall of Fame pitcher here. When you're in a public place where it's difficult to keep a distance, like the grocery or pharmacy, the CDC recommends wearing a face covering to protect your neighbors in the event that you have COVID and you don't know it. Up to 50% of people who have COVID are asymptomatic. So thanks to the hard work of so many healthcare and public health professionals and the commitment of the American people, I want to reiterate, because you don't hear this enough, that we are making huge progress in the fight against COVID-19. And as a member of the task force, I can tell you that we frequently talk about the great work Texas has been doing up until this point to keep the people of Texas safe, to keep the most vulnerable members of their community safe. And with every American's help, with your help, Texas, we'll keep making progress. We're going to beat this virus. And thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. Thank you, Texas.
Thank you very much, Surgeon General. Thank you. Ben Carson, please.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership and your courage. I don't know of anybody who could stand up to all the criticism you get every day. 24.
Do you have a chair?
Thank you. You know, our nation is continuing a path of renewal and recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. But since the beginning, the President has talked about being a champion for the forgotten men and women of this nation. That's exactly where we've been concentrating. And it's been an honor to serve in an administration with that goal. And I'm excited to see America beginning to bounce back. The infrastructure, the economic infrastructure of our country is very strong, secondary to the abolition of multitudinous regulations and targeted tax cuts. It's still there. That foundation is there, and we will be able to get back on that track pretty quickly. But to help speed this rebound, the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council was formed to really help the long-forgotten communities achieve economic opportunity. And it has been refocused at your direction to help America's hardest-hit communities achieve economic recovery, overcome health disparities, and thrive through educational and workforce advancement. Now, to stimulate economic development and entrepreneurship, the Council has worked to set aside additional payment protection funding for our nation's low-income minority communities and provided technical support to help these communities to access this funding. They have stated that during the first round, the money wasn't getting to them. We are addressing that, and I want to thank all the different agencies. Virtually every governmental agency has contributed significantly to refocusing and addressing these problems. The groundbreaking initiative known as Opportunity Zones, which encourages long-term investment in the forgotten communities, will also be expanded to include more of the underserved areas. Another major initiative improving health and public safety comes with several administrative and legislative proposals. For example, we believe both telemedicine and increased use of mobile care can be major catalysts in our mission to overcome health disparities in underserved communities. Those are things that can actually be done very rapidly to bring health care to people who've previously been neglected. And to further this effort, we're also committed to reforming the infrastructure of our public health data system, addressing chronic conditions in at-risk populations, and working to address food insecurity in underserved communities. That means healthy foods at reasonable prices that are accessible. But one of the things that I just mentioned, the data collection, we have 50 states and we have territories in Washington, D.C., and we have all of those many different healthcare collection systems. And we are working to homogenize all of that, and will make it much easier for us to identify quickly health issues and to be able to address them very quickly. Other legislative proposals, such as advancing national broadband access and investment in minority-serving medical institutions, will also play a major role in improving the well-being of these forgotten communities. Making sure that we have broadband access will give access to remote learning. We will have the possibility of taking the very best biology teacher, and instead of putting them in front of 30 students, putting them in front of 1 million students, so that those students who've been neglected during all this time and relegated to places where they're not getting an appropriate education will be able to access those things. But to guarantee the fruits of these efforts and that they're long-lasting, we understand the need to go forward with a long-term view through our focus on education and workforce development. Education and workforce development is what leads to real independence for people. And the Council supports empowering disadvantaged students with dual enrollment opportunities, the creation of new short-term education and career pathways, and increased access to capital for our nation's HBCUs. School choice measures, presidential scholarships, and second chance Pell Grants to reintegrate formerly incarcerated individuals are initiatives that will prove valuable investments in our country's human capital. And we must remember these innovative new approaches in education and workforce development are nothing less than an investment in our future. We only have 330 million people in this country. Sounds like a lot of people, but compared to China, it's a quarter of what they have. India, it's a quarter of what they have. And we have to compete with them in the future. So we need to develop all of our people. And, you know, education in particular played a big role in my development. I was not a particularly good student, and that's putting it mildly. Everybody thought I was stupid, except my mother. She was always saying, Benjamin, you can bring home much better grades than this. But I would agree that I could, but I didn't. But interestingly enough, you know, my mother studied the homes that she cleaned as a domestic. She came from nothing, my mother. 24 children, got married when she was 13, dire poverty, discovered her husband was a bigamist. But she was still smart enough to study those people who had these beautiful homes. And she figured that the reason they did so well is because they were well educated. And they read a lot. And they didn't watch a lot of TV. So she came home and imposed that on me and my brother. And we were not happy campers, let me tell you. If it were today's world, we would have called social services and they'd taken her away. But what a difference it made, you know, starting to focus on education, starting to read books, to read about people from lots of different backgrounds, entrepreneurs and scientists and explorers and surgeons. And I begin to recognize that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you is you. It's not somebody else. And nobody can stop you once you decide that that is the case. And that's why with the council, there is so much emphasis on education, because it doesn't matter where you came from. You get a good education and you write your own ticket. And we must reject those people who are trying to prevent school choice, who are trying to prevent the presidential scholarships, all the things that are there to empower people. And you will see a lot of that coming out of this administration. And, you know, these investments and innovation give me a tremendous amount of hope for the future of this nation. Mr. President, under your leadership, I'm confident that the American people will emerge stronger from this pandemic and more determined than ever. And we, the people, will recognize, despite all the forces to the contrary, that we are not each other's enemies. And
That's great. Thank you, Ben. Well, that was pretty good. Standing O for Ben. He's used to that. He's used to it. Great job, Ben. He's done a fantastic job at HUD, I have to tell you that. How about Scott? We'll go quick, Scott, so we'll get something. But Scott Turner is, he's a star. He's a young star. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your leadership and giving me the opportunity to shepherd the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. And so thank you. And it's also been a great joy to work on a daily basis with Dr. and Secretary Ben Carson. And so, Dr. Carson, thank you for your leadership and your trust and confidence in me. I just want to deliver some good news along with Dr. Carson and everyone on the panel. You know, oftentimes you don't hear about the work of opportunity zones, but the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that the President signed into law in 2017 created the Opportunity Zone Initiative. And the President created the Opportunity Zone Council. And that council was made up to take 18 agencies, 15 federal and 3 state and regional partners, and move in a singular motion to direct resources into our most distressed, vulnerable, forgotten communities. And with this, and that is, it's a tremendous
time. And so our agencies on the council direct these resources. We found 270 action items to go directly into distressed communities to help the vulnerable people of America. And we've built tremendous coalitions, partnerships on the ground. We've been to over 60 cities. I've been to every one of them over the last year to visit people on the ground, education leaders, faith leaders, community leaders, business leaders, elected officials, Democrat and Republican. See, the thing about poverty, it doesn't care what party you are. The thing about revitalization, it doesn't care what party you are. We're coming together as a people for the good of the community. And oftentimes you may not hear about this, but we sit at convening such as this with all of these stakeholders at one table to have the hard conversations. What is the pain of the community? Why is the community distressed? And what can we do together, both black and white, Democrat and Republican, come together for the good of this community, for long-term sustainability, for generational impact? And because of that, because of these partnerships, because of this collaboration together, and many people all at this table have been working together to bring about generational impact. So long after we're gone and history tells the story, the Opportunity Zones is more than just a program. It's more than just a concept. It is a mission that is to outlast all of us. And I tell you that as you're here, because a lot of times people see a government program as just a check the box. This is not a government program. This is built from the grassroots, from the bottom up, to affect the people in America. And lastly, Mr. President, I would say tens of billions of dollars have been invested inside of Opportunity Zones, public-private partnerships. Erie, Pennsylvania, St. Louis, Missouri, West Dallas, right here in my great home state of Texas, and other across the nation, much money coming into our distressed communities. And I say all that to say, even though you don't hear about it often, we have put our hand to the plow and our feet to the ground. And all of these things were done prior to COVID. But I want you to know that right now, and post-COVID, that our spirit remains the same, that our heart is set, our face is set like flint, our mission is not done. But we're gonna need all of you to pray for us, to walk with us, to convene with us, to invest, to teach. And so, Mr. President, thank you. Dr. Carson, thank you. And to all of my colleagues at the table, thank you for your support. It's been a great honor.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Great. You want to say something? Please, Pastor, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just was thinking about that 30 years ago, I was serving as associate pastor at a small church, and I asked Bishop Harry Jackson to come and teach us on race relations, to teach us what we didn't know, because we don't know what we don't know. And now 30 years later, Bishop Harry and I are sitting on each side of the President of the United States. He was concerned about healing a problem that we've had in our nation for a long time, but not just addressing one part of the problem, but housing, whether Secretary of Housing, Education, Justice here. Attorney General Barr, thank you for being here. Thank you, our great governor, Governor Abbott. And I believe that we're going to work together and we're going to see freedom and justice for all in America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good job you do here, too. Great job. Jack, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Pastor Morris, for offering your church. I think right now, like any other time in our nation's history, we need God. I'm praying to the Holy Spirit to put words on my mouth right now, and I want a nation to hear me. We need the fear of God. Mr. President, you're the only Republican I've ever voted for. And I don't just say that to make you feel good. Honestly, that's not my goal, man. I'm saying that because you stood up for the word of God. And as believers, as the church, we have to pray for our president and have his back. When he raised that Bible up after those folks burnt that church, we are in a spiritual warfare.
Yeah, that's right.
We cannot fight this battle with flesh and blood. We cannot fight this battle with politics. You cannot politicize oppression. I grew up right down the street. I looked at skinheads in the eye at 13 years old. My black father went to a KKK rally to protect me. I know what racism is. So when I hear words get thrown out about white supremacy, it eats me up. Because these men are white supremacists. That's not what they look like. I'm telling black kids across America right now, we always hear we don't have black leaders. Look at this table. We are not as divided as our politics suggest. We are not as divided as our politics suggest. But I tell you what, this president, when I walk into my prisons, I'm blessed. I teach in prisons across our nation. Men who are broken, the most broken men in our country. Our Bible teaches us to serve those in prison. Our Bible teaches us to serve the poor. And when I walk into my class, and I say, guys, raise your hand if you've gotten your sentence reduced from the First Step Act. And every single one of them raised their hand. That's because of you, Mr. President, and that's because of policy. But you're brave enough to go against what everyone else has said about you. Now I'm calling on you to do more. We have a real issue in our country. In the root of it, let's not get our eye off the enemy. The root of it is fatherlessness. Our kids don't have fathers. Attorney A.G. Barr, you said it earlier. You talked about pulling God out. Do we talk about education? Well, 71% of those kids that drop out of high school don't have a father in the house. We talk about criminal justice reform. You're 5 times more likely to go to prison or have a run-in with the police department if you don't have a father in the house. We talk about health care. You're 4 times more likely to live in poverty if you don't have a father in the house, which means you're going to be sicker. We don't have to keep looking for the problem when we see it. Now it's time for Americans of all color. I'm calling on my white brothers and sisters. I'm calling on my Spanish brothers and sisters. Get out of your bubbles. Go into the communities that are underserved, and let's do what Jesus told us to do. We can bridge this gap of fatherlessness. All we got to do is go out of our bubbles, go bridge the gap with these kids, teach them what you teach your kids. We all have rooms in our homes for a couple little boys to come in and play with our sons and daughters. Let's bridge the gap through love, through Christ, and through being what we all know we are, and that's one America. God bless America. Thank you very much.
Anybody like to speak, please? Anybody? Who goes after that?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak. My name is Will Douglas. I'm the owner of, thank you, I'm the owner of Crimson Care Pharmacy Group here in Dallas, Texas, and I'm also a Republican nominee for state representative here in Texas.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to thank your administration as well as Congress for getting the PPP loans. Speaking on behalf of my pharmacies as well as a dozen or so other pharmacies here in the state of Texas that benefited from those. Because of the PPP loans, I was able to not have to let any of my employees go. And in fact, I was able to hire additional employees because our business model had changed overnight. No longer could customers come into our store, they were having to go through the drive-through, which created a whole litany of other issues. So for that, thank you. The reason why I'm running for office is because, to me, capitalism is the most important thing. Capitalism has created this bastion of free market enterprise that we have here in Texas, with Dallas being the crown jewel. And I'm afraid that we're going to lose that system that lifts people out of poverty. I was on a call with leaders in the black community here in Dallas the other day, and one of them said something to me that has stuck out, or that did stuck out, and I can't let it go. And that's that, I think he said it was an African proverb, but that a child that is not embraced by the village will burn that village down just to feel its warmth. As Republicans, we have to find ways to make capitalism embrace the people that it's left behind. Because if we don't, the next time, it won't just be villages and businesses that are being burned down. It will be the system that has lifted so many people out of poverty.
Thank you. Great.
So, Mr. President, I'll be short. I just was going to say that thank you so much for your leadership, and I think the infrastructure that you presented today is going to help a lot of people. It's going to touch businesses like William. It's going to keep communities safe with the partnership of these law enforcement officials and the partnership with these ministers that we have and advocates like John Ponder and Jack Brewer. And so over the next couple of weeks, I think the American people look forward to seeing the wealth of executive orders that you're going to issue on justice and on economic empowerment, as well as legislative asks that we're going to make to the Hill. But we all need your help, every locality, every group or organization, because it's really about bringing us all together. That's the secret ingredient, and it has to start at the local level. It starts at the local level because you are closer to the people, and we want to create that infrastructure and give you the tools to help you do what you do best, and that's help people prosper. So thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerome.
Mr. President, I'd like to say thank you for putting this together in our state of Texas, right here in Dallas. A lot has happened in the last week. I'm one of your officers here in Dallas. I'm also one of your commissioners on your law enforcement administration with Attorney General Barr. And I can't thank you how far we've done for that. I also have to say thank you to our great governor and our leadership that's sitting right there. Without them, we don't make this state, and don't make this state great. We've had some challenges because of what's happened with COVID, but I want to give you an update of what we've done on the commission so far, where we've had 9 full hearings throughout this entire time That's 35 panels, 125 witnesses, 190 written statements from individuals and interest groups. Our civil rights and community engagement organizations that we've asked to attend have no-showed. And those are the ones who can make the biggest difference when you're putting together any type of reform, because they need to be the voice to come tell us what we need. Law enforcement today is not what it was yesterday. In my 25 years, we've watched it propel to where our training is what we need the most. And with this bill, you're going to see, or with this commission, you're going to see so many reforms come out of it. It could not have come at a better time. We can't take back what happened in Minnesota. Not one officer that saw that, or federal officer that saw that, said that was the right thing that happened. It was malice, and none of us we condemn it. If I could have traded places with Mr. Floyd, I would, because I would die for everyone in this room, because that's our job. And if I could trade places with any one of those officers were there, I would have done that too, because I wouldn't have let that happen. And I have to say this to the citizens that we serve and the citizens that are listening. We see you, we hear you, we are with you, and we're going to make this better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership. Echoing sentiments of some of my colleagues up here today, thank you for your stance on criminal justice reform. Thank you for not forgetting about the forgotten people. Thank you for your commitment and your support to the men and women of law enforcement in this country, and it is so very important. My name is John Ponder. I'm the CEO of a ministry called Hope for Prisoners. And what Hope for Prisoners does is we work with men, women, and young adults that are exiting different arenas of our judicial system to provide the supportive services to help them to be able to successfully reintegrate back into their home, back into the workplace, and ultimately back into the community. And Mr. President, thank you for coming out and attending the graduation ceremony for those 31 men and women who were released from prison. I cannot tell you the wind that was beneath their wings, because you came and spoke life into them. And they're on a whole new vista of life right now because of that. Great job. Great job. One of the huge components, this is why I'm so supportive of your stance on law enforcement, because one of the key components to this reentry mechanism that we built up is our partnership with the police. Our local sheriff in Las Vegas, Nevada has given us close to 100 volunteer police officers that are mentoring and training men and women coming home from the prison system. And sir, never before in the history of reentry, nowhere on this planet to this magnitude, have the men and women from law enforcement come alongside formerly incarcerated folks and help them to successfully reintegrate back into the community. That is just further evidence that we serve a gigantic God that wants to bridge the gaps. And in that's why that is so important, because what God wants to do, the Bible calls it the repairer of the breach. See, in communities across our country, there's such a disconnect between law enforcement and people from this segment of the population. But when we're able to come up with very creative ways to bring folks together, because if you think about it, all across the country, that in that disconnect, people do not trust police. Do you know why? Because they're not in relationship with them. And in what relationship could you ever have trust unless there's life rubbing up against life in the spirit of complete transparency, that we have more in common than we have differences. And out of that transparency builds the relationship, and out of that relationship, it gets established trust. It is something that second chance employers have absolutely fallen in love with. When you can tell the employer that the person that just came home from prison, that the mentor is a captain of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, that begins to just open doors. So I thank you for that. Looking so very forward to the direction that we're going. And on behalf of the men and women who are incarcerated right now in our prison system across the country, thank you for creating that atmosphere for them on the inside. But I know that you have dug the trenches to create an atmosphere for them once they get released. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, John. Very nice. Thank you very much. Very nice. Great job you're doing, John. Great job. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for putting this together today. I've learned so much from these men and women on this stage. I really appreciate that. Thank you for, my name's Dr. Robin Armstrong, and I'm a physician, and I've had an opportunity to treat many patients with the plague from China, and it's been, and with the COVID-19, and so we've had a lot of opportunity. Thank you so much for breaking down some of the regulatory barriers in the FDA to allow us to use medications like hydroxychloroquine. And to use medications like remdesivir and plasma infusions and all those medications that are coming online now. Thank you so much for that. It's been, I had the opportunity to, we had a nursing home in South Texas that had an outbreak of COVID-19, and we saw a lot of nursing facilities around the country that were having horrible outcomes and many deaths. And what we decided to do was commit to this facility and use a medication that you are familiar with, hydroxychloroquine, and we saw tremendous outcomes. And it was, with the help of some of our elected officials, our lieutenant governor and the state senator, we were able to get access to those medications. But one of the more frustrating things I've seen has been the resistance of some of the regulatory agencies to be more open to using that. I believe that, I certainly know that COVID-19 has significantly adversely affected the African American community. And I really believe that had there been more of an openness by the regulatory agencies, certainly by our medical boards all around the country to use medications like hydroxychloroquine, I believe more lives could have been saved. And so I really, I want to thank you for bringing that issue to the forefront, because I believe that it did give us more access to medications. And so it was helpful for us. I believe it saved lives. I believe we could have saved more lives. But I just want to thank you for the work that's been done. Regulations, and you've really broke down a lot of barriers and regulations in the business community. Certainly, I would appreciate what you've done on attempting to repeal Obamacare and all the efforts you've made towards that. That's certainly going to improve access to care. And so I just want to thank you for all you've done, but we need to do a lot of work going forward to make sure that we minister to those who are most vulnerable. And so we really appreciate that. Thank you for all the work that Secretary Carson has done and Secretary Azar has done and our Surgeon General here has done. Thank you for allowing them to have the freedom to be able to innovate and do things and look at the data and make decisions. And so we really appreciate that. And thank you so much. And physicians are very supportive of you. We're really supportive of everything you've done to help bring this very inexpensive treatment to the forefront. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity. I'm humbled to be here. I'm Chief Dooley, Glen Heights Police Department. My experience is based on serving in a large department and a small department. And I can tell you that there is some phenomenal police work being done out here, across the board. But there's also some inconsistencies in our procedures, our policies, our hiring practices, our termination practices, our disciplinary practices, and I strongly support the need for standardization based on best practices for all police departments in our country. I thank the president for his foresight for making these things come to happen. I know they're coming, and we need it. We are a country of very good departments, but we need to be a country of great departments. And this message today is about the transition to greatness. We have an opportunity in this country to transform the future of law enforcement. But we need to make sure that we have a relentless pursuit of dedication to public service at all times and at all levels. Specifically, national consensus policy on use of force, every chief would be in support of that. Mandatory participation in a national use of force database, yes, it needs to happen. Development of national statements for discipline and termination of police officers, that needs to happen. Development of a police officer decertification database, yes, we need to be able to get those bad apples out of our industry. So what happened will never happen again. We need to enhance the police leadership and culture, and it starts at the top. We have some great leaders in this country, but we can always be better. We can always continuously improve. We need to implement improved recruitment, hiring, and promotion practices that are dedicated to having officers that are relentlessly pursuing the service of not the community, but our community. It's about not dividing us, but uniting us, and understand that we come from the community. We need to enhance the ability for police agencies to implement effective discipline. We need to make sure that we have policies that establish a framework for a community policeman engagement that fully embraces that police officers serve, protect, and connect everyone in our community so that we all can become better. We need training. This is not the time to defund police departments. When an organization or a business is struggling to be better, now's not the time to take away those resources. You provide them, and you hold them accountable, and you set expectations, and you manage them so they can be better. That's what you do. We need more training. We need more specific training that's dedicated to service of those that everyone we interact with on a daily basis. Those that are homeless, those that suffer from mental illness, those that need food, okay? We need the training to be able to connect those people we interact with those that can provide those services. That's what we need in this country. I want to end with just these few thoughts. I have a very simple saying to my officers that we serve, protect, and connect. And together is better. And as I look around this room, I know that together we will become better, and we will take this country to great levels under the leadership of Donald Trump.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. So it's time to say goodbye. But we'll be back. We'll be back. And I just want to thank Bishop. You've been my friend for a long time, and I appreciate everything you've done and everything you've said. A great unifying source of strength and everything else, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Can I add one last thing
Please.
before you leave?
Please.
I'm tired of people blaming the current administration and others in our generation. These problems began many years ago. And what has been exciting to me is it was the church that began the abolitionist movement. It was the church and whites and blacks working together that started the NAACP. They didn't have a black leader at the beginning of time. It was a church that led through in the civil rights movement. So I want to offer you my support in these listening sessions in that the church needs to come together. I believe we can unify better than any group. And what we're looking for you to do is to give structural guidance, which you're working on, and you've already brought forth some amazing things. But I want to affirm that Democrats can't kneel down and wear kente cloth and stop black pain. Republicans can't take some one-time act and stop black pain. But I believe we've got a man here who's courageous enough to begin something that's tough and that we're going to this time heal. And so I weep over this. I pray for you, as you know. Thank you. And we believe that we're going to get it right. I got to say one last thing. I lost my late wife a couple years ago. I found out in dealing with her that sometimes you just got to listen, feel her pain. If you try to fix it too early, you're going to make a mistake. Sure, listening sessions are wise because it's going to give that cathartic process a chance. So I don't want to take up too much time, sir, but I wanted to say that the people here, I challenge you, Christians, black, white, Asian, let's come together and let's provide a safety net, and then we'll work with business, and then we'll work along with the administration, but don't push them out here up front and say, fix it now, fix it now, fix it now, fix it now, because it's never worked that way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor. Fantastic job you did. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're with friends of mine and members of the African American community, and we're going to be talking about law enforcement, education, business, health, and various other things. As you know, tomorrow we're going to Dallas. We're going to start our rallies back up now. We've had a tremendous run at rallies. I don't think there's been an empty seat since we came down on the escalator. With the First Lady, that was with the future First Lady at that point. It's been an amazing thing to behold, and we're going to be starting our rallies. Our first one, we believe, will be we're just starting to call up, will be in Oklahoma, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Beautiful new venue, brand new, and they're looking forward to it. They've done a great job with COVID, as you know, in the state of Oklahoma. We're going to be coming into Florida, do a big one in Florida, big one in Texas. They're all going to be big. We're going to Arizona. We're going to North Carolina at the appropriate time. The governor's a little backward there. He's a little bit behind. And unfortunately, we're going to probably be having no choice but to move the Republican convention to another location. That'll be announced shortly, but we'll have no choice. We wanted to stay in North Carolina very badly. We love it. It's a great state I won. Many, many friends, many relatives, frankly, that live there. And we'll see how it all works out, but the governor doesn't want to give an inch. And what he's doing is losing hundreds of millions of dollars for his state. But we'll probably have no other recourse but to move it to another state. We have a lot of states that want it: Texas, Georgia, Florida. We have many, many states that want it, but we've given them everything we can. North Carolina, special place, but I think we're going to probably end up giving you an announcement pretty soon. We are doing well in so many ways. You see what's going on with NASDAQ. We just broke another record yesterday. Some good news came out of the Federal Reserve today. I think some very good news. We're really doing a financial comeback. The jobs numbers were fantastic. Now we'll have some other job numbers come up over the next few weeks, and we'll see how that goes, but I think it's really good, and we're on our way to a very big comeback. I'd like to ask some of the folks that I'm with today to say a few words. They've been really supporters and friends of mine. They understand life. They understand, I think, the black community better than anybody I know. And I will tell you, Ben Carson is an example of exactly what I'm talking about. He's been my friend from the first day we met, I think. And we were opponents, but we were never really opponents. Ben is a very exceptional guy. He's done a fantastic job at HUD. But I'd like to maybe start with Ben to say a couple of words and go to Darrell and the rest of us. Let's say a few words to the press, if you would, please, Ben.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We're here obviously to talk about some of the concerns in the black community that have risen to a point that people all around the world are making their voices heard. This is an opportune time to do something about it because this administration has already established a record of actually solving problems that other people just talk about and have talked about for many years. And I am delighted, Mr. President, that you have made it a priority to solve this problem. And we're all going to be helping with that process. There are many others out there, people of goodwill. You know, there's some who just wait for anything to criticize it. But there are actually some people who actually want to see a solution. And I've had a chance to talk to many of them. We'll continue to do that, put forth the kinds of programs that actually get people out of poverty, not things that just keep people stable in poverty and happy in poverty. We want to change that whole dynamic. And I think some of the things that have already been done
Welcome, welcome, once again. We are live.
It's good to see you, Greg.
Hey there, how are you, my friend?
Doing all right, and you, sir?
Ah, life is good. No complaints here. Thanks for joining us here, Justin. I know you've been,
Thank you for having me, Greg.
Yeah, always good to have you here. So there's a lot to go through, and I thought this would be just a little quick show, but then I started taking the notes on just the information in the 488-page document. It's like there's a little bit more than I had anticipated, but so I wanted to make sure that we go through the pages that we do have in this document, in this 488-page document. It's pages 285 to page 308. So we'll definitely make sure we get through those. And I'm just going to check here on YouTube to see how all that's coming through. Looks like the visual is good. And audio sounds good. Alright. The delay, not too much either. It's only like maybe 5-10 seconds, so that's good.
Which document was that, Greg?
So this is the BCA document, the 488-page document that we got from the BCA. This is the most recent document we got on September 20th, 2018. So I do have that, and if anybody wants to download that, you can download that for yourself from my website, Greg Fernandez Jr. If you Google or search for David Crowley research documents, it should come up, but you can also go to my website and go to the gray stage section and go to the research documents. That'll take you right there. pretty much have, and I need to update this too because it's not as user-friendly as I would like. I'd like all of the documents that we have to be in one simple place where everybody can just grab that link, download it for themselves, and check it out. So that's, it's 488 pages. That's a lot. That's a lot to go through.
Yes.
So, and we've gone through it a couple times, but I never really put any focus on the notepad. So I wanted to just kind of cover some of the stuff here, and we'll just go through these tests. There's a lot that they actually did here, but the one thing that I noticed here is I was calculating. Wait a minute. Okay, we got 15. There's 59 pages that were in the notepad, yet for some reason there's only 24 pages of the actual notepad. So I'm assuming that the pages that we don't have here are pages that were blank, that have nothing on them. So that's my guess. I'm hoping that that's true, because I was hoping we would have 59 pages here to go through, but we only have 24. So.
And what page of the PDF did it start at again?
So on the PDF, if you go to page 285, that's where it'll start, and I'm gonna go ahead and jump there too. So 285 is where it all begins.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And this was originally this was a 80-page notepad, and when the police found it, there were only 59 pages, front and back too. So that's the other thing. And you could tell that this was meant to be just a type of budget book. That was the purpose of this one here. So for whatever reason, they it went from a budget book, it turned into David Crowley. David Crowley had some writing on it, and at the end there's some recipes from his wife. So this book had multiple purposes, or this notepad. But it was not.
It's easy to tell the difference between the two's handwriting because Kamel definitely had the better handwriting.
Yeah, whose handwriting do you think this is here? Kamel's or David's?
Let me get to your.
Which one?
On page.
Which one?
The very front page where it says budget book. Hey, Sophia. Thanks for joining us.
That's Kamel's.
That's Kamel's. Okay.
Hey.
And I want to say hi to everybody in the chat room too. Paulette has joined us there. Thank you, Paulette. I wonder if that's the same Paulette that brought up the Veterans Day article that can't be posted on Facebook. I'm just going to sidetrack for 1 second
That was
here.
frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, this was posted January 20th, 2015, and I know for a fact that this article has been in the group.
Wait, this is.
So, but I did post it here, and what we'll do is, if I don't know why Facebook is blocking us from sharing it, but what we can do is we can create just a small little sample. Pretty much, we just copy paste these first 2 sentences, blah blah blah, copy paste that, and add the actual link. So that way, if people want to read this for themselves, then they can go and read the whole document there. So Paulette wanted us to make sure that it was posted in the group, and if we have to mirror it, then we'll definitely do that and get that posted in there. Because when I searched for it in the group, it was not there, and I was like, okay, I know it's there. I was thinking, well, maybe it was just in the comments or something, which is possible. But I think this one has been posted in the group many times. So I'm sure there was a good reason why Paulette wanted it posted here.
It wouldn't even let us post it in Messenger. And
Right.
that was odd.
Correct. Right. I couldn't. Yeah. Somebody else wanted to try to posting it too, and I tried to sending it to them, and I couldn't even send it to them in Messenger. It won't post on my personal Facebook wall, so I don't know what's going on.
And that's why I sent it to you through email, because I was like, we got to try to do something. It was a great article.
Yeah. We could probably copy and paste all the contents, maybe, and just put it in a, do that. I don't know. They might block that too, but Just want to let people know about that. So going back here to page 285, just some notes on the notepad, and I have a bunch of notes here where it says, okay, I tried to calculate all of the different pages that the notepad is on in this document here, so I will add those later on. Page 29 shows the chain of evidence, so I'm just going to jump to that. Item 41, 2 areas tested. Just want to say this, there were only 2 areas tested. 41-1, that is the cover, which I thought was very interesting, that the cover would be tested for blood, showing that the book was probably closed. Somebody flipped it open at some point. And then 41-2 is a page, and I'm not 100% sure what page that was, but I do think it was probably the page that said, open the rise now, submit to Allah. But there were only 2 pages here that were tested for blood, and there's multiple pages. Many pages have blood on it. This is item 41. The notepad is item 41, and it is part of the DNA test, the latent print test, and the question documents test. So it's part of 3 separate tests here, just to be clear. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. Whoops. Let's see. Let's go back up. Item 41. So, okay, item 41. So the chain of evidence, I think, was a good one. It just kind of shows, you know, who got it when, who got what when, and when everything was put back. So by this, we can get some really good times and dates as to when everything was tested, where it moved from the BCA into the testing, and for whatever reason, they decided not to do any handwriting comparisons, which does bother me a lot. I'm sure it bothers you both too.
Mhm. Yeah, it does.
So that's 29. And of course, you have all of the different, you know, from page 29 on, it goes down and shows you item 41A, item 41-1, -2, -3, all that good stuff. So this is where you can kind of see. This is what was kind of throwing me off here. So let's look at this. Item 41-1, it is a swabbing of the item notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. So that item 41-2 is 1 manila envelope containing a swabbing from the item notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. Right, and then where it says item 41A, now they're talking about each page. So where it's, you know, item 41A-1 is page 1, item 41A-2 is page 2, etc., etc. These are just based on the 59 pages that they have. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty self-explanatory right here. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump down to page 53. Go ahead and feel free to jump in anytime if you guys want to. It's fine. Where are we at here? 53. Sorry. Alright, 53. Looks like I need to adjust this here. Alright, so page 53 just kind of shows what was tested, and that the notepad was going to be tested as part of the 3 documents. Check that off. Okay, at page 58, there's another mention of the notepad, and I believe this is in regards to the ESDA lifts, which is the latent, the impressions. So they found several pages, page 20 and page 21. On these 2 pages, there was nothing on them, but there was indented writing. So what they did, and we'll see that later, is they took those 2 pages, and they were basically able to see what was written. So obviously this, whatever was written must have been written on page before page 20, but it shows how deep the writing went on, let's say, page 19, maybe page 18, whatever it was, pages that were tossed out, notes that were tossed out. And those notes, we will see, those are tied to David's project. So the only curious thing that I kind of found about 41A-20 and 41A-21 is that because there were ESDA lifts here, it made me wonder if there were any other places that had ESDA lifts, or was this the only place here where David actually was writing so hard that it kind of leaked through the other 2 pages. So I got a little bit confused on that one, but we'll cover that one a little bit more too. Let's see here. Page 106 shows Joe Cooksley's notes. I think that's a good one. The notes can be very hard to actually read, just because because of his writing, and not to say my handwriting is any better at all, but this is another. Here we go. Let me see if I can go down here. So item 41, the notepad with writing on it with the parent blood, flipped back 1 page and observed blood on it. So that cover does kind of, always struck me odd. It was like David, so they're saying David went into the office, he had this notepad that was closed, apparently, that's my guess. If there's blood on the cover, I don't know what else there could be. He flips it open and flips it to about maybe halfway through. It's about page 30, so about halfway through, and writes these 2 weird notes. And they don't do any testing. They don't do anything to prove that David actually wrote it. Why should we think that David did it? Let's go to page 186. Yeah. Page 186 here covers, this shows us the latent prints, what was tested for the latent prints. This thing jumps around a lot. I have to get a new one here, but there we go. It's very sensitive. So this obviously goes through page 186 to 188, shows what they were looking for. This is all part of the latent print test. And you could clearly see 41, not too much there. The only thing that is really of relevance that they find that is not just a page, everything is just a page for the latent prints. I think that's about it, unless they skip to page 20, 21. No, those aren't even part of it. So we can go down to 189, and on 189, just get there. This is where we see the results of the latent prints. So we're going to skip down to the latent prints where it says 40. So let's see, item 41A-30, 1 latent impression, could be from a finger or palm designated as LP 41A-30-1. And then item 41A-31 is 1 latent fingerprint designated as LP 41A31-1. These were the only 2 that were suitable for comparison. And what they found, we skip down here to the results, LP 41A30-1, that would be page 30. It was inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Okay, LP 41A31-1 was identified to the left middle finger of David Crowley. So they were able to tie David Crowley to page 31 for latent prints on his left middle finger. That was interesting. Right. So they can put his left middle finger on page 31, if I'm reading this correctly. That's about it. Not even on the pen that they say wrote all this, but
and that goes back to my comment that I made a while ago, that this crime scene lacks fingerprints and DNA for this family. It should be everywhere. They lived in this house. They touched these things. They used these things. It should be there. But when they go to test it, it's not. I mean, they were both using this notebook. Their DNA should be all over it. Their fingerprints should be all over it. The pen, like you mentioned, both. But it's just surprisingly lacking.
Yeah. It is disturbing. Disturbing. But it gets worse, right? It gets a lot worse. Let me just go here. So looking at some of these notes, we're going to page 207 now. Page 207 through 210 is Jennifer Kostrowski's notes, dated 7/14/2015. And one interesting thing on this, if you look at where it says item 41, a lot of this is hard to read, but at the bottom here, I'm just going to put my little cursor to where I want people to kind of look. No visual RD, that's ridge detail, I believe, right? I had a lot of people help me with that one. So I was trying to figure out what RD meant. Ridge detail makes the most sense, I would say. Let's see, but here's the interesting thing. It says a minimal possible apparent blood on cover. So looking at the cover, obviously I couldn't tell that there was any blood on it, but this shows there was blood on that cover, and I don't believe that blood was ever tested either. So there you go. Just another little tidbit there. But I wanted it to be very clear that they did find blood on that cover. So it wasn't like, the notepad was just open, and that's why there's probably blood on a lot of these pages. But it was purposely set on David's office, on the office desk for whatever reason. It was purposely set there, and I found that kind of, the whole thing, that just by itself looks staged. That's a big thing. It was when people say, they talk about things being staged, you could totally see where they're coming from. Many things in this house, around this house, and even things that happen after, really made me, really focus on the fact that for whatever reason, by whoever, this is staged. It's a staged crime scene. So, anyways. Let's see. Anything else? Anybody have anything else on that? I know Christy has also joined us here, so thank you, Christy, for joining and listening in, watching in, and go ahead and feel free here if you want to jump in at any time. We're almost to the actual notepad, the budget book. But I was just going through all of the notes, trying to find any pages that mention this notepad in this BCA 488-page document. This can be a lot of homework because there is a lot of stuff here. And what I'm finding again is going through this over and over has helped me to get some clarification on a lot of these questions that I still have here. All right, so the question documents, we're now skipping to page 214 through 218 is the question documents. This mentions that the handwriting comparisons were not done. You can look at this date too, 6/30/2015. The dates are so important in this case because you can see when they start accusing David and when they actually do their job and when they actually, find that these tests are done. So had they have waited, instead of telling everybody David was guilty within 24 hours, had they have waited, maybe they wouldn't, have this big problem that they have now, which is not being able to prove their own case. So let's skip down here. 41A. So these are just go ahead, Justin.
I'm sorry. So I've noticed that we've been going up over everything that Apple Valley Police Department has and how they've conducted this investigation. Do you think it would be a good idea to find a successful investigation done by another department with a situation very similar to this one, so we can see how a different department would go over everything and what they would include?
Absolutely. I know Sophia had tried. She tried to get that from Apple Valley. And Sophia, you want to tell us a little bit about that case and what you found there?
Well, I did get another murder-suicide because this case was labeled murder-suicide. I wanted to compare, and all I got were photographs and a police report. I asked for the autopsy reports and the BCA lab reports, and I was told that the autopsy reports were not released to the public, and BCA labs were never done.
So you think it's a question of competency of AVPD, or?
Possibly.
If we were to find another department, do you think it would be good to find one in Minnesota, another local one, or you think maybe another one out of state? Or, I mean, finding one is going to be a little homework in and of itself.
I don't know, to be honest. I've never really stepped into this realm before. I mean, like in Houston, for instance, they have plenty of. I'm sure they have just stacks and stacks of paperwork, and they have a really good crime lab. So I really wouldn't know, but I mean, it's worth a shot. I could always submit a FOIA and see what I can get.
That would be good. That would be good. Yeah, anything like that, anything you could do to help with that, I think would be great, because you know, I don't think all I don't think all police, all investigators would make a mistake, would make so many mistakes as we're finding here. I would hope not.
Just all the inconclusive testing that they have, it just leaves so much room for outside actors to be in. So, which is the reason why we're here.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, there's like unknowns found in the DNA that was never followed up. There could have been tests ran to see if it was anybody from the investigation team or anybody, you know, like any lab mistakes. It would have been I cannot remember the actual name of the testing process, but there's like a log that they would go through and they would mark out, and this is exactly why I requested this information from the BCA, this file. And even in this file, I didn't get what I requested. But it was unexpected results log is what I was trying to get, to see how they could, if they ruled out the unknown DNA that was found in, I think it was 3 or 4 of the test results. And they didn't show, or they didn't send the information where they showed that they looked further into those results. And it's very, I mean, by law, they're supposed to do that. When asked by an outside source, they're supposed to send that log.
Why?
Because they receive federal money.
And I mean, how do we hold them accountable for things like that? I think that's kind of been another stressful thought of mine, is like, how do you hold accountable? Who do we hold accountable? And do they just feel like they don't have to worry about that because nobody's going to care in a couple weeks, which is pretty much what happened with this case.
Well, it's kind of like.
Go ahead.
It's kind of like the situation that minority groups, especially blacks, were the situation they were in the South during the time of Jim Crow. A police officer had so much power in the minority parts of town, but we're still in the same situation today because we don't have a lot of the knowledge to hold police accountable on a lot of these things, especially in a case such as this. I mean, who's going to hold them accountable? You certainly don't see forensic students going in and studying this case. They all think it's just cut and dry and is done. So I mean, they have a lot of power, and indifference is their main weapon.
And this is
So
why I
long as
think that
everybody-
an attorney would come into play for us, because an attorney would say, hey, we're asking for these FOIAs. We're asking for this information through the Freedom of the Information Act, and you are picking and choosing what we receive. And by law, I specifically sent FOIAs with certain information, and I have yet to receive the items that I specifically requested. An attorney would follow through with that legally.
I'm pretty sure once you put the pressure on like that, you'll probably get something along the lines, "Oh, we lost it," or that's government right there to a T. When it comes time for somebody to be held accountable, burn the books, shred everything.
And say we're sorry.
I'd hate to say it though, but I've seen that firsthand here in the Army. Sometimes that's how some of our departments in the government, especially in the Department of the Army and the Department of Defense, that's how they do things. I mean, we've had billions and billions of dollars go missing in the Pentagon. Nobody can account for it. And when they try to get the records, there's nothing there. It's like it never existed.
When I was leaving the Air Force, I was told to make 3 copies of my medical records.
Oh, yes.
And I did, thankfully. My ex, when he left the Air Force, he didn't do that. And he's still fighting the VA for information, or for the benefits he deserves.
No, because they tell them it's not service related.
Yeah, they're saying, well, your medical records from the military were lost, or something like that along those lines. And we couldn't even get my daughter's medical records because, once again, he didn't do it. And so she had to get all her immunizations again before she could start school.
Gosh dang.
And yeah, I was kind of furious about that.
That just shows you what we're up against, though. In every passing year, I'm sure they start shedding more and more bits of evidence. So.
That's right.
So make sure, if you're in the military, get 3 copies of your medical records before you leave.
I got them all stashed away somewhere. I just hope they're still intact when I go for them.
Yeah, they don't want to come. You don't want them to come up missing.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
The inconclusive DNA is kind of a reoccurring theme in this,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I've only been following this whole thing for probably about 4 months now.
Yeah, it is.
I think it was inconclusive fingerprints, inconclusive, well, some of the tests were, it either came back as David and Camille, David and just plain David, just regular Camille, and it would rule out Rainey and David, but then there would be other unknown DNA in there too.
Correct.
And so you're kind of wondering, okay, what's that unknown DNA then? And it would say 2 to 3 unknown profiles.
Did any of the forensic reports mention anything about what they used as a template? Something that they knew was positively David, Rayana, and Kamel's DNA?
They took vials of blood from all the bodies removed from the house during the time of the autopsy, and that's what they used as to test against the samples. Does that answer your question?
I mean, yes, but it would just seem to me like that would leave so much wiggle room for an outside actor if they
Right.
just took it from the, if they took it from the crime scene of who was there. Because did they ever do anything with dental records?
Yes. The radiographs,
Okay.
right? They did radiographs later. Um,
Okay.
but that was the big thing because I was like, wait a minute. When I first learned that, I was like, well, why would they take? I mean, is that standard to take the blood off of the bodies there? Because the big problem is that they're saying that the bodies were so bad that they could not recognize who they were. So why
Yeah.
would they just take that and then take the blood from them? I was hoping that they used outside blood, blood from, I don't know, somewhere else maybe. I have no idea where they would get it or how all of that stuff works. But to just take it from the scene, I thought was that made me a little nervous about, well, you guys don't even know that these are those three bodies. And
Well, I mean, the house had hairbrushes, had toothbrushes. There could have been other samples to
that's
use
true.
along with the blood from the bodies.
Right.
But they just took the vials.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they didn't just identify them by the blood, that they did use radiographs to identify them. But only David and Kamel were identified. Rania was not. Her identification, I believe, was circumstantial or something like that.
Yeah, correct.
So that's weird too. I don't like that. That's another
I imagine
interesting.
with being in a pediatric stage of life, she's probably only been to the doctor a few times, and I don't even know if they test. I don't even know if it's in what's the word I'm looking for? If it's standard practice to sample blood from a child that young.
Yeah, good question.
But I know David, since he was in the Army, the DOD still probably has his DNA on file somewhere because they have mine. I think they started doing that. Yeah, pretty much anybody who's ever served in the DOD has their DNA taken up, and so I just kind of. I don't think I've seen anywhere mentioned in any of the releases from AVPD where they contacted the DOD for David's DNA sample.
And I have a question. When Kamel and her family emigrated to the United States, doesn't the State Department take samples?
I wouldn't know.
Or is that just a more recent thing?
That's a good question. I don't know how that works. Is that like an immigration question type thing or something? Because we know how bad that is, especially in
Yeah.
well, they went to Texas. I don't know how it is in Texas. In California, it's like, yeah, it's not even worth it. They don't do anything. They just let you in. Worry about it later.
I think probably it would depend on when they immigrated as well, because I know our entry requirements and the tests they do as far as like health of people coming in, making sure they have shots, they are introduced to the U.S. population. I'm pretty sure ever since 9/11, those standards have increased probably double or triple fold. So whenever they came in, I'm sure that would determine what kind of medical tests and requirements they had set before them too.
They came here when they moved from Pakistan to Texas when Kamel was 17, and she was 29 when she was killed. So, I have to do a little math there, but I don't know if maybe it's different for underage as a part, as opposed to overage or not. I'm not sure. That is a really good question.
They came in after 9/11.
Yeah.
It says DNA was collected since 1995 as part of the DNA process. I mean, as part of the immigration process to become a citizen.
So so DHS did have Kamel's DNA on record.
Interesting.
Very possible.
Unless it got lost.
Oops. And they would definitely have David's, right? Just because he served. They'd have.
Oh yes. I'm pretty sure there would be multiple government hospitals that have his DNA. Where he took basic over, Fort Benning would have it, which is Martin Army Hospital. And he was stationed at Fort Hood. I don't remember the hospital name there, but they would have it as well. And I'm not sure if he would have gotten one taken before deployment. I had blood taken before deployment, so I don't really know how that works. So there would be, I don't know what that would fall under, if that would fall under the hospital or if that would fall under mobilization command for Fort Hood. So it really depends.
They also take a sample on maps.
Maps, yes. See, I don't remember where he was living. I think he was in Minnesota.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
So definitely Apple Valley Police Department would still have those samples on file, wouldn't they?
Yes, the untested samples, they still have. The BCA has it.
We could convince somebody
let me,
up. I'm sorry?
As of last year, they still had them. Whether they do now, that's a different story.
If we could get somebody that has a federal clearance, I'm sure they could go in and reopen those.
That would be amazing.
Because we don't know what further testing outside of this BCA they've done. I haven't combed deep enough to find out whether or not they've actually tried to compare it to any other sample of DNA outside of the crime scene, like, for instance, Department of Homeland Security, DOD, or any other hospitals.
They didn't run it through CODIS or anything.
Strange.
That was one of the reasons I think why one of the early theories was that they had faked their own death. Partially because, well, how do people identify them? Like, how does the neighbor identify who they are when the bodies were so badly decomposed and ravaged, apparently by the dog, that nobody could really identify who they were. So, just things like that, the way that David's friends and family kind of were acting, just trying to keep the case closed, to keep everything shut out, and lots of interesting things like that. But right now, I don't believe that they fake their death. But it's an interesting theory. I found that theory very interesting for many reasons.
Yes, and you bring that up. If they didn't fake their death, which, I mean, it's fairly it's very probable that they, I mean, what's the word? It's very unlikely that they would do such a thing, but it is possible that someone else could have faked their death. I think I brought it up before. Like the NKVD and the Soviet Union would sometimes do that to make high-profile people disappear. And they would never see the person ever again, though, but they wouldn't die in their home. They would go somewhere else and never be seen or heard from ever again.
Right.
So,
which is a very scary. That's scary.
Oh, yeah. More scary than a murder-suicide like this.
That reminds me of, what was that guy's name? Howard, what's the guy's name? I can't remember his name. The famous aviator guy. I want to say Howard Hunt, but that's not right. Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes, thank you. Yeah.
Howard Hughes.
Hey, Christy. How are you?
This is Christy.
Thanks for joining us here. Thanks for helping.
Hey there.
Yeah, Howard Hughes. That was it. That was one of the things because
Yeah.
that guy had faked his death. The other case we were looking into was the Philip Marshall case, and there was another strong theory that he had faked his death as well. Of course, I've been researching Bruce Lee, and they said that he faked his death. Elvis faked his death. Apparently, everybody's faking their death and living as slaves on some foreign island or something. But that's like fantasy stuff. But it did
The
fascinate
Epstein
me.
Island.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right.
Well, you know, look,
Oh boy.
you know the other weird thing about identifying, I mean, even if they don't have DNA, the question that I ask is, even if a hand is partially mummified, they can rehydrate the fingerprints. They can actually take like a layer of it off and put it on their own finger. They can rehydrate it and then do prints on paper with it. I was looking into that, so I don't know why they didn't even attempt to rehydrate or mention that they tried to rehydrate his fingers so that they could get decent prints for him.
Could that be a budgeting issue, maybe? Could it be?
I don't know, or maybe if they just didn't have the knowledge or technology to do it. But I do know that, because I have researched it, and I do know that it's not just some CSI thing that you see on TV or something, that it is something that they can do.
Wow.
And it's actually pretty simple. It's
Really?
a pretty simple process, yeah. So I'm not quite sure why they didn't even attempt to do it or mention doing it. But I have other questions. I mean, I was talking to Sophia about that, about like why they didn't go into more detail on the missing limbs. Why? Because, I mean, like one reason why that there could possibly be an explanation of lack of blood is because if a limb or something is cut off, but if it's severed, but if it's jagged and it's not clean, the vein tends to roll in on itself, and it almost causes its own tourniquet type thing. I mean, you still bleed, but it slows the bleeding. It's just something that happens, rather than if it's a very clean cut, it doesn't roll like that, and then you produce a lot more blood. And so I was wondering why they didn't go into more detail on, was it jagged, was it clean, and because the reason why I wonder why they didn't go into more detail about it is because Kamel's hands were apparently under, or her arms were under her body and her hands were missing. So why they didn't go into more detail to explain how that was possible, I question.
Absolutely. Great. That's a great question. It really is.
Didn't they chalk all that up to paleontology?
Yes.
Referring to how the dog pretty much just discarded everything.
Yeah, pretty much. That was it. He gets credit for everything. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't have an answer for that? Paleo did it. Christy, will you explain the safety thing about the gun safety?
Oh, yeah. I'm very familiar with that particular gun. And on the gun, there is a pistol grip safety. So it's like a lever that's on the grip. And in order for you to fire it, you have to engage that. So you have to butt your hand up against that and have that engaged in order to fire the weapon. And there's also a trigger safety on it as well. So you have to really depress the trigger And then when there's like this little lever that's within the trigger that's kind of like a safety that pushes in when you pull on the trigger. So it's kind of like a squeezing motion. And so for him to be found with his arms, both of them stretched out completely to both sides, it would be almost impossible, because the only way for his right arm to be stretched out the way it was, because okay, if it's the way that the examiner's report says, the examiner's report says that he has an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that would mean that he would have to be shot from the right side of his head. So for his right arm to be completely stretched out, he would have to take his left hand and put his hand on that gun, and he would have to stretch his hand around to the right side of his head and really reach around and then fire it. And for his hand to come back and land in a completely outstretched position, I mean, I've researched like how guns fall when people commit suicide, and how the positioning of the body and stuff like that. So I mean, the only way for his arms to be completely stretched out is if he shot himself lying down. And it's almost, I tried doing it, and it's very, very, very difficult. I mean, it doesn't make any sense why anyone would do that, to try and reach around and completely press that safety on the grip. And he was right-handed. So that makes absolutely no sense at all.
Wow.
I'm thinking there would probably be easier ways to commit suicide than doing it that way.
Mm-hmm. And I was reading someone that went to a lot of suicides. They were an investigator that did a lot of suicides. And they said more commonly if someone is standing up and they shoot themselves, the most common thing that they find is for the gun to actually be under the body or close to near under the body. Because when the person shoots themselves, the gun falls first, then they fall.
Interesting. That's what happened with Philip Marshall. The gun was actually found underneath him, which is why they had a hard time connecting the gun to Philip Marshall, because there was so much blood there. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of times they won't even be able to find it, so they go in and they initially, think it's a homicide, and then they find the gun, and then they determine it to be a suicide. So it's kind of the reverse of that other article that I shared that talked about people going in and automatically assuming it was a suicide. But the only possible way for him to have ended up in the position that he was in would have been for him to be completely laying down.
Wow.
And reach around and shoot himself. Because if he was sitting up, he would fall back, and the gun would fall first, and he would fall back. And the likelihood of his arm landing completely stretched out is, the odds are astronomical for his arms to be out the way they are. That is just weird.
And if he was laying completely down like that, with the exit wound, that bullet would not have been in the attic.
Mm-mm. No, because he would have had to even reach further around, and he would have had to really reach around and shoot himself more to the right-hand side, more towards the back, in order for the bullet to exit in an upward angle going up into the ceiling.
Wow.
And did they even bother? And here's the other question I have. After the mysterious bullet was found later, did they even bother to go back and look at where his body actually was and do what, like, use lasers or anything like that to see if the trajectory was right?
I don't think so. I mean, you have to remember at that point they didn't even they had thought that they weren't even looking for that bullet. So I think that was like a minimal anything connected to item 57, the bullet that was found in the attic, is very minimal. So unless they did that stuff and we just haven't received it, I don't think that they spent a whole lot of time on that on item 57 on trying to figure out, okay, David was shot here, okay, Kamel was shot here, she was standing here, she was sitting there. But if you talk to certain people, they will try to tell you where David was, where Kamel was. So are they making it up? Are they guessing? Or is this something that they were told by investigators? And that still, to me, is not clear based on the documents that we have so far.
Yeah, I mean, and the only way to determine whether that was actually the bullet, especially with it not having any blood or brain matter or anything on it, the only way to really connect it would be to logically deduce by using the lasers and everything and going, okay, this is where he was sitting, to even see if it was remotely possible. But, I mean, if you look at where his feet were, next to the couch, I mean, it's a very strange position. Like, okay, if you hypothesize that he was standing, that would be a weird place to be standing and shoot yourself. I mean,
Right.
You wouldn't cram yourself up against the couch. Okay, would he sit there like that? Okay, if he sat up and did it, though, what are the odds of both of his arms landing outstretched like that?
Right.
I think it's a staging that has something to do with mocking Christianity, in my opinion.
And some people have even said that Paleo could have outstretched his hands. I've seen the comments.
I mean,
They're
that's
perfectly stretched out, though. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Yeah,
It's
they
the
are.
crucifix position.
I mean, they're completely even. I mean, for him to have done that, he would have had to done both arms at the perfect time when there was no rigor mortis. And, more than likely, if he messed with them, it would have been right around when the incident happened, because when I was reading about animal scavenging, the main reason why dogs will scavenge their owners is because they get freaked out and upset, especially if it's a gunshot, and they can't wake their owner up, so they start licking them and stuff, trying to wake them up. And then once they taste that blood, it's when they start scavenging. It's just some kind of switch that gets flipped. So he would have had to have done it like both arms at the perfect time.
That is disturbing. But it's, it's something we have to look at. It's something we have to go there. That's hard for me. It's hard to, I mean, it's the saddest thing when you think about a pet, which for most people is part of their family. And the fact that there was a dog in there, what they say, for 3 weeks, which I mean that's hard to really buy, but for 3 weeks by itself, that's a long time. 1 or 2 days is a long time. 3 weeks is just crazy, and for them to just accept it, that this is what happened, that's very curious to me too. How quickly everything just kind of fell into place when here.
And that's why
Go ahead.
yeah, and that's why I find it interesting that there wasn't more descriptive, terminology on the missing hands and the missing arm. I mean, because that really makes a difference. I mean, if you look at sample autopsies, like you can go on the internet and you can get on these sites that are for students, forensic students, and you can look at autopsy reports, and those reports are so lacking in detail, it's not even funny. And for something so gruesome, for them to not explain it, to not describe it, to validate that is indeed what happened, I find it strange for them to not say, okay, it was jagged, so therefore we do believe it's animal scavenging, because there were jagged edges. This is what it looked like. Usually they give more detailed information of what, because they will, they'll speak into a recorder when they're doing it, and they'll state what they're finding. Okay, this is what I'm finding. I'm finding, a missing hand. The wrist appears to have jagged edges, or it appears to have clean edges. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And there's nothing.
Well,
nothing
jagged edges.
describing that.
Well, the jagged edges are mentioned in the autopsies.
They are?
They are. Yes.
Oh,
they are.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that.
It's very brief, but it is mentioned in there. I don't believe it's mentioned for all three. But I do believe that there was, I know that there was at least 1 or 2 mentions about jagged edges like that, which is one of the reasons why I didn't think that any of the hands were cut off or anything like that.
Yeah, because they would be clean.
Yeah, they would be straight. They'd be,
But and that's the other thing, though, is I did notice that as well, is like one autopsy would have more detail about something, and another one wouldn't have the same amount of detail.
Right.
It was interesting.
Was there one that stuck out more to you, that had more or had less that you can think of?
Kamel's was the most detailed.
Mm-hmm.
Hers was
David
the longest
and
and the most detailed.
Where we compared Ranya's autopsy to like John Benet's autopsy, and it was surprisingly lacking.
Wow.
Very.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
I found a pretty good article from this website called ResearchGate.net, and they have a case study in there of a gentleman. I believe he lived in Indonesia or Sri Lanka, and he had about, let's see, I don't know how long it was. So the body was there for about 46 days. The body was dead for about 4 to 6 days. And they were 15 dogs living in the house with this gentleman. 4 puppies, 4 medium-sized male dogs, and I believe a bunch of other smaller dogs. The gentleman, the only extremity that the gentleman had missing was his left arm, and his other hand was still intact, even though there was all those animals there. So it's just a good comparison.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up here for everybody.
Mhm.
They can look at that.
The images are straight to the point, though, so I do apologize for that.
Oh, are there images in here? Okay.
There are. But I would imagine the case here was probably in about the same stage of decomposition as Kamel and David were.
Oh my goodness, these are very disturbing.
Well,
Images.
being that this was in a tropical climate, he decomposed a lot. The subject decomposed, or the female rather, the lady, she decomposed at a lot faster rate due to the humidity and heat.
Oh yeah, the bloating.
That
I
is
can
disturbing.
I'll see if I can share this in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, please do. Please do. You might have to exclude like the HTTP or something, but I'll add this to the description later. So people, if they want to go and look at that, just make sure you're not having lunch or anything, because it's very disturbing.
And the thing is that David and Rainey still had all their toes.
Yeah.
Well, the subject here, all of her extremities except her right hand were bitten at. So her toes were nibbled at on both feet, and her left hand was completely missing.
Wow.
Did the dog go for the skull and the neck?
I haven't got to that part. I haven't read that far into the report yet. I was reading more or less on the.
It's very I know. I'm sorry. All right. That's enough of that. But just for the images. But yeah. But that's interesting.
But the thing that's still weird, that doesn't make any sense, unless Kamel's body was moved, there's no way that her hands were eaten post-mortem by the dog, because her arms were underneath her body. I mean, it clearly states that.
There's one arm. One arm was underneath her body. The other was like over her head, kind of.
So the only way that would have happened was Paleo turned into a drill and was able to bore through her entire abdominal cavity to get to that hand, which didn't.
That would not have been easy for him, where the bodies were and how close David's body was to his wife's. Yeah, it's not easy. Getting to her would not be easy for him. So it'd be a lot easier for him to get to the other two victims.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well, because it looks like, where her pants are torn, like maybe he attempted to wake her up or attempted to scavenge or whatever, but gave up because her pants are just torn. So I found that interesting too, that there wasn't I didn't see any damage anyway, but the pants were just torn.
Yeah.
That could be a result of, like you said, Paleo attempting to get her attention, or it could be a result of the bloating. Because a person who is bloating, their body swells to about 3 or 4 times. I wouldn't say that much. I'd say it's safer to say about 2 times more than what they wider than what they were. So somebody who generally has a 28-inch waist would probably be about a 38-inch waist or 40-inch waist. at the state of decomposition that they were in.
Anything else on the animal scavenging here, or else we'll get back to the notepad. That's a good article here. I want to make sure people, if you do want to read this here, this case study, post it on researchgate.net. And thank you, Justin, for finding that and for posting that. I will be reading through this very thoroughly later on. I've been looking for things like this, and things like this are a lot better than some of the other articles that I've seen. Just put it like that.
Sad that we have to resort to such gruesome information, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yep. It's all part of the process.
I mean, we do understand that animals will scavenge. We understand that. But do they scavenge to the point that paleo did in this case?
Right. And if they do, in this test or in this PDF, Justin, one of the things I'm going to be looking for is did they do any tests to the dog? Did they, if the dog, a lot of these articles that I'm reading, they never really mention when it's animal scavenging. Shouldn't the first thing that they should do is to test the dog feces?
I haven't seen anything like that in the BCA, which I've only been through parts of it. But as far as I've gone through, I haven't seen any kind of tests done on paleo or any of the fecal material he left behind. Because I would imagine there would be certain like calcium deposits from bone that he himself would not be able to digest.
Something. Should be something, and there's nothing. There's nothing in there.
Those bones went somewhere.
Yeah, right.
And the search warrants allow for his fecal matter to be collected and tested if need be.
Oh, really? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh, I
it's
totally
in there.
missed that. You'll have to send me that later. I missed that part.
Okay.
That's great, because I do need to follow up now that Detective Gummert is back. I have not followed up with him yet, and that is the only thing that I really want to follow up with him on, aside from some of the documents that we didn't get, that I know that we didn't get.
Which begs the question, did they recover Paleo's fecal material, or did they throw it in the trash?
Good question. Whatever happened with it? Yeah.
I didn't see any mention of it being collected in the
It's not in the
samples.
evidence. No.
I'm just saying it could have been. They legally could have done it.
Right. Which is, and if they put that into the search warrant, that makes me think that somebody was already thinking that, and that's common sense. So it's just kind of frustrating that we don't have a clear answer on that yet. So
the forces of oversight may have expressed a wish to not go into such depth.
Right.
Oh.
That's my fear. That's my fear right there. That along with so many other things, including the handwriting, they were like, no, we don't need to go there, because why would they? They've already got their man. They've got their case. They've got everything. They have someone in the 911 call already talking about how the dogs scavenge these bodies. I mean, that's before the police even showed up on scene. And Judy Prochnow is pretty much laying out the whole story that we're going to hear for the next 5 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, and the other thing, I mean, say animal scavenging is what happened. Still, they did not go into any kind of detail or explanation of why they thought that the gun was by his left hand, and yet they said that the exit wound is on the left-hand side of his head. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense.
I've never seen any kind of anything like this with so many holes in it.
Only cheese.
I mean, you would think they would go into trying to make some kind of logic or explanation, say, okay, this is what happened. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because we found the gun by his left hand, but the exit wound's on the left-hand side of his head, so this is what we think how he did this. But they didn't, and it does not seem possible, because, I mean, I was even reading about calibers of bullets and different types of bullets and everything to make sure that I knew, what my thinking was correct. And those hollow point bullets, when they enter, they are so violent. It's almost like your head, your inside of your brain is shaken around, because there's just like this, I mean, it leaves just this wide path of damage, and it reverberates, back and forth. So there's no way he could have still been holding onto the gun and said, okay, I'm going to lay my arm out this way, and now I'm going to die. Because that's not what happens. You get shot in the head with a .40 caliber hollow point, you're out. You're done.
This is like a video of treasurer. I think his name was Bud Dwyer. He was the treasurer for the state of Illinois back in the 1970s, and he was convicted of corruption. And in order to secure his wife and children's future, he shot himself so that they could get his death benefit. When he put that 350, he put the 357 under his chin, and as soon as he pulled it, he was out like a clock. He just fell like a top. There was no twitching or anything like that. The only thing that was going on was blood from his head was flowing like a faucet.
Wow.
Which the blood stains kind of don't reflect that.
And what happens? That's what I was reading about. That this guy said that he was explaining in this article is that what happens when you get shot in the head, all of your cognitive processing, everything stops. Therefore, that means your muscle control stops. So the first thing that happens is the gun falls out of your hand, because you can't grip anymore. The only time they ever find weapons still in someone's hand is if it's a very low caliber bullet, and that's very rare. It can happen, but with that caliber, with a hollow point, it's not possible. And so it just seems convenient where that gun was, and the way his arms are, and where the way he's laying.
Very much true, yes. Very much truth to that. Yeah. You wanted to get back to the handwriting?
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah. Let's go back to the notepad. Here we're looking at. We're still on page 214 through 218. I think it's worth noting, if anybody wants to, this is the BCA 488-page PDF that I got, that Sophia also got at the same time. And if any researchers are out there that are questioning this case, I think this is a good document for you to go through when you have time. I think there is a lot of stuff here I do hope one day we can take all of the documents that we have and kind of separate them, because what they did is the BCA just kind of data dumped everything. So it's nice to have that data dump and to get it out there, but it would be nice one day to actually put all of these into their own PDFs to make it even easier for future researchers to find this stuff. So still looking here at page 215, this is where we note the 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 and on the front side of page 21. So then the main thing about this section here, page 214 through 218, is what happens at the very, very end. And the fact that ESDA lift impressions are only on these 2 pages. They're not noted anywhere else. So that is also an interesting thing. When I write, and I do write on paper, you know, I press down, especially if I want to make a point, if I'm really in that moment, I press down harder. And so I used to have this problem when I bought cheap paper, was that I would press down so hard that the impressions would actually, they would be indented into the next couple pages. So that's what happened here. I'm just wondering why the ESDA was only on those 2 pages and not on any of the other ones. So that was a little bit frustrating. But the main thing in this section here, and I'm going to skip down, I think it's page 218. So let's go down there. Oh no, we're going to page 216, and the results of the handwriting examinations, which was very frustrating. And it says that the handwriting comparisons of the question writings on item 41A-30, which is where David allegedly wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise," and the question writings in the photograph saved to the CD submitted as item 55 to the known non-request writing submitted as item 46, 47, and 48 will not be conducted at this time. What they're saying is they're not going to do the handwriting. They're basically not going to find out who wrote this, and it makes no sense. If you're going to do one thing, regarding handwriting, it should be on proving that David actually wrote that David actually wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise now." If they don't do that, I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand why they wouldn't do it. You have people asking if this should be done. There was a question. For some reason, someone at some level said, no, this doesn't need to be done. And that frustrates me. So if that's not going to be done by the AVPD or by investigators, maybe we have enough samples, enough things that we can hire somebody who can do those handwriting tests and who can, give us some clear view on whether David did write that. I mean, that's a big question now, because there's no proof that David wrote that. So I think it will be very interesting in the next coming days. But that was the main thing about page 214 through 218. And then they go through on page 217, the ESDA indented writings. This is what they find. So starting with TYP Cal Army Strength, this is what David had written, or somebody had written on that notepad that was taken out. So for whatever reason, this page here, this writing here, was not in that notepad when the police entered the house, but at some point it was used for this. And what I find very frustrating is anything dealing with the military, anything like that, those pages are all here. They're very clear to make sure that they include those. Anything that, and this to me, if you read this, page 217, this looks like a scene from David's film. or from his TV
Oh.
series, you know, and he's just writing out certain things, writing out maybe scenes. I don't know what exactly, but they make sure to put this in here. They make sure to put things like this in here, and it's almost like there's like this anti-military thing that is going on in this case, trying to make soldiers look crazy. And that's another frustrating thing that I find is when they try to make soldiers look crazy, because that bothers me, because soldiers are not crazy, first of all. They can go crazy, sure, just like anybody else could go crazy, but the narrative here, and you see it, is, you know, a former army soldier killed his wife and killed his daughter and killed himself. Now, at the same time, this was really more back in around 2012 is when they were really trying to make soldiers look crazy. They were really trying to make it seem like any soldier who came back from fighting in Iraq or in Afghanistan, they had mental issues, they had PTSD, they had problems, and blah blah blah. And so they kind of jumped the gun on that one, I thought. Let's go down.
You would
here.
think with them taking those impressions that they would find more things written that were more or less benign.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, yeah, like you said, it's just all really, they just picked up all the juicy stuff.
Yeah, anything that might help them show David is crazy. Go ahead.
And it's really strange too that they basically diagnosed him after he was dead. I mean,
True.
To diagnose someone, a therapist or a psychiatrist has to sit down with you and ask you specific questions and look at your body language and, I mean, go into, you know, a lot of detail discussing things with you. They can't diagnose someone based off of hearsay, because hearsay is subjective. So the person diagnosing him, they're influenced by what other people, what their perception of what he was doing and behaving and thinking. And that's just ridiculous, because just because they had disconnected from people and certain people had their own ideas why they disconnected, that may not necessarily have been their reasons for disconnecting. So all of this is based off of subjective information, and you can't diagnose someone that way.
Well, and it really, it's a formula we've seen before. Well, this is actually after the case, but I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with Stephen Paddock, the gentleman who shot up the concert in Las Vegas. So he's a rich man, and he's got all kinds of Filipino women all over him. So he's not possibly wanting for anything. He's having a good time in Vegas, living any, you know, middle-aged man's life dream. And the government wants to say that, oh, he converted to Islam and he pledged allegiance to ISIS, and then he shot up a concert with a bump stock with a 5.56 rifle round, and it's inconclusive to me because the way those weapons were firing. I'm a soldier, so I know what certain weapons sound like, because that's what I do for a living. It sounded like he had, if the gunshots that were coming from there were a completely different weapon. But that's beside the point. So what it seems like the media and the government, or whoever does, I'm not saying it's the government, but you never know. They completely take out any kind of credibility of the supposed actor. So for instance, David, say he committed to Islam, you know, writing Submit to Allah now, and then Allahu Akbar on the wall. Somebody who's raised a Christian, who would have seemingly no reason to convert to Islam, and then they try to make him crazy after death. And what they did with Stephen is they interviewed his brother Eric, and Eric is a complete nutcase. At least he was when CNN interviewed him. So they completely destroyed. Why would they want to destroy his credibility after he's dead? He's dead. It doesn't matter. The man's dead, unless there's some other purpose they're trying to serve with that. Yeah, I droned on for a little while. I do apologize.
Well, I mean, they were filming a Gray State, or The Gray State. What was it called again, the documentary? Was it The Gray State or A Gray State?
A Gray State.
Gray State,
Thank
yeah.
you. They were filming that before the election. And Hillary was supposed to win. She would have taken up Obama's stance on gun control. I mean, this documentary could have very well have been a gateway to all types of red flag laws.
As well as many popular movements and uprisings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at all the things that this movie touched on. Conspiracy theories, all types of conspiracy theories. Alt-right wing, libertarians, veterans, PTSD, interracial marriages. I mean, just all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
Drastic change in appearance.
one thing that I was actually talking to Sophia about was, you know, like in the documentary or whatever you want to call it, when she is talking about that dream she had, and she actually says, I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Well, crazy people don't question if they're crazy. Crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Good point.
So her questioning her sanity because of what was going on with her shows me that she was sane.
Thank you for bringing that up.
That's a great point. I never thought of that, actually. That's a really great point. Yeah, I've never known a crazy person that thinks that they're crazy, usually.
Exactly. I mean, you know, if you're schizophrenic and you think you're Jesus, you think you're Jesus. And that's your reality. I mean, you really believe it. And there's no convincing you otherwise, you know. I mean, that's just how it is with people that are mentally ill. You know, psychotic people, you know, like the men that go crazy and kill their wives or whatever because they are certain that they're cheating on them or something. Because they are just paranoid, and you know, but they never go, okay, am I crazy? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't question it. They don't stop. They're the ones that are irrational.
I mean, if somebody is getting supportive care, they can be convinced, but left to their own devices, you know, like you said, they'll revert back to their previous state.
Mm-hmm.
Great point.
Yeah, but neither one of them had any history of mental illness. So that's why I question why they were just deemed to be, you know, kind of not with it.
The only thing I can think of for that is that it's tied into what to the context, to the content of Gray State, of you know, the government taking over and we're losing our rights, and that's really it, you know. So people who don't think that that stuff is true, who already think anyone who thinks like that is crazy, Of course, they're going to look at this and say, oh, well, he was just another one of those guys, just another one of those crazy people who was looking into this stuff. But that's funny.
But that doesn't make you a person homicidal, even if they have those thoughts. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It doesn't. I mean, for him to just suddenly become homicidal, and suicidal, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and to not make it so clear, right? I mean, to write 3 different notes in 3 rooms, to leave so many questions to the point where the police can't find the bullet that is tied to him. There's just so many things like that are just like, no. No.
Especially since he himself described himself as a storyteller.
Right.
And so with him being a storyteller and being as descriptive as he was, he would have left something more in depth and something, to at least like make people stop and think about something or about what happened. He would give a reasoning and there would be purpose to it, because it seems like everything that he did, there was purpose in every action that he took.
Yeah, and I don't
envision
think. Go ahead, Sophia.
Well, I envision a recorded statement at least from him.
Yeah, because he videotaped everything.
If not, then a detailed suicide note of why he did it. But we don't have either.
And I don't think he would be working on Gray State, working on this project, connecting people, contacting people, if, as late as December 16th, December 17th, I don't think he would be doing that if he was planning on killing himself or if he was planning on killing his family or anything like that. And so that's one of the biggest things that people have kind of, because when this first happened and Jordan Page brought up David's $30 million deal, man, it was like, all these people were trying to tell us that there was no deal, right? That was the big thing. And maybe they didn't know, but obviously there was, and David was working towards Gray State and making this into a Hollywood feature and then into a TV series. And so these people knew that because David was contacting people. He was posting it on social media. There was no doubt that he was still working on it. So they've never explained why he just, he's working on it up until late December, and then what happened. There's no motive for this case. They have no motive. So.
Exactly. Oh, and this goes way back. This was way back to our last conversation. I think it was that radio podcast that got posted, and I listened to it. It was an interview. They interviewed him, and some of the things that I found really interesting was one of the things when they jokingly asked him if he was related to Aleister Crowley.
Right.
His reaction, he was not amused.
Right.
He was not amused, and he talked up. He quoted scripture in that interview, and he talked about going in a different spiritual direction. And so I seriously wonder if that is what part of the problem was.
Yes, definitely.
It's because he started taking it somewhere else.
Yep. And they will tell you that too. I mean, that's actually documented. It's documented in police reports. It's documented in what the Gray State quote unquote team states, and that's why they were all turning away from it. It was only when David, when it was like, oh no, this is going to happen. This is going to be a big project. And then it was like, okay, they were all kind of silent towards it, and it sounded like they wanted to be part of it at that time. But after he died, they acted like they had distanced themselves from it, which I don't think was true. I don't think at any point they wanted to be distant from it. I think they were all going, including David Crowley, I think they were all going to use Gray State as a way to enter into Hollywood.
And I've seen movie shorts of Danny August Mason's acting. He was not a good actor.
You sent me some of those. I started
Oh
watching
my
them last
God.
night. Acting is tough. I wanted to be an actor for a long time. It's tough, and not everybody has it, unfortunately. But I think David also wanted to be an actor.
cringeworthy.
I watched that one bullet exchange video that you posted, and yeah, that was weird. Now that was made in 2010, right? But that was weird.
The one with the
Old
chessboard?
Country for No Men, or
The chessboard one.
oh, the chessboard. That was crazy, and that was David in there too.
Yeah, and David's brother,
was
and also Mitch Heil. They're all in that.
Yeah, some of that stuff is really, I mean, just because I told Sophia, I was like, some of that stuff is really dark.
It is dark.
I mean,
it is dark.
I can't watch too much of it at one time. I just start going, okay, this is creepy.
Yeah, I have to watch a lot of
And
comedy.
I think that I don't think he necessarily, I think he wanted to break away from that and go in a different direction, and that created a problem.
Yep, I think it's clear.
I think he had a message that he wanted, and that's why I think that it's very ironic, the positioning of his body.
Do you think it was a
writing on the
Christian
wall.
message? It was a more Christian message that he was working
I
towards?
think so.
Yeah.
I think so, because I mean, even in the trailer with the triangle marking on the arm, I mean, the mark. You take the mark, and obviously, from the trailer, it shows that the woman doesn't have the mark when she goes into the grocery store, and she can't buy anything because she doesn't have the mark. And so, I mean, what other conclusion can you draw from that?
True. And if David was working with Satanists on this project, if there were some anti-Christians, like real anti-Christians, not just people who are just like, oh, there's no God, there's no Jesus, but I mean people who know that there is a God, who know that there is Jesus Christ, and hate him and want to physically, do harm to people that are that are talking about Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there might be something there too, but
I think there's something big connected in that way. I really do.
Yeah. We'll talk to you about it afterwards, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not something to talk about on here.
All right. Well, we can always talk about this budget book here on page 285. And like I said, this is an 80 sheet document, and 80 sheets. And you can see at the bottom, these are handwritten. That's the other thing. For whatever reason, they decided to write on this notepad. I don't know. Hopefully they wrote on a copy of the notepad, not the actual notepad itself. But when I looked at some of the notes, I'm not so sure. So That's a whole nother issue. But this had 80 sheets, front and back, but when it was found in the house on January 17th, 2015, this only had 59 pages, front and back. So what we're looking at here is the first known page. This isn't necessarily the first page. This, but there might have been pages that were ripped out before this page and maybe after this page too. So I'm going to make this a little smaller so I can put it into proper context here to what we're looking at. And what we're looking at here is page 1 of this budget book, and we all agree this is Kamel, right? This is her writing this. You guys think? I mean, if she wrote budget book, she must have written this part, the first page, September 11th. September 2011. So it's just a nice little budget book, right? Nothing there, nothing too crazy. Shows that they were budgeting way back then, so that's good. Now this is 41A-1, so this is the very first page that was in there. We don't know what else was in there before or after, but we know that then this was 2011. Okay, so that's 41A-1. Now they have something here for October of 2011. Electricity, expenses, all that stuff. Cell phone, which we know all about that. Groceries, and it looks like whatever they were going to write in October, they didn't really finish. So that's also 41A-1, and you see this B down here. That means that this is the back side. So I'm going to go back up to page 286, and on 286 you can see 41A-1 F, and you see that F because that shows that this is the front. So really you would have to, I mean, if we only got 24 pages, I'm assuming there was nothing on any of the other pages. I don't know why they would just give us some of the pages, so I'm just assuming right now that we were given all of the pages that they had for this notebook as a data dump. Now, November 2011, you can see it's some of the same things. So this is kind of like something that's like auto filled out, which shows, planning, future planning. This is 2011, but it shows that they had been planning. They're trying to calculate their expenses, and I think this is just one more little thing to go against the theory that they were bad with money and all that stuff. I don't think that that's true.
Well, the credit report proves that they weren't bad with money.
What did the credit report say? What it just said that they paid.
He had no delinquent payments whatsoever. He paid more than minimum payments for all of his credit cards and accounts. He was always on time, if not paid early. And when I'm talking about paying more than minimum, I'm talking sometimes between $100 to $1,000 more.
Wow. That's planning for the future.
Yeah, it is.
You're not going to pay bills in the
He
future.
Yeah. And he wasn't behind in the house payments. It's right there on the credit report. He was not behind in his house payments. And I'm only stating that because there are certain people saying that the house was already being foreclosed before their death. And that is an absolute flat-out lie.
Correct.
And the proof is there in the credit report.
Yep. All you have to do is look. So looking at page 290 here, this is the this is page 20 of the ESDA lifts. Obviously you'll see there's nothing here. It's because it's just in indented writing. And you're going to see that same thing on 41A-21, which is this page we're looking at right here. So that's some deep handwriting, especially when you think about it. If there's no other ESDA lifts, nothing like that, why was David writing so deeply, so intently here, but not anywhere else, including where they claim David wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise"? Doesn't match. Doesn't match if this is what David wrote here. So this page right here, now we're looking at page 292. We're looking at Open the Rise, most recent version. You can see all of the blood on here. You can see clearly on this page. And let me just scroll down so I can see what page. So this is 41A-30. So this is page 30. This, I do think, is the page, the one page that was tested, that was DNA tested for blood. That would make the most sense here. The problem with that is that 41-2, which I believe is what we're looking at right here, it was tested for blood. It found a mix of 2 or more people. It does not match David or his daughter. Does not match David or his daughter. It does match his wife. So if you have a mix of 2 or more people, it matches David's wife. Doesn't match him or his daughter. Where is that other source coming from? And this is very important here because this is one of the notes that they claim David wrote that had something to do with killing his wife, killing his daughter, and killing himself. Yet his blood, his DNA, is not found on it. His daughter's is not found on it. But there's a mixture of 2 or more people. Who is that other person? And so that's why so many people have been, thinking, well, that just shows, David. How do you prove David wrote this? How do you prove any of that? And where is that other DNA source coming from?
It's a very, very good point. And we don't have those answers.
It's very frustrating. So you can see, and I know on this page it's really hard to see, but there's a lot. There's blood. If you can see the cursor, there's blood up here, right in here, right? That looks like some ridge detail or something. You got some blood in here. I think all of this is blood too. All of this right here is blood. All this is blood. There's a lot of blood here, and it's not David's. It's not his wife. You got another little one right here too. I mean, it's all over this page, and it's what this
The detail on the crime scene photo is actually really good. You can actually make out prints on the JPEG on the crime scene photo.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's BCA 5095.
Let's see if I can look at that. 5095. Let's see if I can pull that up. Yeah, it's really down there. Come on. There it is, 5095. Let's look at that. Yeah, there's even more here. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. That is a lot. It's kind of nice how that pin is just laying there, just, right next to it. I mean, even the way this is, this looks staged too.
Yeah, there's no blood on the pin.
There is some blood on the pin, but they couldn't tie it to David.
Oh, I see.
And the pin is
yeah,
item 40. It's probably not on this section of the pin, but it's lower down.
If you zoom in really close on the pin at the top, you can kind of see
oh, really?
a red pin.
Oh, let me see that.
I can't see the pictures right now. What side of the pad is the pin on? Is it the right? Okay.
It is on the right. It is on the right side.
Okay. I'm questioning it because I'm dyslexic, so I'm like trying to see it in my head and reverse it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is on the right side.
I couldn't remember either.
Let's see. Oops. 5095, right? That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, you can clearly see it. You can see the blood in all these different areas here, but yeah, I mean, is there blood on the grip of the pin? That's where it should be, really.
One would think. I'm using Photo Viewer right now. I believe there is a red tint on it.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. But there's blood all over this page here, and if you look at the very bottom, you can't see it because every time I move my cursor, it covers it. But if you look at the bottom here, you can see how many pages, and it's almost all of them, have blood marks on them.
So whoever's hands must have brushed the side of the pages.
Yeah, they've flipped it open. They flipped it open. What's weird is they flip it open, and then they flip it open again, because you have this page up top here on the north side of this image, and I don't know what was on that page. I want to know what was on that page. And I think that is the one that shows talks about all the stuff that he was looking into, like building 7 and a lot of interesting things. That's probably another one of these photos in here too. But
I don't know. I still see that as submit to Alan and not submit to Allah.
No, I don't see that.
It's okay. We can agree to disagree.
That can happen, yes.
Well, I mean, he was writing to Jason Allen. And it's very possible he might have wanted to share that with him.
But why would he write it on this piece of paper here? It doesn't make sense to me. And
as
that
a note, he jotted down notes all the time to himself.
Yeah. But not in this way. I mean, when you look at this page, I think what separates this page from a lot of other pages, in my view, is the way that it's written here. This is written like a big poster card. Like, it's written to make sure that whoever walks into this room sees it. Whereas everything else in this notepad is written like it's David taking notes. So I don't think that he would write open the rise this big if he was writing notes to himself. And I think if he was writing submit to Jason Allen now or whatever, I think that also would be on one line. I don't think it would be written like this. This to me is like something you would write at a wrestling show. You would get a big, signboard, and you would write this because you want people to see it. And to me, this is one of the clearest things that looks staged.
Okay, now, what if it had originally said at one time, it doesn't even have to have been the day that they were killed, was submit to Alan, and then, or open the writing, submit to Alan. Not, and the now was written later because they thought it said submit to Allah.
It's that in, because the in does not match. So Allah, if you look at open and Allah and recent, it's not the same. I mean, even all three of those are not the same. Even version, version, open, and recent, those are ends. H is, the, and then Allah, to me, those kind of match more too. But again, I'm not really big on the handwriting thing. I look at after looking at this stuff, I've looked at my handwriting and seen how different my own handwriting has been and how differently I can write within a couple pages.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just another thought on how to look at the thing. And we have no idea when this was written.
Well, I mean, also, Jason Allen, it's spelled Aalen as well. So, and David would know how to spell that. I do remember hearing that theory. I heard it. I remember hearing it a lot, but I never really, it never really stuck out to me.
Maybe it just stands out to me because as I'm jotting notes down and stuff, I misspell things all the time. Even people's last names, and it's just notes for myself. I'm not going to have other people looking at it.
Right.
But, and I don't think even David expected people to be looking at his notes like this.
Well, it's weird that it's open like
this. Could it have been an idea for the script, though? Like open, meaning open scene. And then, that was his idea. In the opening scene, there's going to be some kind of situation where people are being told to submit to Allah. That could have been some kind of idea that he had for a scene. Could have been brainstorming.
It's possible, yeah. Even the pin, item 40, which is this pin here, it's closed. It's like everything is set. It's a scene that we're made to look at here. It's interesting.
So what kind of pin is it? So I can't see the picture.
It says TUL on it.
No, I mean, like, is it a click pin or is it a pin with a lid?
It looks like a click pin.
And were you saying that it was, like, closed? Is that what you said?
It's definitely closed. I mean, I'm looking at it now. It's definitely closed. So either it's a twist or it's a, it's a click. But whoever wrote this wrote it and then closed it.
That's weird. I mean, okay, so you've killed your wife and your daughter, and you're writing this as your suicide note, and you're going to take the time to click the pin and close it.
Yeah. And then flip this page up and keep this page flipped up, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, he would be in such a frenzy. I mean, I'm surprised that the pen is even next to the pad. But he would have been in a frenzy.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And he cleaned up part of the crime scene and wrote on the wall and did all kinds of things. But he was in such, a frenzy and snapped.
But he tiptoed around, though. He tiptoed around.
Oh, he did more than that. I mean, he magically missed all the wood floor.
Yeah, levitated.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding blood on that pin, but I know that there is. I think it's just the photos that I have here. So let's see. So yeah, so that's I mean that's the big one right there. That's really the big page. Let me go back to that. 290, I believe, right? Okay. So let's go down. And this is okay, and this was written on the back of the page. That was the other thing too. This is written on the back of page 30. I thought was kind of weird. That really that threw me off. Definitely. Because I had thought that this page that we're looking at right now, we're looking at page 293. I thought that this was the page, and then David flipped it open. So I thought this was open here. David or somebody goes and sits down there, and then they and this is in the crime scene photos too. This page here. So it'd be good to find the blood on this page. I can almost see it here, but keep this open, right? They keep this open, and that's why the other page, I'm going to go back to here. It looks like it's flipped open. Well, it is flipped open. Item 41 is flipped open. And that was the other thing. Well, he takes the time to make sure that the pin is closed, but doesn't take the time to fully fold this notepad. Because what's on the page before this notepad, I thought, is the same that's on page 293. I'm not sure. I mean, I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, what's on page 293 is some of the most important things that have stuck out to a lot of people ever since we first saw this page here. Read this stuff, okay? So, and what is this for? Is this for David's script? Is this for, not the script, but for the Rise? Is this for his documentary film? And some of the stuff that is crossed out, why is it crossed out? Why is some crossed out? It's that stuff that he's fully set on. He's got his research. He's got his facts on. What is going on here? So you have the cartoon compilations, and that's crossed out. Fast and Furious, and that's crossed out. Now, there could be two different Fast and Furious. Obviously, it could be the Fast and Furious movies. I don't think that that's true. I think it's more related to Fast and Furious, which was a gun smuggling thing that the people under Barack Obama got caught doing. So it's really important to research Holder. Fast and Furious. Yes, thank you. Eric Holder, that's right. And that's crossed out. Sandy Hook is the next thing here. It's not crossed out. So was he researching this stuff and crossing it off? Were these things that he wanted to add in and then decided they shouldn't be added in? But these are notes, right? These are notes. And again, there's no ESDA prints on the page underneath these. So it's just that's a whole nother issue.
So there was one that kind of stood out to me.
Which one?
The one on the bottom. It says Stalia Executors.
Stalin.
Or execution. Stalin. Okay, never mind. For some reason I was drawing a conclusion to Justice Scalia, who passed away in 2016, and I thought, well, that's kind of prophetic. But no, not Justice Scalia. No, I misread that. There's just so many different ways that his handwriting goes.
Right.
H's are N's, and T's can look like. He's got bad handwriting like me.
Yep, same with me.
Do you both print or use cursive?
I never use cursive.
Me neither. Just print.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of doing a survey. I'm asking.
I don't think David ever did cursive either.
Yeah, I don't see any cursive.
It's print writing where there's some cursive mixed in.
Have you touched on what we were talking about with the journal about the Johnny Carson syndrome and all of that being exact quotes out of a book?
Oh, I wasn't going to touch on that yet.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
But
going to say anything if you weren't ready to do that. I won't say anything about it until you're ready, because I know you're working on that. So.
yes, Catherine and I are working on it.
It's a nice little teaser there. Okay. All right. Let's see. Number 4 is ICE. So I think we all know what ICE is at this point, and the immigration problem in California and in Minnesota, I think, are very similar. Not legal immigration. I'm not talking about anything legal either. This other one, first I thought this was the Titanic underneath ice. I don't think that's right. It's like Tatiana or something. So Tatiana, I think there was like a female singer or something that was involved in the Gray State Project. So I think a lot of this is probably meant for the David's documentary that was going to be coming out to coincide with whatever happened with Gray State, with the fictional
No,
TV series.
no. Titanic, there's some conspiracy stuff around that one too. And the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and stuff. So it very possibly could be Titanic.
Just looking at it, it looks like it's Tatiana. But I remember when I first read this, I did think that that's exactly what I thought. I thought that these were all conspiracy theories that David was actually looking at, but that's not true, because some of these are not. I mean, a cartoon compilation obviously has nothing to do with that. Party music video has nothing to do with that. So that stuff, that's what kind of made me rethink my first thought, I guess.
And one reason why I think that some of this is just ideas that he was jotting down is because in the documentary where they try and make him look like a divisive, horrible person, because he's using the self-talk method where he's saying talk fast, and
Right.
and he's talking about what he's doing. Well, that recording, at the beginning of the recording, he's talking about his pen not working right. And so, I know there's no way we can prove whether he was writing things down when he was talking and recording that, but it's interesting that he was talking about the pen, not working right, and him taking, kind of preparing himself for something. Right. So I think that he was probably a big note taker.
Correct. I think that's a great point. That's another great point. BHD. I remember that BHD had something to do with the Middle East, if I remember. Let's see if I could find anything. The Bahrain. Something to do with money. Oh yeah, BHD is the currency for Bahrain, an island nation in the Middle East, which is east of Saudi Arabia and in the middle of the Arabian Gulf. Because that image was on here, that's a big thing. So I don't know, has anybody done any research on that? If not, maybe there's somebody out there listening to this who can help us find out more about BHD. But when you talk about money, when there's money involved, that's when bad things happen. Underneath that is my enlistment, and that's scribbled out. And I was wondering, is there a difference between things that are crossed out and things that are scribbled out. And then, to make it even more confusing, next to Eric Holder smiling, there's a check mark. So just throw it. I'm like, okay, at that point I was like, well, maybe I'm just thinking way too deeply into this stuff. So what I've been focusing on is what is not crossed out or scribbled out and what is. So I don't know if those are things that have not been done. But the most interesting one to me is Building 7, because when I first learned about David Crowley, when I first learned about this case, the big thing I wanted to understand was his view on September 11th. And I still don't know. I still don't really have a clear view of what he thought about September 11th, other than to say that I can guess that he probably did not think that what the government told us was true.
Pretty sure he wanted to keep that under wraps until he released the film.
Yeah, he'd be smart to. I mean, he could have. I mean, he would have gotten a bigger audience if he. I mean, really, especially during 2012, he would have gotten a much bigger audience if he would have been more vocal about September 11th. That's just my view, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that just wasn't part of his plan, or maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal to him. But at some point, if he had issues, if he understood that what we were doing in Iraq and in some of these other countries was wrong, that our soldiers should not have been sent overseas after September 11th. If he understood that at any point, and I believe that he did, at some point he's going to start researching September 11th. And once you do that, I mean, go ahead.
Where did you say the one referring to the money? What country was it?
Bahrain, was it?
Yeah. Bahrain. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but and the BHD is the currency of that island nation.
Is that near Saudi Arabia?
It's
is that what you said?
Yeah, which is to the east of Saudi Arabia, in the middle of the Arabian Gulf.
Because the interesting thing is the
a dinar.
Supposed hijackers.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were from Saudi Arabia.
Right.
So I don't know if he was wondering about some exchange of currency having to do with something that had to do with 9/11, or I'm just trying to think. Now I'm intrigued. I'm gonna have to research that. But
well, yeah, and when you think about the fact that his wife was born in a Saudi Arabian, or in a U.S. In a base in Saudi Arabia, I wonder if he ever talked with Kamel's dad about this stuff at all at any time.
And what's really interesting is if these were topics that he was considering, touching on, it's interesting that, he posted about distancing himself from a lot of the groups that he had been associated with. For some reason, he was like, unjoining, or however you want to say it, those groups on Facebook. Remember he made that post about that?
Yep, he was happily unsubscribing.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's interesting. I wonder, what made him do that, if he just didn't agree, or it's just interesting to see, if maybe he was more interested in, one topic than the other, or It's what it seems. It seems to me like he was trying to piece something together.
Right.
Is what it seems. It seems to me like he was trying to connect those particular things, possibly, to something.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. I think everything on this list, this is all part of something. He's creating something, and it makes sense if it's his documentary film. Now, the only thing that made me think that maybe that's not true is that a lot of this stuff isn't in his, leaked version. So I don't know. And if anybody hasn't seen the leaked version, it has the music is kind of weird and everything, and there's it is a rough cut, but I think it is a lot better than the version that was created after David died, even though they say that was his version and they just took his notes and made it, but I don't know.
But maybe this is what he actually wanted to do.
Right.
But didn't, and that's why I'm wondering if that submit to Allah now was opening scene. I mean, I guess he could have written out opening scene, or, he could have just said open, and then in his thought process, the opening scene would be submit to Allah now, kind of like, the guillotine scene he had, and then he also had the scene with people being executed, in the regular trailer. So, it sounds very much like an opening scene to me, like a direction he was wanting to take.
Hard to say, I think. Going down here, page 294. Now we're looking at a lot of other scribbled things. Everything on this page is basically scribbled out. So I don't know if that means that he completed this or what, but this is a B-roll shot list. And the opening shot shows dancing cops, soundbite from Fuck Up Generals. It's 9/11 or ITS 911. And so this is why when I look at the page submit to Allah, this is why I don't think it's part of any script or anything like that. Is because this kind of on the next page he's like, it just that whole page, and that's page 293 in this document. It just seems so out of place. It's just so staged, and I don't know. I think it would be really interesting to see who actually wrote that. Page 292, to see who actually wrote "Open the Rise" most recent version, submit to Allah now. Who actually wrote that, and what type of proof we could actually get? Because if I have no problem saying that David wrote it, but at this point I can't say that. Nobody can say that. So those tests need to be done. And obviously, the Apple Valley Police Department and the investigators are not going to do it. But something like that needs to be done to find out who actually wrote this. Now, the bigger question is, why do the Apple Valley Police think that David Crowley wrote this? When there is, when his DNA, his blood is not on there, his wife's is. Obviously, she didn't write it, right? Unless they're going to go with some weird pack theory or something. She didn't write it. And there's another DNA source. If there is another blood DNA source on page 292, is it possible that other DNA source wrote this?
Well, I think that the reason why they may have done that is because of like what it says in that article that I shared about, so many, it happens often.
That's
narrative in their head,
Mhm.
and then they just go with it. They don't think in any other direction.
I do think that's going to be our next topic too, going over what was written in that, because that it was, that's a whole nother topic, and that needs to be covered too, because obviously there's some similar things here to where you just walk in and just think that it's a murder, suicide, or whatever. Why, it's like it shouldn't be like that. That, yeah, that's going to be a whole nother discussion, definitely. I look forward to that one.
Well, and it's really interesting, and I won't digress, but it's really interesting how, because they just go with statistics. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, like, if something happens to a woman, if she's married, they automatically question spouse first. Because statistically, it usually is. But just because it statistically is doesn't mean it is.
Great point.
And I think that's where a lot of mistakes are made.
Excellent point. All right, just kind of wrapping up here, looking at page 294 still, where we see the B-roll shot list. Part of that B-roll shot list says that the FBI doesn't find hijackers' passports. That's got to be 911, right? It's got to be tied to that.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
So if he's doing like like FBI finds or doesn't find hijacker passports, I guess that would be a either a support or an opposition to the accepted 9/11 theory.
Right.
But
right, because they've said that they found them, but I mean, how did? Yeah, some of the things are just like, okay, yeah, it's. That's why I see what you're saying. I do like how he writes FBI finds / doesn't find hijacker passports, because they claim that they found them. When you really look at it, it's like, well, it's hard to believe that you would find them, especially if the planes, if the planes went into buildings and everything, probably not going to find a passport, a little piece of paper. So that's interesting.
I mean, you have a bigger chance of finding Billy Joe in HR who works the 101st floor's hip bone as opposed to one little bitty passport.
Correct. Well, I think 5 years later, they were finding bones on building tops after 9/11. That far late, they were still finding body bones. So it's just like, but yet everything that they needed to prove that these 19 people were guilty was all there. Basically, right there. I mean, within a couple days too. It's very similar.
The public is gullible, so they'll believe anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because we've been, our grandparents and their grandparents, whatever, they were told to trust whatever is on channel 2, channel 4, channel 5, channel 7. They had a lot of faith in them, and I don't know if they just were not smart enough to recognize that they were being lied to, if maybe media was different back then. I don't know, but I do know that my grandparents, if they see it on TV, most likely they're going to think that it's true. And that's how they were raised. Next you have gross pics of Queen / Lizard, and then RP Reptile. So I don't know if that was Ron Paul Reptile or RP, but that one really stuck out to me. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, that's got to be the Queen Elizabeth theory, that she's a reptile alien.
David Icke.
David
so
Icke.
What is RP?
Ron Paul?
gotta
I
be
don't know.
somebody else. He wouldn't have
He's
been
not-
speaking for Ron Paul if he thought he was reptilian.
Good point. Good point there. All right, good point.
It sounds like he's paying homage to Alex Jones, if anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
This definitely could have been some kind of like comic relief in the movie. Just an idea.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because this is B-roll footage, so it's all just. I would be curious to see what that footage was.
This is like every conspiracy theory out there.
Right, right. And this must have been at least at past 2014, at least in 2014, because one of the bottom things says 2014 compilations. So I think this might have been written, late in David's life. And this might have just been him, like you said, just gathering, like, okay, here are some of the theories that we can put out there that, people have been talking about. And around that time, the reptilian theory had popped up again. And I know David Icke has been around for a long, long time. And me and my Christian, brothers, we talk about that and how David Icke would talk about Jesus Christ isn't real, and at that point I stopped listening to David Icke. I didn't need to know anything else further than that. But that was just my personal view on it. But a lot of this stuff here, kind of shows that, we're talking about very, very late in David's life, at the very least. Jews, Rockefeller, Rothschilds, world domination picks is what I get from the next sentence there.
Mm-hmm.
So
and again,
yeah,
another
another
conspiracy theory.
right, and that's a big one right there.
It is. It really is.
Government spying.
Not so much a conspiracy theory.
Then it goes on to list like TVs and Xboxes and how they're trying to put cameras on everything.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Now David didn't have a TV in his house.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And didn't he cover up his computer?
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
I myself don't even own a television, come to think of it.
I have a TV, but I don't have cable. I have no interest in cable.
No, I don't watch TV. I didn't own one until my daughter moved back in with me, and they are huge gamers. And so they have like a big one in the living room and then one in their bedroom, but I just don't watch TV. So there's just nothing on there that interests me.
I wonder if that list could be like a montage that he was thinking of doing.
Well, if it's B-roll footage, it's going to be stuff that he's using kind of in the background, or just kind of break up stuff. But something that he definitely had planned on using, I would think. Let's see, 294.
So he was planning. So he was for sure planning.
Correct. Correct. NYPD car-mounted body scanners. I think
that was a big thing back in 2012. That was a
Yeah.
big scare about that. I remember that.
That's right. That's right. What's under that? I can't tell. It looks like RAMB. I cannot tell. RAUB, but that's crossed out too. I can't tell. So the NYPD thing, I think, is the only one on this page that is not crossed out. So that's interesting. 2014 compilations is, and this is page 32. So this is, and this is the front of page 32, 41A-32, looking at page 294 of the 488-page document here. All right, do need to wrap this up here fairly quickly, but we're looking at page 295, film festivals. with a question mark. I can't tell what's underneath that. I can't tell what is scratched out. But then underneath that is VOD. So this is more planning for his future. This is planning the documentary, perhaps. That's what I would think. I don't think he's that far. Maybe this is for the fictional Gray State, but I don't believe so. I think this is more related to his documentary. VOD, video on demand, rent in HD, release before or after investor contact or during. So he's planning, he's plotting. All this is all planning for the future.
He takes notes like we do at work.
He's a military guy. Yeah, what do you expect?
In military, I know. I kind of do the same thing, but like I take notes like this and then I never look at them ever again. So he may be the kind of thinker that I am. If I write it down, I'll remember it. If I don't look at it again, and if it's that important, yes, I'll open up the notebook and I'll look for my scribbler.
Right. Yeah.
So, just this is like a scary similarity.
I agree. No, I got the same thing. I got many notepads and notebooks with just random things like this because you want to write it down to keep it fresh. And somehow writing it down helps you know that you did write it, and you can always go back to it later on. And this is page 32. This is the back of page 32 that we're looking at here with the film festivals and all that stuff. And there's a note down here. It says, once there's money, you have to pay everyone. But that might not be so bad. And then there's another note that says that no money is best.
It just kind of reminds me of those skits that he has on his Hothead Productions.
Why is that?
Where there's just random phrases that they're saying. Like the chessboard one.
Mm-hmm.
They're just having random crazy sayings, and
just random.
It just reminded me of that.
Well, and one thing I was thinking about is he might have written, just brainstormed every single thing that he was thinking, even if it was contradictory to other things that he was thinking, so that he would have alternatives. Because remember his friends saying that he would have more than one plan. He wouldn't just have one plan. That when he's talking about him, he says that because he was trained that way, and so he could have, been tossing different scenarios around because he may have had more than one thought process going.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to have to end the conversation for myself here. We have plans tonight.
All right, my friend. That sounds good. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and shut this down here right now. But I'd like to come back maybe sometime this week and finish up on this.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here, and I'm going to go ahead and shut this down, and we will schedule another thing, a part 2 of this, and we'll finish up on this and then get into some of the other topics, talking about the suicide versus murder theory. All right, good peeps. Till next time.
Thank you, Christy and Justin, for joining us.
Thanks.
Yeah,
thank you all for
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Talk to y'all soon.
You got it.
Okay. All right.
Good night, Greg.
Bye-bye.
All right. Good night, good peeps. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 and 3. Test. Anybody hear me out there? We are testing. Testing the live stream. Test. 1 2 and 3. Give us a few minutes here, and then we will be live. I mean, we are live right now, but yeah, looks like we still got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, looks like we. Hey there, Thread Killer, and hey there, She-Wolf. Thank you, both of you, for joining us here. I'll be right back. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing to see if anybody can hear me out there. I know we got looks like we got 3 people here on the call, but I can't hear them. Let's see what we got here. Test 1 2. Hello. Okay.
Welcome. This service is provided by freeconferencecall.com. There is 1 host and 3 participants in this conference.
That's what I mean. You have to mess around with it because there's like so many different ways to call in. Because like calling in one way, it'll say I'm going to get charged. But then if I do it the other way, going through the app, it doesn't try and charge me. But like I said, sometimes when I'm trying to link up, it doesn't want to let me link up. And I'm not sure why it's doing that.
Hey, good peeps.
Like maybe... Oh, hi. Sorry.
That's okay. How's it going? We are live here.
I'm good.
I went a little early with the YouTube live stream to test it out because I could not hear anybody. I could see that there were people on the call, but I was just going to sit there and talk to myself, apparently. But I'm glad we're all here. So who do we got here?
We're here. I gave Paulette the link to the live chat.
Oh, cool. I do
the
see her in there.
conference call.
Okay, I do see Paulette in there.
Hey, Paulette.
Thanks for joining us here, and Thread Killer and She Wolf, and everybody else. We got 6 people there in the chat. So we got what, 4 or 5 people here. Who else is here on the call?
Hello, Sunshine. So far.
Who?
Let's see here. Just Christy and I so far that I know of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Christy. Taylor's there too?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Taylor.
Hello.
Let me turn this
Hi.
on here.
Now, Greg, I have to be completely honest. I tried to do some light reading for the 7 major mistakes, but I couldn't sit there and get through it.
Was it that bad or what? Or
Oh, it wasn't that bad. It was just I just couldn't sit here and just read it. I don't know what was going on. My animals were being ridiculous today, and it was just I was trying to get through it, and I tried to do notes. I did some notes, but I only got to about probably the 3rd mistake, and then I dropped out of it completely.
Well, that's okay. I haven't even looked at it yet. I mean, I've skimmed through it, but I have not really read it. So I'm curious to get some fresh takes on the 7 suicides, right? Is that what it is? I gotta find that link too.
The 7 mistakes in
mistakes.
suicide investigations.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we should definitely first finish up from last week with what we had, and we were on page 296. So I'm gonna jump to page 296 of the 488-page BCA document right now. So.
Let me open that up in Dropbox.
And if anybody wants it, you can just Google, just search for David Crowley Research, and it's generally the first one that comes up there. And I have not organized a lot of these documents the way that I should, and so hopefully now I'll have time to actually do something to make it easier. The whole purpose of putting the documents here is just to make it easier for people to find them. But I want to make it even easier somehow. So that's the next one, 296.
There is a link for the notebook that's in the group files. You uploaded that on September 7th.
Oh, okay.
For
All right.
anybody who also wants to either print out the notebook or check it out through there.
That's right. And that was like I was a little disappointed because I was expecting 59 pages front and back, and that's not what I counted there. It's like 20 something. So there's still pages missing. I don't know if those are blank pages. I'm not sure.
Or they could have been ripped out already.
They could have been. They definitely could have been. So let me see. Let's see if I can minimize this. So we ended up on page 296 last time, and let's see if I want to open this up in a different way if I can. Probably download it first.
Find a spot to sit, baby. Sit down. I actually printed these out.
Oh, good.
One or two people read.
Yeah, really. Nothing like that.
Okay.
Let's see if this will open up
We
here.
are
Trying to find the best
working on
one.
an analysis of David's handwriting.
Ah, how's that going?
Slow.
That's okay.
It's been a busy week.
Nothing wrong with that. Alright, what is this here? Whoops. Okay. Alright, so looking at page 296, GSTR edit. So Gray State, the rise is what I'm guessing here. And let's go down. I just want to see what page. So this would be page 33. Page 33, side B. That's what that little B there is. Anytime you see that. So front and back. All the pages were taken out when the BCA got them. They photographed everything. The only thing I really don't like about is that they actually wrote on these pages here. So the 41A-33, all this bottom hand stuff here, that's what the BCA wrote on the actual note page. And I'm not sure if that's necessary or if, if that's standard. Apparently a lot of things that we might not think are standard are turning up standard. I do want to also say hi to Pansy, who is also in the chat room too, and to everybody else. We got about 7 people in there right now, so let's see. Let's go through this. So this is for the edit. So they were making other vids, and the thing about this is you can't really tell when it was if somebody is typing in the back, just try to put yourself on mute while you're doing that, just so it doesn't come through here, or else it sounds like there's like a big storm coming my way, and I don't need that right now, especially in California. So we got enough problems already. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. So yeah, some of the stuff like Stalin, right? I can't WW2 war footage. Hitler speech. I'd be curious to see what Hitler speech that would be, since it's all in German, right? With subtitles. But the military-industrial complex speech with Dwight Eisenhower, 1961. Anybody know what speech that might be? Right, the speech about the military-industrial complex, of course. Which is a very powerful speech, too. I think the first time I saw it, I watched a movie called Good Night and Good Luck, and I thought it was really, really good. That
was a really good movie.
And that was the first time they played that at the very end of that movie. And that was the first time that I had ever heard that. So yeah, it was very, very powerful. And that's just one small little piece of it. If you listen to the whole thing or watch the whole thing, it's out there on YouTube as well. But it's very, very powerful. And yeah, interesting stuff. When you consider that Eisenhower, I guess there's some theories about Eisenhower and the UFOs and stuff like that, but I don't know. Cut and the one that was made after David's death. Has everybody seen that? Any views on that?
Yes. I saw it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Taylor, have you seen it?
I have not seen it, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think it's worth watching. Yeah, it's definitely worth watching at least. But for Christine and for Sophia, who have seen it, what did you both think about it?
It was a lot to take in.
Yeah,
a lot of
sure.
information.
Lots of time went into that, and definitely a lot of footage
Kind of
from
depressing
2012.
too.
Was it depressing?
I mean,
was it the music
me,
or was it just the whole thing?
No, it was for me. It wasn't actually the content that was depressing.
Mm-hmm.
It was just thinking of what would have been or what could have been. It's just kind of another can't really say slap in the face because I didn't know him personally, but it's just kind of another kind of punch in the gut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, the first the documentary or whatever you want to call it that they did. I mean, that was bad enough. The picture that they painted of them, and then that it's just sad. It's just really sad to wonder, because he and Kamel, I mean, both were so absolutely creative. It's kind of that way anyway. I just get kind of emotional.
Yeah, I think knowing everything that happened with David and all the questions, I think that does really put a very like dark, sad cloud over this whole film. And I don't know if that was, the whole purpose to even put it out there. I don't really know, but I do know that film, I've seen a lot of other documentaries like In Game, some of the other Alex Jones ones, and it kind of fell in that same thing. I just kind of got that same vibe from it. But I don't know, anything that definitely helps.
And it's really interesting that you say, you're not sure like how how it's gonna do with it. Like, is it gonna drive it, or is it gonna hurt it, or whatever? But like I was telling Sophia this, I was from talking to like friends and stuff. He's a gamer, and just from talking on the internet and stuff like that.
Really?
He's heard about it, and yeah, so it's really reached a lot of people. A lot of people have heard about it. I mean, especially even the young community. And like I was, and I was talking to him about the rise and everything. And I think that's something. I think that there's going to be such a huge curiosity, but especially with young people, that it's actually going to draw people more to it.
Right.
Because it's just reached, so it's unbelievable how many people this has reached. I mean, it's reaching people. I'm not going to give the exact age, but it's reaching people between the 15 and 18 to 19-year-old age range.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. People that are thinking about, or that are one day going to have that choice. Hey, there is one option. You could join the service, could join the army, but you don't want to get some PTSD and have something like this happen. It's just ridiculous.
Well, and what's funny is he thinks it's just all insane, and I didn't influence him at all. I asked what his thoughts were, and he was like, "There's no way that he did it." He's like, "It doesn't make any sense. It's not logical."
Right.
And so, I mean, I would be curious to see how many other young people have watched the documentary and then have like done a little bit of digging to see what their thoughts are on.
Absolutely.
On it.
If I could just, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually 19.
Okay.
So it just kind of shows you how young some people are that get into these kinds of things. I mean, I've only been in the group since probably about, I don't know, last year. So, I mean, I've only been doing research on it for about a year, but when I have time away from work and things like that, life and whatever, then I kind of get back onto the group and I look at the new things that have come out and everything else. So just like as I said, I am 19, so it does kind of show you that it does reach my age group.
A lot of, yeah, that's awesome. That's really good.
Are there?
That you're all, some of you are thinking for yourselves.
Yeah.
Are there other people, Taylor, that are also that you find when you talk to them about this? Do other people your age also understand that there's something weird going on here, or have questions?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, last conference call, oh my God, I think it was 5, 6 months ago. Oh my gosh, it was so long ago. But I actually had my two best friends come onto the call with me.
That's right.
Because I had gotten them to watch the documentary with me because I was still kind of going over everything that Sloppymentary decided to show everybody. And I was more looking into what the documentary was saying and everything. So I was still kind of doing my research on the case. And they had came over. So I kind of introduced them to it, and they came into the call, and they're actually still in the group, I believe. So yeah, I've kind of, shown everybody that I've talked to about it, kind of like my views on the actual case itself and like what's happened. And we sit down, and everybody that I've talked to so far about it, they have sat down with me and actually had a big long conversation that lasts about 2 hours.
Wow.
About what they think happened and this and this. And my mother even, she was on this case for a couple months at least. And then she kind of gave up because she's very much like me, where she gets frustrated if she can't find an answer. But even she said, like, there's something going on, and I don't really believe that it was a murder, suicide, and whatever. So I mean, everybody that I've talked to believes the same thing, that I don't think he killed himself and his wife and kid. But I mean, I guess everybody to their own opinion, right?
Sure. That's interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah.
That they were, I mean, that's great, because that's obviously, we want to reach as many people as possible. So it's great that younger people are looking into it. It's kind of weird that I find in my experience that younger people are actually more open to it, that's fascinating.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think it's because we're just kind of coming into the world of adulthood.
Mhm.
I mean, especially in Canada, we were given when we turn 16, we become like, you're about to be an adult kind of thing. So we get more open to things like this, where, we actually get to look at different things. Like, even in my high school, we have a criminology course. Well, at least when I was in high school, we had a criminology course that would go into looking into different cases, like David's. And I know for sure my English class looked into the Stephen Avery case. Which, if anybody watches
That's
Netflix, you
amazing.
would probably know exactly what it is, the Making a Murderer case. And I actually, yeah, he just, I think he's being released soon, so that's good. But I know that we usually, like, we watch a bunch of different documentaries on different things, and yeah, I see you looking that up, Greg.
Yeah. Do I have the right one
Yeah.
here?
Yep, that's Stephen Avery.
Who's
But yeah,
Brendan
no.
Dassey?
So I'm not gonna go too much into this because
Okay.
it's a big thing. Stephen Avery is he's obviously an American. Brendan Dassey is his nephew. And Brendan actually got Stephen convicted.
Okay.
So Brendan was arrested because he was also apparently he helped Stephen kill a lady named Teresa Hallbach. And in my opinion, most of the evidence that the police found was actually planted, because they originally, I think it was a year before, had put Stephen Avery in jail for raping, I can't remember her name, some lady, when it was actually another guy. He was let go, and then they had to figure out a way to get him back into jail. So they planted a bunch of evidence, including Stephen's blood from a vial from the year before, and a bunch of other stuff. And Brendan, actually, he has mental problems. Like, he's got
I was just gonna ask you, doesn't he have like like a really low IQ. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not being mean or anything,
No, no.
but he's developmentally delayed.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
he's delayed. And basically when the police brought him into questioning, they had asked him like, different questions and kind of coursed him through his statement, and then promised him that he was going back to school because he was constantly every couple minutes he'd ask, am I going back to school yet? Like blah blah. And basically they told him that he was going back to school. He gave them this false statement that he helped Steven slit Teresa's wrist or slit Teresa's throat and this and whatever. And then they basically convicted Brendan Dassey. And then
he didn't have an attorney with him during that entire time of questioning.
No, he
and
didn't
even
have.
though they read him Miranda rights, they didn't take into consideration calling in social services or anyone like that with him being developmentally delayed. So I mean, that in itself is just insane. Sorry to interrupt you, but
No, it's okay. He didn't have a lawyer in the room, and he did not have he didn't have his mother in the room either. They wouldn't allow him to call his mom to have her down there at all either. And I think Brendan was about 16, 17 when this happened. So, I mean, legally, I think I'm not top notch on my American laws, but I'm pretty sure that in the States you have to have a parent if you're under the age of 8 to 18, I think it is. Something like that.
Yeah.
I know in Canada you have to be 16 and under to have a parent, but that's Canada. But he didn't have his parent or his mother. He wasn't allowed to call her. He wasn't allowed to have a phone call. They kept him in the room. I believe it was between 6 and 7 hours they were sitting in the room, constantly just telling him, well, you need to tell us, and then he came out with this false story that they had basically created in his head, made him think that he actually did it, and then he was convicted, and then Steven was also convicted as well. Greg, I'm just
there's
noticing...
a documentary on Netflix about it, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the documentary is called Making a Murderer. It's two seasons. It's 2 seasons, although the first season is more informative than the second one, I find, but that's just me.
It's 2 seasons on this case?
Yep, there's
wow.
2 seasons on. Yep. I don't know if you know the name Kathleen Zellner, Greg. She's like one of the biggest, well, I'm not really like up to date on my information about her, but I know that she's one of the best attorneys in she's one of the best attorneys in this area. And she actually, that's her. She actually took Steven's case pro bono, and she was doing everything. She released a bunch of stuff to the public and the press, and like gave documents and everything else, and she was trying to help him get out. And then I think it was about 2 weeks ago, somebody in the actual jail, and I believe it was actually the guy that had raped the lady the year before, he actually confessed to killing Teresa Halbach. So Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are going to probably get released soon. Although I don't know if the police are going to let that happen, because if they do, I mean, Stephen Avery can go after them for 10.2 mil.
Wow.
So because it's his second time being convicted, and the first time he actually, as soon as he got out, he went after them for 6 mil. And then they put him back in jail because they didn't want to pay it.
That's disturbing.
Wow. So, yeah. So this is just like, I'm all for this case. Like, this Stephen Avery case has just gotten me going. I love this case, but at the same time, I mean, I'm just waiting for them to get out. And you know, I've talked to his brother. I've talked to his parents. It's just it's crazy.
Well, and one thing that's interesting about it, that's parallel to the case that we're talking about, is, I mean, it goes to show the snap judgments that law enforcement officials can make. I'm not saying they all do, but I'm just saying that some can make, and once they get in their head a certain theory going, it's really hard to get them to look, in another direction. It's like, a dog with a bone. They get this idea, and they're convinced that that's what it is, and so they just start looking for evidence to prove their theory rather than looking for evidence and letting the evidence lead them to the truth.
Exactly. And I know for sure in the Stephen Avery case, this was a big thing where they found, I don't think it was human bones, but they had found bones in his burn barrel in the yard.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
And that's basically what they convicted him on, because they found bones.
Mhm.
They didn't test them.
Oh,
They didn't do
wow.
any tests.
Well,
They didn't
and-
swab the
and
blood.
the-
They didn't do any tests at
Right.
all about how, they didn't do any tests in the RAV4. They didn't do any tests on her body, or they didn't even find her body, but they didn't do any tests on anything found in the crime scene. They just kind of went off substantial evidence and kind of, this is what we think it is, so this is
Yeah.
what we're going for. You know what I mean? So, and I mean,
Well, and
it
just
is.
because that was the last place that she was known to go, because she took pictures for one of those like little flyer, the little
she
book
took,
companies,
she
Auto
took-
Trader magazine.
Because
because that was the last place she went, and her car was there, which like no one could just hide her car there. I mean, that would just be impossible for someone to do, wouldn't it?
Also, just to give kind of a little bit of background on Teresa too, I mean, she was in contact with Stephen Avery for months before she decided to come and take the
That's
pictures,
what I was-
because Stephen Avery actually, they own a, what is it called? It's a scrapyard for vehicles. And people can go in and just buy vehicles and whatever. So, I mean, it was just inevitable, and I kind of figured it was just everything, all the evidence that they found was substantial. They found Stephen's blood in the sink, and they were like, oh, well, it's Teresa's blood. And years later, it was tested, and it turned out to be Stephen's blood. So it was just, it's just so many things that this police department just went nuts, and it's just, my head hurts.
And it's because they had a specific narrative that they were going with, and they wanted to prove, so they just looked for as much stuff that they could find to prove that narrative, and to convince a jury that it is true. I mean, and like you said, it was all circumstantial. I mean, it's not like someone couldn't have, because the way that car was hidden way back in the lot, and it was covered in brush and stuff like that. So someone could have easily gotten that vehicle in there and planted it there. And like you said, the bones in the drum, and then with putting pressure on I can't remember his name again, his nephew, Brendan, putting pressure on him and making him crack. Anyone that's not special needs is gonna be under a tremendous amount of stress being questioned for that long. And so that just goes to show it happens. It happens a lot. It's just like, I know statistically a lot of crimes that occur, it'll be domestic, it'll be a family member because of statistics. But the thing is a lot of times when things happen, they get so fixated on, okay, well, the spouse had to have done it because statistically the spouse did it. And so a lot of times people get convicted wrongly, or they lose who they should be looking for because they're, I think it's pride or something. It just gets in the way, and they're just so convinced and fixated on being right rather than seeking the truth.
Oh, sorry. I just looked up the the rape that he was convicted for. He was actually convicted, and he was in jail for 18 years before he was exonerated by DNA.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, so he spent 18 years in jail for a rape that he didn't even do, and the lady's name is actually Penny Bernstein.
Didn't that
And then
group that helps get people exonerated, weren't they the ones that finally got him exonerated?
I'm pretty sure that
Um,
was actually exactly what Greg is looking at right now, the Innocent Project.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had actually pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to get different evidence and things tested, and yeah, so
See, I've often wondered if they could be contacted. I mean, I don't know if they would do anything because David is deceased, but that's what they specialize in, is exonerating people that, have been wrongly convicted. No, I don't think he was convicted because he was deceased, but I wonder if they heard about this and, someone sat down and talked to them, if, they would be willing to look into it to clear his name.
Or maybe even give us some
Because
some
the
tips.
thing is because, well, and the thing is, because if he didn't do it, whoever did is still alive, more than likely. Therefore, they need to be convicted.
Yeah, there should be some place that should help dead, people that have been or have been whatever, accused of things but are dead, and it
Mhm.
just kind of dies there. That's what Threadkiller and She-Wolf and Bugs are talking about in the chat there. That, yeah, like you said, because he's
I was
dead.
telling Sophia, I can't see anything. I haven't been able to link up yet that way, so I'm blind. I'm
Okay,
flying
that's okay.
blind here.
That's all right. I will make sure I post. I'll try to post things in the comments for us here too, because there are some really good comments going back and forth there. But maybe
Okay, that would
this
be
group
good.
would think about getting a like a sister company, or maybe they could, a little branch off that might look into that. I don't know how often that happens. I don't know if
Mhm.
this thing happens to
I
many
know
people.
they've exonerated. They've gotten a lot of people exonerated that have been wrongly convicted. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been amazing. I mean, they've gotten people that were on death row released, and like people that were put in jail, like a lot of African American people that were convicted wrongly, like back in the 50s and the 60s of rape and stuff like that. They've gotten them exonerated, and I mean they have done amazing work.
That's really great.
in my opinion, I mean, I'm not trying to shut down the idea because it's a great idea. Trying to get the Innocence Project to come and actually, like, them to come and see kind of the evidence and everything else. Although I don't personally think that they would be interested in actually looking into the evidence because, like everybody's saying in the group chat, I mean, I feel like it's only for people who are kind of like already incarcerated.
Yeah.
And people who are kind of locked up trying to get out because they are pleading innocent and everything else. So in my opinion, they may be able to give you some kind of information on like what to do and what to ask for properly.
Right.
But aside from that, I don't think that they would be able to do anything just because David is passed.
Right, and that's a good step forward too. I mean, really anything that gets us closer, is a good
Exactly.
step forward. We know that there's a lot of people out there that want to just stop us, that just want to make sure that nobody new looks into this case. But as you can clearly see, the more people that are informed about David Crowley and what happened to him and his family, the more people have questions, and they do get very frustrated. But it's very, very clear that people clearly understand that there's just there's no way that this guy is guilty, and at the same time, how do you prove a dead person guilty? It just gets into to so many different things. But maybe there's a group out there that does specialize in people that are dead. That is, maybe there's a similar group out there.
Yeah, because the thing is like I said, okay, that people may not think it's a big deal proving him innocent because he's deceased and everything, and people may think, well, when we're all gone and everything, everyone will know the truth. But the fact of the matter remains that if he didn't do it, someone did do it, and so someone that's guilty is out walking around there free. And are they going to do this to someone else?
Right, and that's the biggest question.
The level of hatred and violence that was involved in this murder case, and they haven't done it again. Baffles my mind. Well, that we know of.
That we know of, right? Right. You never know. You just
They
never
might
know.
have gotten better. I mean, because this was such a sloppy job. I mean, they might have gotten better at covering their tracks.
Maybe they learned a lot, right? They learned a lot from all the mistakes that they made here. Well, getting back to, I think we're almost done with the notepad section here. Just page 297. Looks like a scene, maybe a scene from one of David's films, or from the scripts that he was actually working on. This looks like one of those scenes that you see when somebody's going to break into when the police are going to kick down the doors, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of the take that I got from this. A lot of it is hard to understand, and the writing is so fast. If anybody wants to talk about the writing, but it's like he's writing as he's thinking it out, right? It's kind of the...
Yeah. I know for me, I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm definitely having a hard time.
Of course, yeah. I mean, one of the things...
Yeah. I don't usually have a hard time reading people's writing, but this is just...
I had to print it out just to be able to focus on it.
I feel that, yeah.
So what I make out is stand by, something confirmed, bring them in.
Did confirm?
Yeah, dead up the picture, clear up the picture, please. So they're looking at something. They're monitoring somebody's house, and they're about to go and kick the door in or something. It says, okay, house confirmed, they're moving now. Okay. It's like two people talking. Exit. Yeah, we're moving on the target house now. Proceed to the scene. And then a dispatch 2106, 2104. These are cops kicking down the door, right?
Interesting.
And that would be page 34, F. So front of page 34. And this could have been made back in 2013. There were some videos that David made where he was where they were filming basically that, police kicking down doors and taking people out. Where they were taking them to, I haven't read the script, so I don't know. To a FEMA camp, I guess, based on some of the trailers and some of the photos and stuff that's out there. But so I don't know when this was written. We can't really tell, but this was on the notepad, on the part of the notepad that was after the blood writing or whatever, the submit to Allah now.
Yeah, that's one of the scenes that they show that they're filming in the documentary, because the kids are involved, and he says the safe word is banana. Because he says, the police are going to come in, they're going to be bashing in the door. He wants them without their shoes on. They're going to drag them out of the house, and it's going to be chaos and stuff like that. And even if they're saying stop and stuff like that, they're not going to stop. So if they really are scared, the safe word is banana, and all the kids think it's hilarious. So that's definitely a scene that they were filming.
Right. And here's page 298. Fun show themselves. It's a behind-the-scenes video, and so these will probably be, these are probably meant to be more little trailer videos that they were going to put out leading up to the movie coming out. I don't know. I mean, some of this for me, the hardest part is trying to tell what's associated with the documentary that David was working on and what is associated with the fictional TV series that he was working on. Let's talk more shots. The vision, nationwide, beautiful shots. Humorous approach to length of time that it takes. And I think that's been a big thing, because when I first learned about this case and going back through all of David's writings from 2012 to 2014, and everybody's like, where is this movie? Where is it? They donated, I think people donated like $60,000, and there was questions about what was that used for and whatever happened to it. But I don't know. That was just a whole nother issue here.
They're still asking about it.
Are they? Yeah, I mean, and because from what Ross, remember we had Ross on, and Ross actually was one of the people who gave them money for it. So, he has some type of credit. Basically, everybody who gave money to that project, to the $60,000, had some type of credit for it, because they believed in this, because they understand that this stuff is happening in other countries. Our soldiers at that time were kicking down doors on live TVs, on filming all of this stuff, and maybe it's stuff that they've been doing, that our soldiers have been doing for a long time. But once the video came out, seeing it makes a big difference. The power of video is, I mean, it can be used for bad. It can be used for good here too. And looking at all of this stuff is what I was trying to actually figure out. So whereas my first view was that, David's movie was just fear porn, that all of this was just to make people scared and there's money involved and all that, the more that I look into it and the more that I looked at what he was writing here, the more that I see that I was wrong on that totally. Let's see. Okay, so we're still on 298. So we got some of the topics: the story, the politics, the travel, the production, the timeline. I mean, everything is very well thought out. All of this stuff is very well thought out by David, and then all of a sudden we're just supposed to think that he just kind of snaps and that's it, and just lets go of all of this stuff, all of this work, all of these plans, everything. He went to school to do film. This was going to be his life. This is what he was going to do for the rest of his life. He was serious, and he was about to do something very powerful, and then it's all gone, right? It just takes one slip and it's done, and he just ruins it all. It's hard to it wouldn't be so hard to buy that if the police could have given us proof, if they could have provided some type of motive for it. But they don't even have a motive for why David did what they claim he did. So we got the timeline. Let's see, 2012 Express Phase 1. So going back to 2012, the storyline, which is one of my, I really want to know what his latest storyline was, because I think it was a lot more spiritual, like he's been quoted as saying. And I think that might have pissed off a lot of people, because that's dollars going down your toilet. When you start talking about God, you start talking about Jesus in Hollywood, it's very, very tough. It's not going to work, especially if you're a first-time person. If this is your first story and all that, you're going to get labeled as a Christian writer and all that stuff. So he was definitely up against the wall here. Now, the RNC and Bilderberg trip. So this does make me think that this was kind of part of the Rise, because that was used in the Rise. And David was there in 2012 at the Bilderberg trip. And I do believe that Jim Tucker, who was researching the whole Bilderberg issue for many, many years, I do believe that he was still alive in 2012, if I remember correctly. Now, here's an interesting one, because this is the hardening of Danny Mason. That's what I got from this. I don't know, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but this is interesting quote because Mason Hendricks said something very similar about how they would pick on Danny Mason when they were doing trainings, and because he wasn't a soldier, he's kind of smaller and stuff, and they all kind of ribbed each other from what Hendricks was saying, but it was a big I don't want to say this the wrong way, but everybody was measuring themselves. All the guys were measuring themselves against each other, sizing each other up, let's say, okay? So when I see the hardening of Danny Mason, I was like, what? I obviously that's not what they're talking about. It's about taking him who was soft, and for whatever reason they were able to kind of harden him for this role, blah blah blah. I'm not really sure. So that did really stand out to me. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Or else we're going to check some of the comments in the chat here.
Sorry, the hubby just called.
Oh.
So I missed all of that.
That's okay. That's all right. We're just going through this page and reading David's notes and trying to figure out the timeline, and the hardening of Danny Mason was kind of the one that kind of stuck out because Mason Hendricks, had kind of talked about how Danny Mason was kind of soft, and they had to really show him everything, didn't know how to use a gun or hold a gun, just all of this stuff, right? And just really trying to make Danny Mason seem like he's just weak. That was my view when I spoke to Mason Hendricks. So
I was wondering what that word was. I was sitting here looking at it and I couldn't figure out what it said.
if it's not hardening, I don't know what it is. Now it looks like there's a few things written here. So I don't know if it was it's almost like an R, or I don't know. I don't know. It looks like an
R,
H.
but then an H over top of it.
Right. So I don't know what that was meant to be or whatever. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that just kind of stuck out. Because I know that Danny Mason and some of the other Gray State team members have had some issues. They've had some conflicts, and I think that a lot of that has been even after David died, and the whole rights to who owns what, and who's going to take on the Gray State YouTube channel, and who's going to run this, and who's going to move forward with it. And when Hendricks saw Danny Mason moving forward, creating a trailer or some type of footage with Joe Biggs, he was pissed, and he told Danny Mason, that you can't do this. You have to get credit. You have to get ownership. And Hendricks felt that Dan Crowley Sr. is the one that owns all of this stuff, and I think a lot of them feel like that. So there's a lot of internal struggles that have been happening for a long time between that Gray State quote unquote team. They only come together to go after us.
And it's interesting because even before David's death, he was trying to, which I'm pointing out the obvious, y'all already know this, but him trying to get him to sign his rights away.
Right.
That was for the trailer, or is it for the movie?
That was for.
I can't ever keep track of which one it's for.
Yeah, that was for David's movie, so that David could move forward with it and turn it into a TV series.
Yeah, and he didn't want to. I mean, they went back and forth about that. And I think that's where, in the documentary where his dad reads something about what should he do about Danny Mason, and he says he thinks he was joking about it. That was his way of humor, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it still shows that he was still kind of, you know, having a hard time because it seemed like they just couldn't come to an agreement or something and never did.
Right. Yeah. And then Riot plus Eric. I don't know what that last one is. It must be Eric. I can't think of anything else. Maybe Eric Holder. I don't know, but I think Eric Holder is spelled E-R-I-C. So I don't know. But Riot, obviously, we know that was a big part of David's trailer too. Page 299, pitch video, day 1, serious. So this is the pitch video. Now, who they're pitching to, what the pitch is, I don't know if this is for the mics, because David did pitch them, whatever he pitched them, I think around May, but David showed the 2 mics, the latest trailer, in September of 2014. I don't know if that was one of the trailers that was put out after David died, because there were, I think, 2 of them, or if this is one that only the mics have seen and nobody else has. But I'd be very curious about that, and I would be curious to know who owns the script, and I'd like to see it myself. But so, combat veteran, this is it. This is the attack. Dug deep into America to check temperature. I'm learning, but what I'm learning is the knowledge of psychology and persuasion and the very tools of the enemy. And that's dangerous. I do believe that that's dangerous. Trying to learn that, put yourself, I think, in a very vulnerable spot, because you're trying to understand what you're fighting against, but you can end up sympathizing with it, or you can end up letting it pretty much take you over. So that was another line that kind of stuck out to me. The big money will have to acknowledge what you and I create. So I don't know obviously if he's pitching that to the mics, then that's who he's talking to. So that would make sense to me. Lack of communication between vets and others is frustrating. Now that's a big thing there, because so many people who think that every vet must have PTSD, or it's just easier to say that every soldier, has PTSD or anything like that. There is a disconnect between some people who are so anti-military, so anti-government, and I don't believe that David was anti-government either, and I don't believe he was anti-military either. I think, and I could be wrong, only David knows for sure, but I think he understood that there was something else, that there was something gray, that was not just your typical good guy, bad guy, and I think everybody knows that, but I think he saw it, and how gray things can actually be when you are serving your country, and at the same time being called a baby killer and all that stuff. It's I don't know. I'd hate to be in that spot.
It's not pleasant to be in.
No, and you are a soldier, right? Or you're a former soldier. So is there a disconnect?
You mean for us? Or
do you feel disconnected from just the general public? Do you feel that in general that there is the general public just doesn't understand what soldiers go through or have gone through, or what it's like after service? Because I think that's a big thing that doesn't really get talked about much too. It's like, okay, yeah, you served your country. Well, General Patton served his country, and then after what? It's just this, I don't know. Just rambling.
I think there is. I think, it's actually really interesting because, I think times have changed so drastically since the Vietnam War. You know, Sonny, you mentioned Patton, but you know, if you served, you know, before the Vietnam War, I think it was also just because of how the times were and everything, but you would be able to come home and you would be able to get a decent job, and people were actually kind of respected and you know, held to a good standard, you know, because they served. And when Vietnam happened, the tide shifted, and you know, that's when it was like, if you were a veteran, you know, I mean, there are people that embrace you, but there are also a lot of people that loathe you purely for the reason that you served. I mean, I mean, my husband's a veteran, and he served 20 years, and it's unbelievable. I mean, the way, how difficult it is for someone that devotes their entire life to serving in the military to finding decent employment. And also, you know, I mean, I know they're working on it, but veterans care. I mean, the number of veterans that have actually PTSD that have gone in to actual veterans hospitals and killed people because they can't get the care that they're asking for and that they need, because they feel like they're not being heard. And I'm not saying it's excusable. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that it's excusable to go in and do something like that. But what I'm saying is, I just feel like you're saying there is a huge disconnect that I think some of them even feel like they've been betrayed by the very people that they've served. And I can personally say that from people that I know that I've talked to, even within the military itself, a lot of people have gotten out sooner than they would have, because there has been such a shift, because it has become so political. And I don't mean political in the sense of Democrat and Republican. What I mean is, it's just a bunch of backbiting and backstabbing and people stepping over each other. The camaraderie is really starting to disintegrate, and I think that's because of morale. And so when morale gets low, people kind of go into their, you know, I'm going to survive mode, and they'll do whatever they have to whoever they have to in order to survive.
Right.
So I think there's a huge disconnect on many levels. And I support our military, and I love our military. And so I'm not talking bad about the military, but I mean, I do think that there are things that do need to be looked at and adjusted.
Yep. They need to be helped. They need to be taken care of, for sure. We see it firsthand. You know, people who leave and go to service, and I've seen it, especially with younger people, right around the Iraqi war and all of that stuff that was happening. Man, I've seen, you know, people. They just were not the same, and never have been the same, and never will be, and shouldn't be expected to be the same person as when they left. You know what I mean? But yeah, I totally agree with that. More should be done, and maybe this film might have helped that.
The number of homeless veterans is just off the map.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
That should not be.
How large of the homeless community are veterans.
Yeah, it should not be.
so that shows there is for sure, and so he was definitely hitting on something.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think also, like he was saying too, between veterans, a disconnect between veterans, and that goes to because with them amongst each other, they're just trying to survive. You know what I mean? They're trying to do whatever they can, so they don't really band together. Like, you know, I'm sure a lot of you have seen or heard about Band of Brothers and all of these people. They stayed in contact with each other, you know, for years, you know, not continually, but they maintained contact with each other for years. And that kind of thing just doesn't happen that often anymore. Everyone kind of just, and I think one reason is because there's so much ugliness that they see that they don't want to see the people that they associate that with, because they're not helped to cope with what they're seeing and what's going on.
That's right. David also here writes about my particular vision. And this is the biggest thing here that makes me think that this was written sometime between late August and September, or sometime after September, I would say, maybe, because of the topics are film versus series. Now, it's very important, and I don't know when this happened, but it's very important to try to understand when it turned from a film that David was going to make into a series. We can see that on September 30th, while David is answering questions on his Facebook page, he's talking about how a series would be better and how a series could lead into a film. And I think, I don't know. I think they were probably onto something. Another topic is the veteran, and I can't tell if it's IGS or LGS. Veterans Angle is what it is, and it says "This is me." So he was selling himself while he's pitching this, right? This is the mics aren't just investing into this story. Oh, it's such a great story. It seems like they're investing into David, and they're investing into the credibility that David would bring to a project like this, which is not just some snot-nosed kid who's fresh out of film school who's a trust fund baby or something like that. This is somebody who was over there. This is somebody who has served, who has killed people, who has seen people killed, and who was there during one of the worst wars, definitely the worst war of my lifetime, maybe one of the worst wars ever, that was treasonous, that had no purpose, that should have never started two wars, and that's a whole nother issue, and that is a very dangerous topic. When you think about people like Pat Tillman, Pat Tillman is a perfect example. And it's so clear cut what happened to Pat Tillman. There's been cases on it. There's some great books. I found a book at Target, and I was like, wow, this is great. This is like mainstream stuff. So it is out there. And a film like this, a series like this, would have also shown, would have helped soldiers, would help our cops, the cops that are, in our areas here. Don't do this. Make sure it never gets to this. Never gets to where we're kicking down doors here, it just all of this different stuff. So anyways, violence in society, which is a big one, and look at it now. I mean, look at the violence that we're seeing now, and it's some of this stuff is just so, it's just crazy. Now the RNC and Bilderberg trips, the radio shows, celebrities, I'm guessing, which can also be another dangerous road depending on what celebrities you're associating with. But the Boston trip was really the big one, because the Boston bombing, and I don't know what your guys' views are on the Boston bombing, but I definitely don't think that it was two people who had pressure cookers or whatever they were trying to say. I don't believe any of that. Well, they were there. David was there, and some of the Gray State team were also there too. So they were documenting that. I mean, this could also have been part of it. But what we're talking about is government-sponsored terrorism. I think that's really what this all comes down to. So I think that's why a lot of people would think, well, David Crowley was looking into government-sponsored terrorism. He's dead. Must be a government-sponsored hit. And there's nothing wrong with starting there and trying to figure out what are the facts. What actually makes us think that there might be some value to that theory. And instead, that theory just got treated like, if you think that, then you're crazy. There's something wrong with you. He's just a crazy soldier. But thinking that is fine. That's okay. But don't think that there might be some foul play involved in this stuff.
Well, and the thing is that the other angle as well, though, is just because say he was killed because he was looking into government-sponsored terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it was a government hit. It could be some extremist.
True.
Or someone that was extremely offended. It doesn't necessarily have to be government sponsored. I mean, there are people that feel strongly about certain things, and they take matters into their own hands all the time.
True.
And they think that they're actually doing the country a service by doing what they're doing. It's kind of like the people that bomb abortion clinics. Some people think that anyone that is against abortion supports the people that go around and blow up abortion clinics, which is not true. But they'll automatically look at everyone and go, oh, well, what about you? Do you not think what do you think about, them killing doctors and stuff? And it's like, that person does not represent me. I'm sorry. And so, it could be the same thing. I'm not saying that's my theory, but I'm just saying it wouldn't necessarily have to have been sponsored by the government for that scenario to take place.
No, definitely not. And I guess that's the whole thing. What do you think? What do you think about this case so far? As far as what theories are you open to? And I think Sophia, you haven't jumped in here either in a little while. So are there any theories that you both have kind of ruled out, or any that you're kind of strongly leaning towards? You don't have to tell us what the theories are, but are there some that you feel more?
I have one theory that I believe, and I think it had a lot to do with money and other things, other personal issues and money.
Finances,
but that's as far as I'll go with it.
I think I've pretty much ruled out a hate crime kind of thing. I think it was staged to look like a hate crime, but I do not believe it was actually that. And
I think there was a confrontation. Oh, I'm sorry. You paused. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I don't think, I'll put it this way, I don't think that it was a situation where people said, oh, we're going to go over there and we're going to kill them. I think what happened is there was things escalated, there was an altercation, and things got out of hand. And I'm not saying I think David did it. I'm saying that I think that he had an altercation with people that he had a disagreement with for numerous reasons, and things just got way out of control, and maybe other people may have been called in after the fact to help because things got out of hand.
Okay, are
But
you...
I like breathing, so I'm not saying anymore.
Alright, well, here we are, page 300 here, and this is the test group. Secrecy is what it looks like. So these might have been the people that were involved in the gray state, maybe people that were given it. I think these are the advanced copy people, maybe. So what's interesting is a person that ended up leaking, or quote-unquote leaking, I guess, the rough cut is not one of these people on here. So I was very curious about that. But you can look at some of these names here, what their reactions are, who's given their feedback, I guess. The Sean Wright one obviously is one that really stands out to me because there's a question mark there and there's nothing there. So Sean Wright, who claimed to be one of the last people to ever see David, I think told Dan Hennon that Sean Wright said that he was David's quote-unquote personal Rolodex, even though he didn't have David Crowley's phone number for some reason. So that was weird. But his name is also crossed off here. But again, there's nothing next to him. So very similar to the way that Sean Wright he's mentioned in the 94 pages of police reports, but a report about him is not in there, whereas the one about Danny Mason is. We know that police talked to Mason Hendricks too. He's not even mentioned in those 94 pages. So why are there people that the police spoke to that are not mentioned? Their testimony is not part of the 94 pages, but other people are, including David's family, and including Danny Mason. I do think there was, a lot of focus that people wanted to put the focus on Danny Mason for whatever reason. Let's see here. Adam Gislason, I think his name is. So he's here. He was in the documentary. Eric Pakisser was in the Rise, the documentary Rise. He's the guy who David and Kamel, I think in 2009, took a training course to actually open carry, so some type of a firearms course. And he's a very interesting guy, but in the Rise, he's heavily featured in that. So he's another interesting one. Out of all of these people here, I would be curious to see how many of these actually think that, you know what, David's not guilty. Now, on this list, how many people would actually go public saying that and wouldn't be cowards to say that? And how many people actually truly think that? I think that's a big thing. And I have not, I probably haven't contacted half of these people here, so I don't know yet. Zach Carter is another interesting one, because Zach Carter is kind of like a liaison between David Crowley and the two Mikes. Zach Carter worked closely with them. So he was working very closely with them. So I don't know why some people are crossed off here. I don't know why some people are checkmarked as sent, right? There's a question mark, all of these different things. So that was difficult.
One thing I was going to say, because you mentioned the two mics again,
Yeah.
that I find really interesting is, in the documentary, they speak to them about him before they play that audio of him prepping for his meeting, and they talk about how great he was and everything, and they don't really say they think he did it or they didn't think he did it or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then they play that audio clip, and you can just see in their faces the shift of their thought process about him. And I mean, and he even says, you know, that's the most divisive load of, you know, I've ever heard in my life. You know, and you just see the shift, and it's almost like they automatically, like this light bulb goes off, and they think he did it. You know, because of that audio clip that they were played.
Right.
Because they're led to believe, even though they've had all of these encounters with him, and they've already developed their own idea of who he is and their own thoughts and feelings about who he is, they take one audio clip and they play it for them, and they completely change their entire perspective and feelings about this person. And that just shows how freaking powerful what that documentary, how powerful it is, how it can absolutely change someone's thought processes about him. Because they didn't think he was a bad person. You can tell by the way they were talking about him in the beginning. They didn't think he was a bad person.
That's right.
And then it was
Yeah,
just really
I find
interesting that they choose the documentary to actually show it to them then to get an immediate reaction.
I find it very
Sorry,
interesting.
Sophia.
People who have researched this case and are very adamant on David being innocent, and then they go and speak with either, you know, like somebody connected to the case, and all of a sudden they just turn around and agree with the narrative. It's like, what did you see? What proof were you handed to suddenly, you know, change your mind and start hating everybody who was believing that David is innocent? I mean, we're all entitled to our beliefs, especially after we've been researching this case with the information that we have. And, you know, they're like, oh, he's guilty, and we've seen it, but they never provide their proof. Never provide it.
Well, some people, I think it's green paper with pictures of presidents on it, is what they do.
Yeah. You think?
They were given some.
People get brainwashed like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that too, and you get to a point where it's like this looks like a program here, when you have people that come in and they're like, oh yeah, you know, this happened, and hey man, you know, you guys are doing great, and I really want to help out and everything, and all they do is just gather intelligence and then just say, oh yeah, David's guilty, and that's it, you know. You guys are crazy. It is like a flip of a switch, and that's been happening since the case first started. All of the guys who wanted the admin rights to Dan Hannon's Facebook group, all the guys who wanted the admin rights to Thomas Lapp's Facebook page, that's what happened. That's how they acted. That's how Sean Wright was. They're nice, everything's cool, and then they get to a point where they realize that, you know what, they're not backing down, and then that's when they get angry, and that's when they kind of turn. So, you know, and that program has evolved over the 5 years here, but it's still the same program. You know, it's just a updated version. It's like Windows 10. That's all it is. It's still Windows. It still sucks, but you know, it's just a better version of it. That's all.
Well, I just want to, since you're on that topic, I mean, I have experience with that, which I was relatively new with the group, and the level of intimidation that the people will use, and how aggressive and hostile people will be, it just really makes me wonder, you know, why. I mean, we can disagree on something. I just believe something completely different. And people can say, well, people are upset because they think that we're hurting the family and everything. Well, the family doesn't have to look at the page. And I'm not being mean or I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but they don't have to look at the page. If they, if they're sensitive to the subject, they don't have to look at it. We're not trying in any way to harm the families or trying to either harm, David or Kamel or Franny. I mean, it's completely the opposite. And I just really call into question the lengths that people will go to. I mean, my life was threatened. Someone threatened my life.
Over what? Over this case?
Over the case.
No way. Why?
Yes. Because I called them out on something that they said that was really, because they talk about being concerned about disrespecting the families and
so their answer is to take your life.
Sensitive, and they posted something that was extremely insensitive to the family and to other people involved, and they threatened my life, and someone else did. And they threatened. They threatened to contact the Clinton administration too.
What are they gonna do?
Oh, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. Apparently, they have connections, and the Clintons are gonna come kill me.
So you're wrong for looking into this case, and but their answer is to kill you. Is to do what same thing that happened to David. I mean, it's just the logic is so backwards with these people. It's
there is no logic.
It's just
and
ridiculous.
Why be so aggressive and violent? About something. If they know the truth, for what it is, and they think that we're wrong, and they absolutely know the truth without doubt, then why threaten people for looking at something from a different perspective? Because there's no threat in proving something different if the truth is out. If they know the truth and there's no way we'll ever reveal anything else, then why feel so threatened to threaten someone's life?
Right. What are they really threatened by?
Exactly.
Yeah. And it just
I'm not the only person they've done it to.
No, I know. This happens way too much, and these people need to understand that God sees everything, and things like that do not go unpunished. And that's where I stand on it.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at page 301 on veterans, which is another interesting thing. I think it's everything. This whole thing is from David's view here. He says, "I do not speak for veterans. I speak for me, but I am a veteran, and these images are a direct response to my service." Curious to see what those images are, what the images were. These images are a direct response to my quote-unquote service. And even the way that he puts the quote-unquote service is like, oh, yeah.
It could have been the same information that was in the documentary.
About, like,
whether
tell me more.
There was one where he was talking about seeing a fellow soldier dying right in front of his eyes, and they had medics that were trying to help save this one person, and unfortunately, they weren't able to save him. It could have been that or other things that he had photos of.
It's crazy.
See, I didn't go overseas. My job was basically writing the TDY orders to send people overseas and processing people to base, off base, that kind of thing. I worked in the orderly room, so I didn't actually see wartime. But I did send people over there. Well, I didn't send them, I wrote the paperwork so that they could go. But I guess I was lucky in that regards.
Amen to that. Page 302 looks like clay gun, Milton flower set for Milton. I'm not. Do you know what that is?
I think this is David's handwriting, but he might be making notes for Camille.
GVM, and then there's
because
mhm.
this is all cake decorating, but it's David's handwriting.
Well, then there's like one of those sketches of a person's face and everything, which is typical if you're in film, you know, at some point, especially during the early pitches and everything, you know, you have to do it, see everything scene by scene, shot by shot. So I wonder if this was related to him just doodling or just practicing those different things and showing how this shot would be. You know, the character would be facing right, facing left, and it's page 39 of the front.
My mom does this a lot when she's on the phone talking to people. She will just absent-mindedly draw.
Interesting.
I doodle too.
Yeah, I do too. I don't do it that well. I just do like little stick figures running or something, or just loops and loops or something. But like this is like purpose, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's just at another level of doodle, a super doodle.
I think his mind was always going.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
I think that's partially why he filmed everything.
And that's probably yeah. And so I mean maybe that drawing, like you said, is just something. I think he had more than one thought process going on at a time, and that's probably something that he popped into his head when he was, you know, writing something down. He like another part of his brain said, "Oh, okay," and then he drew that.
Yep. And then this is the back of that same page, and I think, yeah, like Sophia said, now we're getting more into Camille's recipes, the cupcakes, all of that stuff here. So that's it for all of David's, for anything that David might have written in this notepad here. The rest is all Camille's writings. And, you know, that was one of the first things that threw me, is I had figured that David had flipped to the very end, but really he flips to the center for whatever reason. It's just random. It's not calculated. You know, it's not a calculated just flip. It's like a hurried flip or something. I don't know. That's the way that I kind of felt about that. And why use this page here? So as you can see here, we're, you know, looking at page 305. It flips to 41A-58, which means this is the 58th page, and this is the back. So compare that to what we have, page 40. So we go from the front page of page 40, and the next one we're given is page 58. So I don't know if we were given that just because the rest are blank, or if we need to request the rest of the pages, because they must have them. If they have these pages, they have all of the other ones. So why
Unless they
weren't
were
we
torn
getting
out and
those?
thrown away.
Well, but then this wouldn't be labeled as 58. You know, it wouldn't skip from 40 to 58. You know what I mean? So they had pages at one time. Where are they? Or are they just blank? That would and I mean, this felt like a data dump. This is 488 pages. That was a data dump. So
It really was. I just asked for one thing, and they just sent me this whole entire file.
You know, one thing that I wanted to ask is because there's been talk that possibly not all of everything has been released to the group at the request of the families. But I mean, is that standard practice for with Freedom of Information Act, with a case? No, I can understand them not releasing everything if a case is still open and they're investigating it. But can a family actually suppress certain information from being released?
well, they did. I mean, this family did. Everything that was associated
But I mean, is
with
that
Allah.
standard practice? I mean, has anyone spoken with like any law enforcement people to see if that's like standard practice? I mean, do other police departments do that? Do other government agencies do that? Like,
I can only
at the request of the families withhold certain information?
I can only speak
Well,
for
I
the
just
two locals
received
that I spoke to, and no, it's not. Go ahead, Sophia.
I just received a case a couple months ago that I requested, and it's a medium box. There's like 11 CDs in there, which I haven't been able to look at. And then there's tons and tons of paper that was just printed off, and I have like personal letters that were written back and forth. I have the entire military records that they got. I mean, I have so much information in regards to that case, and it's nothing like this case. I was able to read about all his, like I said, I did TDY paperwork. I was reading his TDY paperwork. I was reading about all the medals he received and everything for that case. And here you don't have that. You don't, I mean, it's just very sparse on the information that they...
Yeah, I just find that strange. I mean, I would think that Freedom of Information Act would overrule anything. I mean, that's why the Freedom of Information Act was made. I mean, so that people can get information. I mean, that's public information.
Yeah, and I know.
That's why I really think an attorney would come to play for us.
Right.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I mean, that's your civil rights.
And we also, I mean, I know that there are certain things that they cannot release. There's like state statutes. Any photos of Rainey, that kind of thing. They weren't supposed to release that. It's all because of their state statutes. And
I mean, the only thing that we've ever asked for is release whatever proves David Crowley guilty, and we were told that you've been given it. That's it, you know. So it's like, okay, well, if there's any information that has been hidden or anything that hasn't been given to us from what we were told, it doesn't matter because it doesn't show that David Crowley is guilty. And trust me, if it did, that would be the first thing that they would give us.
Well, and I would be the first person to say, okay, yeah, he did. I mean, I'm a reasonable person. I wouldn't sit there and be like, no, I mean, if there was absolute proof, I would go, okay, yeah, there's the proof.
Right.
But I mean, just looking at documentaries, I mean, I just found it so weird. Like when they talked to that police chief, when the reporter asked him, he said, well, you know, because they accidentally got hold of the writing on the wall, and so they were asking them about that, and they asked him, you know, well, what do you think Allah Akbar meant? And he kind of stammered and said, well, I just think that was kind of a last jab.
Right.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, elaborate on that. And why didn't the reporter say, well, do you care to elaborate on that?
That would have been nice.
What exactly does that mean? Real good reporting there.
That's right.
I mean,
Well, that's kind of like how reporters are anyway nowadays. They just don't ask those follow-up questions.
Why?
There's no real
Why?
reporting going on anymore.
It's
I mean,
such
that
a slam dunk.
That doesn't answer the question.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. A last jab at what? A last jab at who? What? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It definitely does not. Any other final thoughts? Anything on the notepad before we move on to the 7 major mistakes in suicide investigation? This article is fascinating, by the way.
Let's do that one.
This is really amazing work here. It's going to be hard. I think it's going to be hard for people to see it, unfortunately. Let me see if I can. I probably should have printed this out as a PDF or something, but let's see if I can make that.
And I'm sorry, when I shared that, I should have warned people that there could be some bad pictures and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of just gotten, I'm not desensitized, it still affects me, but I've just gotten so used to like looking at stuff like that I didn't even think to, and so if I offended anyone or anything, I apologize.
Right, because you didn't mean to. You didn't intend to do that. It's just
No.
sharing this stuff here. You know what? I have not really checked the chat in that long here, and I'm usually a little bit better about this, but there has been some great chat. So I want to say again, thanks for everybody who is in the chat, who is joining us there, and one of the last chats that I see here is from Thread Killer, who has not killed this thread yet. So thank you for that. And Thread Killer says, "Were alibis given by all players?" This was one of the early questions that a lot of people had too. And the reason that Bugs is saying nope, they were never asked that, is because there was never any other theory. You know, I mean, we're talking within less than 24 hours of finding these bodies. There is no other theory, and not at any time ever is there ever. Do they even publicly, admit to any other theory or to anybody else that they were looking at? Now, I do kind of think that they might have been looking at other people. That certain investigators might have been actually doing their job and looking at other theories. And so when they hear that everybody thinks that the government did it, then, it really frustrates them. And I think a lot of the early government stuff was meant for them. It was meant for the investigators to make sure that they didn't do what we did with the Facebook group. Ask questions, look into other theories, simple things like that, because they were already being, from their view, they were targets. And I do believe that at some level, the Apple Valley Police were targeted and might still be targeted. And it might be why some of them are no longer with the AVPD. Maybe it's 100% unrelated. But there are some very good questions in there, and I will try to I'll try to keep my
And
eyes open.
the other thing is like what Dan said in one of his videos. I can't remember which one it was, but he was talking to someone that he knew that was in law enforcement, and his friend, I think it was a friend of his, and he was explaining to him that basically what he was saying, and I'm not quoting him. I'm kind of just giving the gist of what I took from what he was saying, but basically what he was told was that the police departments, they have a chain of command, kind of like the military.
Right.
And so even if an officer or a detective has a different running theory, if their sergeant or whoever says, no, shut it down, this is the narrative, this is what happened, then you shut it down. You don't pursue it. You don't keep going. You do what you're told. So, I mean, that is another thing is, I mean, there may have been other people that had different theories, but they may have just been told, no, that's not what happened, and the case is closed.
Yep. These aren't the droids that you're looking for. There's nothing to see here. So, looking at the 7 major mistakes in suicide investigation by Vernon J. Gerberth, MS, MPS, homicide and forensic consultant. Definitely a very interesting piece that we have here. The mistake number 1 is assuming the case is a suicide based on the initial report. If the case is reported as a suicide, police officers who respond as well as investigators automatically tend to treat the call as a suicide. That frustrates me. You know, like, why? Why would you do that? You know, you have a canvas. You have a blank canvas. Why jump there? You know, and we've talked about some of this as far as their training. And are they trained to just assume, well, this is, you know, we're just going to go with there's a suicide here. I don't know. That's always frustrated me.
Well, you remember the PI, how he had like a checklist. And I'm wondering if that's what they go through too. If they have like a pre-made checklist that they just go through and check off all the boxes. Oh, I guess this is, instead of thinking for themselves, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's like reading from a textbook.
I also think part of it is you know, obviously, I'm stating the obvious, but everyone is human. And so depending on your personality type, some people are just more influenced by what they hear initially. You know what I mean? There are people that kind of go along with the flow, and then there are the people that are the troublemakers that ask questions like us. You know, and so if you don't have people that are serious questioners, you know, then I don't even know if that's a word, but if you don't have people like that, you know, are willing to really question things, you know, if they initially hear that, if that word gets thrown out there in the air, you know, suicide, it gets thrown in the air, and it just gets grabbed a hold of, and they run with it.
Yep. And this author, I'm just going to read this one little part here that is, he says, I advise the 2 officers that they were not in a position to assume anything, and that a request for detectives to respond, in fact, meant that this was a crime scene. So, little different case there, but I think that's just be common sense. Why would you assume anything? Mistake number 2, assuming the suicide position at the crime scene. And we know that because there was a dog involved, whatever we want to believe, whatever we think the dog did or did not do, there was a dog involved. There was a convenient excuse to really think that, you know what, we really don't know. We don't know if this is where the gun was found. We don't know if this is where the bodies were, you know, before the dog did anything. But the fact that there's no indication in any of the documents that we have that they tested to see if the dog did any of this is really odd. Really odd.
Mm-hmm.
That we would have to go to such lengths to reach out to them and still not get an answer. I really wish I would have made that one of the 21 questions. But back at that time, I didn't know as much as I know now. But that's a big question that one day they will need to answer that. The Apple Valley Police will need to answer that, and there's no reason why they shouldn't answer it. If they're able to answer how they missed a bullet and missed a bullet hole above their head, they should be able to answer if they tested that dog for... If they tested the feces.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
The crime scene cleanup, are they supposed to also take care of bullet holes?
That I don't know. I mean, they also didn't see it either.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking the question, because we have to wonder, was it there from the very beginning? Was it added there later? That kind of thing. If the crime scene cleanup was there and they didn't see it, if they were supposed to take care of bullet holes, I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about today.
Right.
In relation to, positioning and everything, why has it not been addressed? I mean, I'm not saying the group hasn't addressed it, but I mean, a huge thing. I mean, I know now that arms can move. Sophia found an amazing article about that arms can move during decomp. So, I mean, the body positioning as far as like the arms and everything, that's been explained. But the gun being by his left hand, and the medical examiner stating in the reports that the exit wound is on the left side of David's head. No one ever said anything. I mean, that's a huge thing. Okay, the gun's on by his left hand, and yet he supposedly shot himself in the right side of the head. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And it wasn't addressed. I mean, no one even, you would think they would at least explain that. Explain why they can come to the conclusion that it was a suicide. How does a gun move? I mean, that dog, there is no way that dog moved that gun all the way around to the other side of his body. Where, at least where it supposedly was found, because it seems like it was in too perfect of a place.
Is it possible that that's where the gun fell after he shot himself? That's been one of the questions.
I guess. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, the gun falls first. When a person shoots themselves, the gun falls first, then the body falls. So, it would really depend on where he was standing, but for him to be on his back, I don't see how it would have fallen all the way over to the other side. I see it more being underneath his body, because it would just drop out of his hand. He would hold the gun up to his head. He would fire it. His arm would drop. When his arm dropped, the gun would drop. So that would mean the gun would have to bounce. The chances of the gun bouncing on a rug all the way over that way past his body, I would think, would be remote. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, because I'm not a forensics expert, but from what I have studied, the gun drops almost instantly, because you lose control of your body. So the hand drops, the gun drops, the body drops.
Now,
So it would more likely be under his body.
And speaking of the way that his body drops, there's David's body is weird, because he's in a crucifix, and his right hand is gone. It's missing. Half of his head is missing, when we were told most of his head was missing. I don't know if that's accurate. But his left hand, the way that his left hand is very strange. And the symbolic hand gesture, that the hand is making, is very, very strange too. The fact that the dog did not choose to eat that hand, but ate the other one, it's just on and on and on.
He didn't go after. Well, he didn't even go after the toes.
Well,
No,
and the
you're
other
right.
thing, if anyone is sensitive, stop listening for a second. But the other thing is, they were all shot with the same caliber bullet. David's head was gone. Kamel's gone. Ranny's intact.
Went through her head. The bullet went through her head. That's what it looks like, right?
And yet
But
the
not
dog
closer.
didn't go after her body. Didn't
Well-
go after her head.
Just her arm. It was, yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. When you think about that, and you think about where Kamel was, it had much easier access to David's hands and to Ranya's, but it's just like, we're just like, well, the dog, drew up a freaking menu and said, hey, I'd like to have a left arm of a child, or the arm of a child. I'm gonna take the right arm of this human, and I think I'll have both of the wife's hands. It's just, it does not make sense. The way that it's just, it does not add up, and it's one of the most frustrating things that I've found here, and I think any dog lover, and I'm not a dog lover, but any dog lover, any dog owner, I think this case has been able to resonate with them on that value of, wait a minute, you guys are accusing this dog of doing all this? No way.
And then the other thing, like, that relates to body position, is if you look at David's body, if you go through all the different scenarios of how he could have been when he shot himself, it's just weird. Because if he were standing, he would have had to, and I am repeating myself, I've talked about this in other conference, but if, in case anyone hasn't heard, if he were standing, he would have had to have been crushed up against the couch in order to fall in the position that he fell in. If he were sitting, I mean, I guess he could have been sitting, but if he were sitting, then the gun definitely wouldn't have fallen over by his left hand. The only way the gun could have fallen that far, if that's even possible, would have been if he were standing. And why would he stand there and do that? It's just a weird position.
Mistake number 3, not handling the suicide as a homicide investigation. I'm sure you guys, I'm sure everybody has their own view on this, but this is a key thing here. You know, I mean, this person that wrote this story here, I'd love to just interview them, to pick their brain, to ask questions. These are the type of people that we all know. You know, you might not think that you know somebody like this, but you know somebody who knows somebody who might know someone who can answer this stuff, or we can just pick their brains to understand how police come to this conclusion, and how can we make sure that a case like this, you know, that this doesn't happen again. There are investigators out there. There are people who want to become crime scene investigators that can learn a lot from reading things like this, from looking at cases like this, and comparing of what should be to what could be to what is. How do you not walk into a crime scene like the David Crowley crime scene and say, we're going to treat this as a homicide investigation? Why were they so quick to treat this as a murder-suicide? It's been one of the ongoing questions.
And why did the medical examiner not treat it as initially starting out as unknown? You know what I mean? Like, you can tell that they just went with the narrative that the police told them, and the detectives were present for the autopsies. You know, there were a couple of them present. So, I mean, I don't think that even the medical examiner really looked at it with a clean slate, so to speak, and kind of connected the dots based off of what they found. I think they were just kind of going through the autopsy to prove the narrative. Because none of what was found in the autopsy proves that it was a murder-suicide.
Right.
It just shows that 3 people were shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it shows. And so she's, or he, or whoever is going off of what they were told happened. One question I have, I can't remember because it's been so long since I watched it. On the recording of the dispatch, you know, with the police officers when they're en route and arrive, is the word suicide mentioned?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think so, but it sounds like the one that we have, at least the one that I have, is chopped up. So I don't know if there's parts missing, or if somebody just took the main parts that made sense and created a video out of it. But that's a really good question. I don't remember any. You know, the other thing that would be interesting to see is, I mean, because if you look at the 911 call, Judy's already talking about that. She's already talking about a murder or a suicide. She's already talking about the where the gun is, but she's also talking about dog scavenging. And it's just like, you have it all right there. Well, there you go. You know, everything is wrapped up nicely, and so that you make a really great point. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the dispatch audio.
And the other question I have, I don't know if there's audio of this because I don't know when they cut off, you know, audio. But when they actually enter the home, do they clear the home?
Yes.
Because the thing is, you know, if you treat it like a homicide, you're supposed to act as though there may be someone still in the home.
Correct. Which
And
I
so you
which
go
I believe
in-
that they did. I actually believe that the
They
first
did.
the first responders, I do believe that they did their job. They did exactly what they should have
Okay.
done. That's just my view on it.
And it was super fast too. They go in, and it's like really fast.
Well, first they have to get that dog out. That's the first thing. So they have to wait for somebody to help them, and once they lure that dog out and they get the dog out, then they go in. So they obviously noticed that there wasn't a clear threat, like there wasn't somebody in the house who was like hovering over the bodies or holding anybody as a hostage or anything. So there were certain things that they did notice, but those two officers, Officer Keeler and I'm trying to remember the second officer, it might have been Broughton. But yeah, I think they did a very good job of just going through it, clearing the house, making sure that there was nobody in there, and not touching anything, not moving anything. I don't believe that they moved anything. That they cleared that house and waited for investigators. I think that they did their job properly.
No reason. Well, and what I was leading up to is just to try and figure out where the breakdown of grasping onto suicide may have started, because it sounds like initially then they treated it as a homicide, because they went in and they cleared, because there may have been a threat, so they made sure there wasn't a threat. So at what point after that did all of a sudden the suicide narrative come into play, the murder-suicide narrative?
Well, I don't know, Sophia. I want to get your view on this too, but I don't think that they ever treated this as a triple homicide. I think that it started with the 911 call, so you already had that. I think that the investigators treated this as suspicious deaths up until January 18th at 11:40 a.m. Then they were treating it as a double murder suicide. I think that's what the documents show.
Wow.
I went back and looked at the initial search warrants, and even then they don't say that they're treating it as a suicide, but they're really not even saying that it's a homicide either. Like that, they're just saying suspicious deaths, and that they're taking evidence from the house, but they really don't say that it clearly that it was either a suicide or triple murder. So, because I was trying to see if they went in there thinking, oh, this is just a suicide or murder-suicide, and we're just going to investigate it that way. The
and I know
search warrants
I'm sorry.
don't say that yet.
Right.
What wall is the orange, kind of yellow-orange wall again?
That's behind the recliner. I think that's the one that you're talking about. So that would be the living room
where
east wall.
Okay, and that's where the medium velocity blood spatter is on the wall.
Right, which is weird because there's not any blood spatter on the recliner, which is in front of the wall, which isn't, so how does it get there and not get on, how does it get on the east wall of the living room but not on the recliner that's right there?
That's in the further away it would get, the smaller the spatter would get. So, and there were no bodies found over there. So that's really strange. That blood spatter has really troubled me.
Yeah, it seems like there's something missing.
For a long time. It seems, that's why I'm going with that there was some kind of altercation, struggle type thing that happened.
Yeah, I mean, in these 7 these 7 points here, none of them, talk about, hey, just make sure that you look up and make sure that you look for any bullet holes that you might miss or anything like that. But number 6 is another good one: the failure to properly document any suicide notes. Now, because before we knew the contents of the 2 quote-unquote notes, the media, the family, everybody was out there saying that these were suicide notes, or they would insinuate, or they would just say there were 2 notes. Mason Hendricks is one of the only people that really said that these are 2 notes and they don't mean anything. Now later he might change his story after that, but he was quoted as saying that these 2 notes do not explain anything. And I think a lot of people who are just, they wake up, they read, okay, what's happening here, looking for some juicy news story, and we're just like, oh, okay, yeah, he left two notes. Well, if he leaves 1, okay, that's one thing, but if there's 2, then obviously, the guy's guilty and he's a soldier. And during that time, we were all kind of being told, at least here, that soldiers are crazy and they have PTSD, they're committing suicide, and they have all of these problems because of the war and blah blah blah. So I think a lot of people, at least in my area, kind of wrote that off and didn't really look deeper into it. But it was the news responsibility, as a journalist, that's your responsibility to tell the truth and to not give your views on it. A journalist should never do that. They should report, this person said this person said that, and then you get into people's quotes and stuff. But we're living in this age now where it's all about clickbait. So that's why the news stories or the videos that were more about the government killed David, that's why they get more views, they get more clicks, they get more likes, they get more revenue, etc., because it's a juicy entertainment story. It's only now that we're seeing, who the real researchers are, who the real people that really care about this case are, 5 years later, because now all that stuff is gone. Go ahead.
And I've done some research on suicide notes because I wanted to see statistically how many people leave suicide notes, how many don't. I even went into veterans and delved into age and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of information out there about that kind of stuff if anyone wants to research it. But the thing is there is a high percentage of people that don't leave suicide notes, but the percentage of people that do leave suicide notes, the suicide notes are usually, I'm sorry, and they address family members, I love you, I'm sorry, that type of thing. That's usually what it is. If it's not that, it's usually someone that is committing suicide because they have some kind of issue and they're blaming another person. So they'll say, this is so-and-so's fault, or, right. or they'll say, I just can't do this anymore, or whatever. I mean, if they leave a note, it's usually kind of explanatory and apologetic and sending last words to family members. And with what David's personality appeared to be like, it just doesn't seem like he would leave some kind of generic suicide note like what they're saying as the suicide note. It just doesn't.
Well, and
it doesn't mesh.
Who leaves 2 of them, right? And then if you count the writing,
I haven't come across that. No.
And then if you count the writing on the living room wall, that's 3 notes. In 3 separate rooms. Why would I not be looking for 3 separate?
And how cryptic is that?
Right. Why would I just think that David Crowley did this? And if he did, okay, here's all you have to do. Handwriting comparisons, which they never did, right? I mean, these are simple things that they could have done to prove David Crowley was guilty. My fear, and I think a lot of people share this, is that the reason why they didn't do those tests is because it would show that he was not guilty. And at what point can we, get somebody who can do those tests and who can show that there's no way that he was guilty? And maybe that's where we are now, to help us get the case reopened. It's not about blaming. I don't blame the AVPD as a whole. I don't blame the investigators as a whole. But I do think that this case needs to be open to understand the investigation. The investigators need to be investigated.
For sure. I agree.
So I was looking at this movie, Soaked in Bleach, which is the whole, the Kurt Cobain thing. It's a great film too, and it was one of the films that I watched, and there's similar things here too. So I was just looking back into that, and it just goes back to the whole suicide notes. I mean, it's just, these aren't suicide notes. And Sidra Kamel's sister and I completely disagreed. She thought they were suicide notes, and I don't.
It's funny that you mentioned Soaked in Bleach, because I lived in Olympia, Washington when that happened. And I lived there when Nirvana was coming up, and I lived 2 blocks away from where Kurt Cobain lived, and I know other people that knew them even better, and that suicide note, he loved his daughter, but he just some of the things that are said in it, especially in reference to Courtney and stuff, it's not him. It's not him writing that, because that's not how he felt. I mean, based off of what he expressed to other people.
Right.
And she definitely, I mean, I'm not gonna cast any stones or anything like that, but yeah, that's been in question since it happened. I mean, especially around there, the consensus was he didn't do that. He wouldn't have done that because of his daughter.
Right.
And that kind of goes into play with the same thing. I mean, I really just don't see. I mean, you can see just in pictures and video his interaction with his daughter. David, I just don't see how he would be able to bring himself to do that. He loved her. They were so close. They were so close. He adored her.
I was watching a live stream with David in it, and he was just very fatherly with Rainey, and it was really interesting to see, because so many people, I mean, even with other people on the set, he was really on point with them and open and stuff, and it was nothing like how the documentary portrayed him. He was the exact opposite of that. He wasn't egotistical in that live stream that he had put on. He wasn't overbearing. He wasn't a hothead kind of person. It just seemed like they were all together. They were focusing on this scene that, it was the one where they were getting ready to, the night raid with all the kids and everything.
Yep.
That's the live stream that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
and
was
she's
the
saying,
opener.
watch, Daddy, and he takes the time to stop and acknowledge her. He doesn't say, go away, I'm trying to work. He stops what he's doing and he acknowledges her. She's laughing and she's saying, watch, Daddy, watch. And it just seems, and if he were in any way abusive or anything, I don't think she would have that type of rapport with him. She was so excited. Watch, Daddy. It's just typical little girl with her daddy.
Well, I'm not sure if both of you are talking about the same video. Because the one that Sophia is talking about, I believe that's the one where actually Rania was in that scene, and she was one of the children that was being dragged out of the house, and they were told to scream. She was an actor, so I don't know if we're talking about the same.
Yeah, we're talking about different ones. Okay. I'm talking about the clip that they showed when they were actually going to do that live stream.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's
Gotcha.
on the documentary. They're preparing for that live stream.
Oh, okay. I think I need to go back and watch the documentary.
It's in the documentary.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch it.
And because they're prepping for it, because it's right after he's like talking to all of the kids and stuff, and like what I was talking about before. But and he's talking to other people and everything, but she's jumping up and down, and they actually added that to the documentary, and that's the one thing in there that does contradict the picture that they're trying to paint of him. Because a lot of parents, if they're working on something like that, they would be quite dismissive, with their kids. Hang on, wait a minute, I'm trying to do something, go over there. I'll talk to you in a minute, stop interrupting. But, even though he was doing something that was important, he paused and acknowledged her. And that kind of stuff, if you look at, like, human behavior and communication and stuff like that, that really says a lot about him.
Yep.
I really do encourage the audience to go and try to find any live streams that David did or any of his other work, like on the YouTube channel Hothead Productions, because you get a completely different picture of David. And just don't go with just a documentary where they pick and choose what you were spoon-fed. All this other stuff, you take that into account, the live streams, his other work, and then the research information that we have been discussing. You can find all the files in the group. I've been adding everything that wasn't there, and you'll easily see that David is not the person that people have said he was.
Yep, and I'm just looking at their channel now. I know we've talked about some of their stuff and some of their videos, and I know the Silence of Self movie, that's really, that's, I want to save that one for another day, I think, possibly, but,
But that movie right there could have given them the idea to throw David off as crazy.
Should I play it's a 4-minute clip. I could try to play this unless YouTube censors me. I don't know.
No, they'll censor the video afterwards.
You think so?
Don't risk it.
All right, we'll go to the Hothead Productions, and you'll see that. And in that video, in this video right here, you will see David. David's in it. David's brother is in it. Mitch Heil is also in it too. So it's It's a very creative video, is what I would say, and 9 years ago. So I mean, um, he was definitely on to something. So
They use they even use Allison in one of the videos. Is titled "The Bitch," and she's a newscaster.
yeah, I see that one here. For the bitch. Yes. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Well, let's see. Okay, so going back to number 7, the failure to take each factor to its ultimate conclusion. And this quote right here is the one that really stuck out to me. Remember, and every person in law enforcement, there should be one thing added to this. Remember, do it right the first time. You only get one chance. And remember, just look up. Look up. Look for bullet holes. Look for bullet holes, because they may be there. And with this case, what you have is the bullet holes that popped up 1 month later, and the investigators say that they have photos that show that the bullet hole was there in the house on January 17th when the bodies were found. Yet we really have to press them? Do we really have to get a lawyer or to get somebody to help us get one of those photos that show that there was a bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th? It shouldn't be this hard. Are they trying to make it this difficult so people will just get, not bored, but because people have other things going on too? There's so many other cases. Are they just trying to just kind of wait us out and hope that people give up? Because I can tell you right now, that's not going to happen. Looking at how many members we have in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, that's not happening. It is growing. They are growing. Anything else on this? I think every law investigator, everybody should read this. And this was published, it looks like it was published in 2006. I think it was published earlier, but this guy, Vernon G. Gibberth, definitely somebody who might be able to help us. And, it's just about, all of you know somebody who does this stuff. Reach out to them. Get their view on this. They might give you some tip. They might give you something that can help us. And for everybody out there who feels like, hey, I've given you guys this stuff. I've told you this. And they feel like we're not doing anything with it. Please be patient. Just be patient with us, because, a lot of this stuff is new to me. So I got to catch up on this. I got to understand what I'm looking at here. And, there are many patient people. And so I'm very thankful for everybody who is looking into this case and who has taken some time to try to help us and to give us tips. And I know we have people out there that are frustrated that they have worked hard on this case and they don't see progress. But, progress is measured in very different ways. Don't measure the progress of this case on an entertainment value. Don't measure the progress of this case based on if it's on a TV show or based on how many people know about it or how famous this case is. Base the progress on the documents and what we are doing to help get the case reopened. Let's stay focused there, because that's where the real focus is.
I agree. Thank you.
Any final words?
Oh, they were talking about what what rapture is and stuff.
Oh,
I
okay,
guess
so let's go
the
to the
rapture
comments.
thing.
Okay.
And I put in a definition. This was just one of quite a few that came up. And unfortunately, because we have like a character limit, I could only put just a little bit in there. So, definition of rapture: an expression or manifestation of ecstasy and passion, a state of experience of being carried away or overwhelming emotion. And there's others too, but
Sure.
there's lots of different meanings for what it is. It's not just one.
Well, I mean, to a Christian, right? I mean, it's gonna mean something totally different. So, when they're talking about being raptured, that was a big thing that stuck out to me. It's like, wait a minute, you guys are Christians. What are you talking about? You can't be raptured, but you're still here. So it was almost like they were kind of like, at least from my view, it's like they weren't serious talking about a rapture. They were documenting whatever they were going through and whatever Kamel said.
A mystical experience here, a mystical experience in which the spirit is exalted to a knowledge of divine things. I don't know, that kind of seems to fit what Kamel was trying to explain.
This was one of the parts that I took out of my book, and I might put this back in there, but it was the spiritual part that I took out of my book. Because I don't understand where they're coming from, where they're talking about this stuff, where they're talking about the rapture. Are they talking about the same rapture that we're talking about, that as Christians, what the rapture is? So
And it doesn't help that we don't have the entire recording either. We only have a bit of it. So it's taken out of context.
Right.
I mean, also, I mean, this is just a thought I have, is because, she also talks about looking for him for a long time and not being able to find him and not being able to find Rania and stuff like that. And I wonder, because she converted to Christianity, from being, a Muslim, could she have been possibly conflicted, like afraid, like of being disconnected from them in the afterlife if she made the wrong decision? You know what I mean? Kind of like salvation is kind of like what I'm referring to, and I'm not stating any of my personal beliefs, but what I'm saying is I just wonder if maybe she's kind of going through, okay, what if this is right and what if this is wrong, or what if this is wrong and what if this is right, and because he believed one thing and she had converted, but could she have been having some kind of crisis of faith and being afraid of not being with them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I listen to what she's saying, to the transcripts of what she's saying and talking about the rapture and all this, to me it has nothing to do with Christianity. They're yeah.
The existentialism and
Yeah, they're saying, okay, we're Christians, but we're also going to look outside of Christianity. And I think that's where the big problem came. I think they might have let some things in and might have been looking into things that they, as Christians, you should not be looking into because you're more vulnerable. And really, if you've already converted into Christianity too, it's like, but at the same time, I've been trying to understand how Kamel and her family, how they were raised. If they were raised on a military base, and a U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia, that could be a strong Christian base there, possibly, because you're in the enemy zone. You're in the territory there that is like, whoa, how are we going to be Christians here? And especially if you're from Pakistan, and there's so much that goes into that I guess we could sit here and speculate. The thing that I know is that God knows for sure. And so, I never want to say that somebody who claims that they are a Christian isn't. And, I never want to, put them in that spot. Well, because you didn't do this, then you're not a Christian. I never want to go there, because that's their journey between them and God. I don't want to stand in between that. So, this has been challenging. It's been a very challenging case when it comes to the spiritual stuff here, because I have very strong views, and I do think that there are strong indications here of some paranormal stuff, and that's hard to talk about, and a lot of people don't want to talk about. I mean, I would think that, if you wanted to make people look crazy, you would accuse them of that instead of accusing them of being a part of the government killed him. You would say, oh, well, there were demons or something like that. You know what I mean? But as a Christian, the demonic aspect is something that I take seriously. Doesn't mean that it's true, but I take it seriously.
But that's one reason why I think that she may have been conflicted, because she even says, I don't know, am I going crazy?
Right, because of her scientific mind. Yeah,
so
her scientific mind.
So it's like her rational mind, but I mean, she may have just had way too many different belief systems going, at one time, and was kind of meshing them together, and then she did actually kind of feel like she was going crazy because she was having different thoughts about things. It seems she was definitely in some kind of crisis of faith. It seems to me like, I mean, even if she was a Christian, like you said, if she was a Christian and she was dabbling in something else, if both of them were dabbling in something else, I mean, that's just great ammunition for getting attacked. And I mean, I know everyone may not believe the same thing, but I mean, my personal beliefs, I'm a Christian, and I do believe, in attack, and so I mean, it's just the perfect feeding ground for something like that. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm. That's a great way to put it. Any final thoughts
she very
here?
Well, could have been seeing that stuff.
I think she was. I mean, because it wasn't like she was just hearing something; she felt something. And then we have her sister, and her sister's footage about this was taken out of Eric Nelson's sloppumentary. It might not have been a sloppumentary if they would have kept Kamel's family side in this, because to me, that's where the paranormal stuff is. That's where all of that comes from, where you have, a clear case where Kamel's sister is saying, man, there was something there. There was something in that house, not in the Crowley house where they died, in a place that they lived before that. And she had said that up until that point, she did not believe in demons, ghosts, anything like that. But after she saw it for herself, she did. And I was really frustrated that that part of the sloppumentary was taken out. Because, see,
Yeah.
they wanted to
Go ahead.
keep
I'm
that
sorry.
in. No, please. I want to get your comments on this too. But they wanted to keep that in because I think that Eric Nelson, and I'm just guessing, I don't know what his motives are or anything, but I think that the reason they wanted to keep that in was to make Kamel look crazy. They were going to use that type of stuff to make her look crazy. When, to me, it makes her look credible. And it makes everything that happened, it makes sense from a spiritual point. Okay, we're not talking about, just a regular thing. We're talking about the supernatural. We're talking about the paranormal here. And I think a lot of people in the alternative media and a lot of people in the truth, quote unquote, movement, they don't want to go there because they know it's going to turn people off and they know it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt their business. And that's
well,
a
I know
problem.
it's going to drive you crazy, but I think you actually should keep that aspect in your book. I know you finished it, but I mean, I think that it's important that it be in your book so there can be a different perspective on it. Because, I mean, for anyone that hasn't, heard more about what happened. I mean, when Sidra was visiting and and Rainey woke up and was screaming and stuff, and then she got up and she said that she walked into David and Kamel's room and David was on his knees praying.
Correct. Praying
And
to
so,
Jesus.
I mean,
yeah.
so it shows
Yeah.
that there's something going on with him, not just her, that there was something going on with him as well.
Right.
And that's really been grazed over.
Right. So when you take that into the proper context of what you see in the sloppumentary, it's totally different because now it isn't, oh, Kamel, is crazy. Now it's, wait a minute. There's a real paranormal activity happening here. There's a possibility that there's a real paranormal thing happening here because now, you have Kamel and people that listen to that, listen to her. She's not crazy. She's not crazy when she's repeating what happened. I don't believe that she's crazy there. And no, you're not going to convince me of that ever.
Well, and there are people that may not have been directly associated with them, but kind of close to them, that were into Satanism.
Oh yeah.
So it's really interesting that all of this kind of stuff was going on, and then such dark, horrible deaths. And if you look at holidays and stuff on the satanic calendar, and I mean, I think there could have been more than one thing in play, but it's really scary. I mean, if you really start looking at it, if you open your mind up, even if you don't believe in that kind of stuff, because I mean, you don't necessarily have to believe in it to believe that other people believe in it and that they may act based upon their belief systems. And I mean, if you really start looking at it and looking at different players and stuff like that, it becomes very, very interesting.
That's right. That's right. And I just want to see if anybody here has any final words here before we shut this down here. I think we've gone about 2 hours 45 minutes. So, hey, we've been doing really, really good. If anybody, Sophia, do you have any final words? I know you're working on a lot. I know you're researching a lot. Anything you want to say here to maybe even, I know we're going to come back here maybe in another week or so and do another conference call. Anything you want to say here right now before we shut this thing down?
No, nothing right now that I can really share. I mean, just, you're right, I am working on quite a bit of stuff, but that will come out in future videos. And but
Oh, and your thing on graphology was amazing.
oh, thank you
I
so
mean,
much.
thank you for working so hard on that. I know how hard you've been working, and it's amazing.
I appreciate it. I'm also trying to work on David's right now, his handwriting, and it's taking a while, but I'm hoping to. It'll have a different, because I won't be comparing and contrasting this time, so it'll be easier for the slideshow and everything.
That's great.
When will your book be ready for us to get?
I'm hoping, I really want to shoot for November late. Because I've only given it to maybe 1 or 2 people, and I want to, I'm working on the formatting. The biggest problem is making sure that the photos, that the, the actual formatting of the book, the page numbers, the photos don't, there's not like huge blank spaces. That's what I'm working on now. So I would say, I can't see. I would love, and depending on the actual artwork, because I have my guy who's working on that now. So I'm hoping late November. At the very latest, obviously January 17th, but I don't imagine that I'm going to wait for that long. And this will be free. The PDF, anybody who wants to get a PDF, this will be free. And I also want to encourage people, because I know that I have friends who have their own websites and have their own, things out there. Take this. You can take this PDF and host it onto your website. I want people to feel free to do whatever they want with this PDF once it's out there. So I am hoping by the end of next month, by the end of November, if not sooner. I was able to get this done a lot sooner, but again, I'm only, I really haven't hired anybody to do the proofreading or anything like that, so I'm constantly right now going in the phase of just going back over and over, make sure there's no typos, grammar errors, things like that. And now that you've, talked about the spiritual chapter, I'm going to go and I'm going to make sure
Sorry.
that I edit that, and I might include that into the research section of this book.
Well, there's lots of definitions covering what rapture means. It's not just the one definition, so I hope that you'll include and
that was kind of the whole thing, is because I don't want the book to be my interpretation of what happened. I really want this to be a place where researchers can go for their research, not to think that this book is going to solve the whole case or anything like that. But I would definitely say, if David and his wife were Christians and they're coming from a Christian view, that's kind of why it's almost like, well, should I even include what rapture means, or should I just let everybody interpret whatever they want to think rapture means? Because my view of rapture could be different from David's. I know many Christians, me and my friend Walter Bradley, we talk about rapture and all of this, and we're two, strong believers in Jesus Christ, and we probably have different views on what the rapture really is, on what it's going to be like.
Oh yeah,
You know
that's
what
a
I mean?
huge thing. I mean, and if people in Christian communities, I mean, there's even different views on, like, if they believe that the rapture is the same thing, they believe rapture will take place at different times within certain time frames of different things occurring. So, I mean, even within the Christian community, rapture's different. But I think that you including that, like, just throwing it out there, rapture, because I mean, it was put in the documentary that they had gotten into existentialism and stuff like that.
That's
so,
true. That's true.
Since it was put in the documentary, I think that it would be relevant for you to just include it, because it kind of gives people a point of reference,
Yeah, you're right.
and then they can draw their own conclusions.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, because I know we've had, I think Donna, I think it was Donna, somebody had actually transcribed some of that stuff. So yeah, I think as long as it's, as long as I can put it in there where it's not my interpretation of it, but if I can, get the quotes and things like that out there, yeah, I think I might include that in there. So it's all your fault.
I'm sorry. Don't send me an ugly message later.
Why would you? Yeah, the paranormal stuff is all Christy's fault.
How
Yeah.
could you do
Blame
that?
it on Christy, pretty much. But no, no, it is relevant. I mean, it really is, and I know there are people, that don't want to talk about that stuff, and that's fine. If you don't, and I don't care if people, think that because we're talking about it, that we're not credible. Obviously, I don't care anything about my credibility or anything like that. I want to give people as much information as possible. So I think that you're right. It's somewhere in that book. What is said, what happened, it should be documented. That's it.
Yeah, and because it's really interesting too, because spirituality also comes into play with, like, the direction that David may have been planning on taking
Correct.
a gray state. You
Correct.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there really is a lot to do with the spirituality aspect of it, because I think that I think one thing people do kind of avoid going in that direction, because unfortunately they don't want to put people off or lose an audience, so to speak. But I think the fact that he actually said on I can't remember who it was. Was it Jason that shared that podcast that he had done? Or no, not Jason. Who was it? I can't remember who it was, but it was the podcast that he did, and he was talking about it, and they asked him if he was any relation to Aleister Crowley,
Right.
and he kind of just sat there. But then he actually himself alluded to the fact that he may actually take it in a more spiritual direction.
Correct.
So, I mean, all of that could have a lot of bearing on things.
Yep, it
if
could.
other people didn't want him going that direction.
That's right. All right. I'm going to shut this down here. I want to thank everybody for joining us.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat. I know there were a lot of chats that we did not get to, a lot of things that we did not get to, but I want to make sure that we come back here and we will have some updates here in the very near future, and we'll just make sure that we keep this case going. So I want to thank everybody here, and God bless you all.
You too. Have a good night, everybody. You too.
All right, and until we meet again,
All right.
thank you all for joining us here on the Gray Stage, the YouTube channel. This is where we're going to have all of our newest live stream feeds. Had some issues with my other channel, and I'm going to work all of that stuff out. But I do want to make this channel, it is dedicated to this case. We're going to think about creating a podcast that is for this case. I don't know if it's going to be a weekly, at least a monthly podcast, but it will be dedicated to this case, and I want to make sure that we keep this case going until we are able to get a real investigation, until we're able to get somebody who can actually get the case reopened. If any of you know anybody, please talk to people. Just tell them about this case. Make it a casual conversation. You don't have to tell them everything about this case. You pick their brains. Pick people's brains about this case. Ask them, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about a case where the police walk into a house, they leave the crime scene, and they do not see a bullet hole above their head? Every officer, every person in law enforcement that I have talked to has a problem with that. For whatever reason, the Apple Valley Police Department do not have a problem with that. You can have the detectives involved in this case that will say that, hey, I saw the bullet hole, I saw it, but I don't know when. You don't know when you saw a bullet hole above your head? You were inside of this house during an investigation, and you don't know when you saw this bullet hole? Are you kidding me? No. So things like that, simple things like that, just bring it up. Again, it's not about attacking the investigators. It's just about making sure that a proper investigation is done in this case. And that's where we are today. So I want to thank everybody. Thank you for joining us here. And we are out. Today is October 4th, 2019. I want to thank you all, and we will be back here within another week or so. God bless you all. Keep marching. Truth is marching on. Greetings, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here. We are now live. And, of course, we have Sophia here. She's joining us. How are you, Sophia?
Doing great. How about you, Greg?
Not bad at all. Just got home, so, the timing is right on point. So, if we got some people in the chat room right now. Hopefully somebody can just let me know if you can hear us okay in there. I'd really appreciate that. I'd hate for this to just be us talking to each other and nobody can hear us on YouTube. So, let's go ahead. I'll just wait.
Else joining us tonight?
If anybody wants to, all they have to do is let me know, and we will send them that code. But I haven't had anybody ask for it, and to be honest, I've just been so busy today, the last few days, that I haven't had a chance to reach out to the people that I would normally reach out to and say, hey, just in case you want to join us, here's the code. So there are a couple people that I'm here. That I usually do that too, so I apologize to those people, but timing is not on my side today. I'm working on my time management. So I want to say hi to, we got Pansy in the chat room, and Lori's in there too, and I know we got a few other people. So if anybody can make sure that you can hear me, we will begin here. It looks like everybody can see the screen, so that's always a good thing. But I want to make sure that the audio is coming in okay. If not, we'll have to adjust some things. So I'm just going to ask people in the chat room, can you hear me? And I figure maybe at some point, depending on how much time we have, I might play Catherine's latest video. It's like 11 minutes. So maybe I'll play that at the end or something. But I think people really need to go to Catherine's YouTube channel and check that out. All right, Lori has confirmed it. Thank you, Lori. Speaking of Lori, we now have, thanks to her and to her very diligent work, we have 2,000 people that have signed the I petition. Let me see if I can actually pull that up. Now that I got great internet, I'm going to take full advantage of this. So I am just going to type in I-P-E-T-I-T, I petition, I think David Crowley. She said 2,000 people. 2,000 people, and I just thought that was awesome. And it's still growing. Isn't that great?
That's amazing.
That really is. So, and I think she's going to help update the names and everything here. But if anybody does want to sign that, like, just do what I did. I just typed in I petitions and typed in David Crowley, and it's one of the first things that came up here. So it's very easy to find if anybody needs help finding that. I wonder if I could just go ahead and post this in the group here, or maybe I should wait a little bit. Maybe I'll wait till it's updated, but yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that I thanked everybody for that. So good, everybody can hear us. I think we are ready to rock and roll. She put 120 in yesterday. Wow, awesome. That's a lot of work, and that's manually. I wonder if she's manually putting them in. We have Lori in the chat here for people who have joined us in the live chat room. We are live right now on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. Sophia has joined us. We have our topic for this week. I'm really scared about next week's topic, but we can talk about that too. We'll definitely get there. But this topic is about crime scene staging and its detection. So this was given to me. Somebody sent this to me. Somebody from our group. I don't think they want to be named or anything, but I just want to say thank you to that person. You know who you are, and I know a lot of people send me stuff, and I try to get to as much of it as I possibly can. So you know, I really appreciate everybody doing their own research, you know, just coming to their own thoughts and just thinking about this case from their own view, because we all do. Even if we try not to have a bias, we all are still going to have some type of a bias, just by the fact that, you know, we come from different places, the environment is different, etc., etc. I don't need to explain that to anybody. Are you doing okay over there, Sophia?
Just dying quietly, or not too quietly.
Not quietly,
Sorry.
slowly. All right.
Just
Well,
gonna have my Vicks Kleenexes.
that's okay. Aren't you glad you aren't doing a PowerPoint today?
I know, right?
All right. Well, let's go ahead and go through this. This article, or this PDF was 16 pages, and yeah, it took me a while to find again, so I had to go through my files, all my thousands of documents, but here we are. So let's go ahead and go through this. Crime scene staging and its detection. This is written by Robert R. Hazelwood and Michael R. Napier. Okay, let's look at the abstract. Crime scene staging is a recognized phenomenon within the criminal justice field. This article defines the occurrence for staging, identifies the motives for staging, and identifies the acts that participated the staging. Let me read that again. And identifies the act that precipitated the staging. Sorry. It reports the results of an exploratory survey of 20 well-versed and highly trained law enforcement officers' experience with staging in fatal and non-fatal incidents. And it reports the most commonly observed forms of crime scene staging. Investigative strategies and indicators of staging are also presented. Sophia, have you read this one? Have you read this article? Stop me if you've heard this one.
I've read all the way to, I think it was page 12.
Okay, we got farther than I did, further than I did, for sure.
It's actually very, very fascinating.
Yeah.
I was trying to finish it up today, and we were just running errands, and I didn't get a chance to finish it.
Okay. Well, we'll go
But
through
it
some
is
of this.
really fascinating.
What is there anything particular that kind of stuck out to you, that just off the top of your head? As we go here, I'm sure a lot of things are gonna bring up certain
Well,
views.
I wish that they would have given more examples per each category.
Okay.
But I mean, it already is a pretty long article, so I guess that they just were sticking to one, just out of, like, I don't know.
Yeah, they probably could have written a
Sorry.
whole book on this, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I thought it was fascinating that nobody had gone through and done the statistics for staging crimes, and that there hadn't been an actual study done. I was surprised by that. I thought for sure that police would keep records and about fake crimes or staged crimes.
Yeah,
I
that
was
is. Yeah,
surprised.
I'm right there with you. I think it was, it's just it. I was shocked at it, and so it kind of goes back to the whole thing where we keep talking about training. It's part of the problem with the training. Why so many people who walked into David Crowley's house, why they didn't consider the possibility that this was a staged crime scene, because I don't think those words are mentioned anywhere. I mean, they, foul play, you could do little word play and kind of throw that into that, but yeah, I think you're definitely right on the money there. I haven't seen any stats, and it doesn't seem like a big issue. I'd be very curious if everybody asked 5 cops what their view is on crime scene staging. What type of answers would you get? Would you get the Hollywood answer? Oh, that only happens in the movies. In real life, that stuff doesn't happen. Well, here we have some real things. And one of the fascinating things, the first thing, obviously, is the very first sentence here, because now we're going back to the scripture. I mean, that really stuck out to me first of all, and that really made me want to dig deeper into this. And I had never thought about what they were really saying. I was like, what is he talking about? It says, crime scene staging has been documented since the Bible times. One of the earliest accounts deals with a young man named Joseph. His brothers sold him into slavery and then conspired to convince their father Jacob that wild animals had killed and devoured Joseph. Interesting right there. Because obviously there's some similar things that happened with David. Obviously, they're not saying that the animal killed them, but animal scavenging, it was just that weird connection. To support their story, they slaughtered a goat and dipped Joseph's robe into blood, which is a very satanic thing. We know about the blood that was camel's blood that was probably slaughtered and dipped onto that blood wall. Jacob was convinced of Joseph's death and became extremely distraught. And hopefully everybody who's read the Bible kind of knows how that story ends. I won't spoil it for you in this case. But it's interesting, right? And it brings up a great point when you talk about stats. How many people are really thinking about staged crime scenes? Is this a part of the training of our law enforcement, including the feds? And if it is, how far does it go? How deep does it go? How seriously is it taken? And how many crimes out there that could possibly fall into this thing where these could be staged crimes? And even staged crimes, right? Like, what do you think of when I say staged crime? What does that make you think of?
Well, just in recent history, you look back at all the fake hate hoaxes going on, like the fake hate crimes.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, Jussie Smollett, and other ones where people will say, oh, we had somebody go around and spray excuse me, the swastikas.
Swastikas?
Sorry. Yeah, that. Thank you. All over a church or whatever, and come to find out, or not a church, but a synagogue, and then come to find out that it was the janitor who did it, and the janitor's Jewish, that kind of thing, or and not to diminish that hate crimes actually happen or anything. It's just lately the rise of them are happening, and they hit the news. People overreact, and then you learn 48 to 72 hours later, hey, wait a minute, this was all fake, and they confess to it. But by then, the media has that feeding frenzy, and people all over the internet have gone stir crazy, and they're on to the next thing and totally have forgotten about this.
That's right.
And it's crazy. And then you think about actual crimes being faked, whether it's because of greed or they're trying to save their butts from going to jail. Just all kinds of things. And this article covers it, by the way. They cover every possibility that they could think of. And that's what I thought was extremely interesting.
Well, Pansy's in the
gambit.
Pansy's in the chat room saying that there's something in the last page was very much like what happened to the Crowleys. So I think let's start at the end.
You want to go?
Why not?
Straight to the last page?
Why not?
I
Let's
didn't
go
even get a
straight to
chance
6.
to
I
get there.
haven't either, so this will be great. Pansy's brought this up a couple times, so okay, we're on page 616.
Wait, we might want to go to
15.
says indicators of a staged scene.
Pansy, you're gonna have to help us out here. Stage scenes involving fatalities, maybe, is what she's talking about on page 15. Hey, for real. Thanks for joining us too. And if anybody in the chat has any questions, any comments, or anything like that, go ahead and make a comment, and we'll make sure to that we discuss that. Pansy says yes. Okay, so this is what we're going to look at, the stage scenes involving fatalities. This is on page 15 of 16 of the staged crime scene article that was sent to us, and I know a couple other people in the group have read this, so I'd be curious to get everybody's view if you have the time to go and read this. 16 pages. It's in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and I also have it on the website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, so you can download it there. But it is fascinating. I'm very fascinated by this. So let's look at this. Okay, stage scenes involving fatalities. 19 of the 20 officers, that's 95%, stated that the staging offender in stage scenes involving fatalities is most often white, and they unanimously reported that the person staging the crime was most often male. Interesting. When asked about the relationship between the victim and the killer, 17 of the 20 officers, that's 85%, reported that the offender was or had been an intimate partner of the victim. Wow. 2 of the 20 officers, 10%, advised that the offender was an acquaintance, and 1%, 5%, reported the offender as other. When asked about the most common age range in the staging offender, 13 of the 20 officers, that's 65%, stated an age range between 26 and 35. That matches them. I think they weren't even 30, both David and Kamel. David might have been 30, or 29 or 28. 5 of the 20 officers, 25%, stated that they were most commonly between 36 and 45 years old. And 2% advised that 21 to 25 was the most common age of the staging offender. Interesting. Let's go. Let's keep rolling on here. The surveyed officers reported that in staged non-fatal sexual crimes, the most common offender was a white female between 21 to 30 years old. In staged crime involving fatalities, the staging offender was most commonly a white male who was an intimate partner of the victim at between 26 and 35 years old. That definitely matches David, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely falls in line with that. So it probably should have been taken more seriously, I would think, but that's interesting. Let's see. Very serious. This article addressed very serious situations that involved, okay, what we call make believe, and a lot of what we're seeing here, that's exactly what it comes off as. It's just not. Let's see. The manipulation may take place by simply lying verbally or in writing about facts or circumstances or physically rearranging a scene, body, or property. Well, that's interesting too. Because we had just talked about this in our last call, in our last chat, that there's no way, it doesn't make sense where the bullet hole is in the living room ceiling, where the blood on that recliner is. Those two things. I mean, and there's probably some other things too, right? But I mean, just looking at those two things and where the bodies were found, how do we not look into the possibility that at some point, some way, somehow the bodies were moved? Now, I haven't found anything. Maybe I missed it in the 5,000 pages of documents that we have, or whatever. Okay, maybe like 200, whatever. But or 2,000, maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500, give or take. Because those phone records, there's a lot in there too, but it's a lot of just jibber jabber. But I haven't seen anything where they claim that the dog had moved the bodies. Now, if the dog has eaten off of the bodies or is responsible for that, maybe by implying that, then they're also implying that the dog moved the bodies.
I could see him moving Ranny. I could see that very easily. I cannot see Paleo moving dead weight of two adults. I just can't see that. I could see him moving arms and legs, but I can't see him moving and dragging an entire body.
So on that recliner, I think there was a head there. I don't know what your view is, but there was something there. Something very bloody was there. Whatever that was moved. It had to have been moved. Or else it doesn't make sense where the bodies were. Is it possible that that's where David's right hand was and that's where all the blood was? Maybe. I don't know. Even that really doesn't make sense when you look at where the bodies were. But
well, if his hand was removed, whether by the killer or the dog after death, it most likely would not have bled at all, because the heart has stopped pumping.
Interesting. So Lori in the chat room asks, was that Kamel's blood on the recliner? And the problem is that they never tested it. Why would you not? I mean, that's the biggest blood stain in the whole house, and the freshest. It looks like some of the freshest blood there too. Why would they not test that recliner? I know we had a couple members in the group who were very frustrated when they found that out, and I totally get it. You know, it's very frustrating that they would not test that. Maybe they didn't have to test every little thing or DNA swab the entire house, but why would you not test that recliner, item 34?
I honestly don't know. And I have a huge issue with the blood that's in the house, because from the looks of David and Kamel and Ronnie, it looks like they have been deceased for a while. That blood was awfully red, and it still looked pretty fresh when it was photographed. And doesn't blood usually turn brown after time, after it's been exposed and dries up?
I'm not gonna do that test. You can do. Maybe we can find somebody to do that test, but that's one test that I will not do. Hey, Patty Barbie, thanks for joining us there. For real has a great comment here. Dog doesn't mess up the kitchen. That's a question. The closets, the shoes, the sofa, just his owner's body. Now, there are other things like the stuffed animal, the lemur stuffed animal in the living room but it's kind of true. Like there's not, the dog doesn't really mess up a whole lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, and you would think, okay, the dog is locked in that house. Why isn't he digging into the dog food? I know I harp on this a lot, but that dog food is right there in the kitchen. He knows exactly where it is, but he hasn't scratched into it. He hasn't torn into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yet goes and eats on bodies that are in advanced decay. I really could understand if the blood was fresh or the bodies were fresh. And I know this is extremely disgusting to discuss, but that food is right there. It's edible. It's not going to make him sick.
And he would know where to go to get that food, right? I mean, I have a cat.
Right next.
Yeah, I have a very small cat, and she knows where her snacks are. And dogs are I think dogs are a lot smarter than cats could ever be. Not as moody too, but there were dog biscuits in the kitchen, on the kitchen counter too. Maybe Paleo couldn't reach, and I'm butchering his. I've been butchering his. What's that?
Yeah, and that's possible. He probably couldn't reach it. So, but I've said it in the past. I have 4 cats. I bring in a new bag of cat food, and they're digging into it. They're free-fed, too, so they have a bowl of food sitting right there, and they get canned food in the mornings. And they'll still dig into it. I have to put it in Tupperware just to keep that bag from getting destroyed.
That's very interesting. Couple other good things in the chat here. Lori says that dog can't move those bodies, and even if the little dog could, I seriously doubt that he did. Yeah, I mean, it's what would you have to do to prove that? And in staged crime scenes, I don't think that will come up too much, even though it's kind of common sense. It's like, well, if there's a dog in the house, it could have moved things. But if somebody wanted to stage a crime scene, a good prop, a good accessory would probably be that dog, right?
Oh yeah.
Which is the weird thing about the Philip Marshall case, because they killed the dog in that case. Then the difference in the Philip Marshall case was it wasn't the dog that lived. The dog did not live in that house. The dog and the children were not supposed to be there. It was just supposed to be Philip Marshall, and I think his kids were just there at the wrong place at the wrong time, etc., etc. But in this case, it's, if somebody staged David Crowley's death, they would have known that. That would have been a big part of the staging, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's there. He's to destroy the evidence, to create chaos at the crime scene and make it harder for the crime scene techs and detectives.
Yeah. And Patty Barbie says all the blood should have been tested, which is another great point. Why wouldn't it? Yeah, and why not? Is it that much more difficult? Like, why not just test it all? Especially in a case as serious as this. If it was just one person or whatever, but when there's a child involved, you kind of expect them to go the extra mile. And I don't know about this stat, or I haven't looked up this stat, but people that commit suicide, is there some stat that would show that it's more younger people or more older people, or is that even relevant here? because he's in the military, you know, the military soldiers. It's just, you can go off into a whole nother area. But
I really don't even know if that's relevant with this case.
Right.
I mean, people of all ages commit suicide and for different reasons, whether it's health or money or all kinds of things. But, oh gosh, I had a thought.
I'm
and
sorry,
I can't
I
remember
probably
it now.
cut you off during your thought.
No, it was something, and I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Oh, I remember. So I was reading the reports yesterday because I was trying to find that information about the FBI bringing the fingerprints
Mm-hmm.
for David. And as I was reading it, they were talking about how they received the test results, and it stated that David's blood had been on the gun and the magazine, and then Kamel's was on the other things that were tested. And I think that they seriously did believe, okay, he is guilty. And when they got those test results, that's what they read, or that's what they were told, and they didn't bother to look further into it, where it said that the unknown DNA was there.
Gotcha.
Because that's not mentioned at all in the police reports. It's just in the BCA lab report. It's just glossed over. And then you see how they're getting these reports. I don't even know if they looked through the reports that they received. It just says, received such and such report today, and I entered it into the database.
Do you know what that was? What that was
That was
specifically for?
for the phone records,
Okay.
for the financial records, and credit report.
Okay.
So,
Because I do think
and then
another, I do think at some point, because I do remember what you're talking about, but I do think later on they do kind of mention that, yeah, we went through it, but we didn't find anything or something.
and he mentioned that a couple times. We still have yet to find a reason. And then at the very end, he just writes what he writes. But, okay, next.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't remember what I was going to say.
that's okay, and it'll come back to you. We got a lot of good comments here in the chat room too. Pansy says, also just above this talks about what the military does to monitor those who have been discharged and the things they use to get into their minds. We have to find that page and read that one. This correlates
Yeah,
with
we did.
Rania and Kamel hearing voices. Yeah, unfortunately, yes, it does. Lori says, seriously, I actually think it was Kamel's. I think they were expecting someone to come over. Lori, are you saying it was Kamel's blood on the recliner? I've been having a hard time trying to figure out whose blood that. First of all, whose blood could that possibly be, and then whose blood was it? I mean, obviously, there's only three choices, and the bodies are not close to where that blood is. I think that pretty much, we can put the theory to rest that at some point the bodies were moved. Now, like you said, there's no way that dog, that size dog, is going to move any of those bodies to where they were found. I don't know. I don't want to put words into your mouth if that's not exactly what you meant, but that's the way that I kind of see it. Is there's no way, right? There's no way that dog could have moved the bodies, any of the bodies, put them there, and then we have the blanket. So because of where the blue blanket was found next to David and his wife is kind of weird, but the only one that would make sense is maybe Rania, because like you said, that's the only one that the dog could have probably moved. Now, if Rania's head is where that big recliner stain is, and I'll see if I can pull that up here at some point. Let me see if I can find that one. don't know if I know we have it in our photos here somewhere. Oh, I know what I can do. I need to get more organized. While I'm looking at that, let's see. So DNA, Patty says DNA should have
Okay.
been taken on his friend Dan Jr., who would have come through as familiar. I want to find Pansy. If you know what page that is, we're gonna go and look at the military thing. I just want to pull up item 34 here. Go ahead, Sophia, if you got something.
The way that Ronnie's shirt is pulled up by her neck,
Mm-hmm.
if she had been laying against that recliner, her shirt wouldn't have been pulled up that way if the dog had pulled her closer to Camille. It would have been pulled down, not up.
Mm.
Now, this is a little bit different, but if he had pulled her off of Camille, which I'm finding a little odd because of Ronnie's leg placement, I don't think that happened. But if he had, then that would have accounted for her shirt being pulled up.
I mean, it's pulled up all the way. It's like almost it's gone. You know, there's barely any shirt there from it. We had another member in our group who found that, and Samantha, she was very, that was something that really stuck out to her, and until she said that, I had not even thought about it. And once she said that, it was like, well, that is kind of weird that it would be up that high and everything, and then almost gone, and like, why? So it's just another great reason to find good people, sincere people, and to try to talk to each other, to bounce ideas off of each other, and to try to hear other people's points, because that's definitely helped me. It's helped me a lot. I'm going to go to, we're looking at the BCA images, the 711. Yeah, I know it's here somewhere. Maybe I missed it here. It's in a few different places. So this is the recliner that we have here pulled up. And here in the lower right-hand corner is where the blood was. And I'm going to get a much better photo of that. This is weird because this was taken once the recliner was reclined, and that's what threw me off, because I thought, okay, that blood was kind of in this area. If my cursor is showing on the screen, hopefully it is, but it's not. It's actually in this lower corner. So for whatever reason, they recline this chair, not Chris Klein, but recline, and then they have this here. So this gives, and that's probably just to make sure that they had a really good image. Obviously it's marked at this point, but when I first saw this, I kind of thought, oh, well, this is how it was found, and it was like, well, that doesn't make any sense either. But you can look at this hole here. Look at this circle. It's a clear circle. This is item 34 that was never tested. I mean, some of the blood still looks fresh. It still looks like very, and I know the camera doesn't, this photo isn't doing it any justice, and I'll find one that kind of pulls it back, but there's hair here. Somebody's head was here. I mean, I don't know how else we can make that clear, right? Somebody's head was there, and it looks like a small head. I don't know. So let me see if I can find a zoomed out one of that. Hey, Stephanie, thanks for joining us here, too. We got 8 people watching. Right on. We got some really good comments that we're probably passing up, but I want to make sure we get to everything. And, of course, we're going to have a little internet issues here. So, we need to find that page. I don't know.
I'm looking for it.
Okay. We need to find that page with the military thing, and I'm just going to look for, I want to get off item 34. I just want to look for the image where you can see where that was found. It's probably at the very bottom for whatever reason. Bear with us here, people. I told myself I was going to pull up these images first so I wouldn't have to do what I'm doing right now. But that's what happens. We're going to find that image. The image will not escape us here. Just going to take a little while to load. Getting closer. No. It's here somewhere.
I mean, there is one about, yeah, I don't see what Pansy was discussing.
Okay.
I'm going to try scrolling to see if there's something else.
So weird I can't find it now. I know it's here. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's only in the image with the bodies. Maybe that's why I can't see it here.
Oh, yeah, it is, actually. Because I was just looking at that image.
And they kind of hide that one, too, then. I mean, there was one that kind of showed where the recliner is, kind of. No?
I had sent you 2 photos, I think, of the recliner, but it wasn't. I don't think you could really get a good look at that spot.
Yeah, that recliner, that threw me off for a long time because I could not understand, like, I was looking at the image, like, where's that blood? I think it's in the 94, I think it's in the AVPD ones that shows that recliner, but you won't know that there's blood on it unless you look really close. Sorry, everybody, I got thrown off a little bit, but now it's going to bother me until I find it. If I can find it. If not, then we'll just move on because I want to stay on topic as much as possible here. I'm probably missing a lot of great, awesome comments and people that are joining us. Hey, Christy, thank you for joining us too. So we got a lot of good people in the chat. If anybody in the chat has anything, I will try to get to to whatever comments or anything you want to bring up as well. Sophia's sick, but she has still joined us here, so we thank her for that. And let me see if I can find one of these. It's definitely those living room photos. Yeah, I need to find a better way to share these, to put these on something. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have it. That's too bad. I thought I could have sworn I had one of these. And these thumbnails don't do it any justice either, because the thumbnails don't show everything in the picture. But I will definitely find that, because there is one that kind of, where you can see where that blood is. And it's in one of these 94 pages, because I remember, because I went back because I missed it. There it is, right there. Okay, so it's the image DSC 520. I miss this. I mean, there is so much in this image here. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. There was so much here, and obviously this was the first and the only image that we got of the bodies, where the bodies were. You can see like all of this blood spatter and everything here. And then where I'm zooming in, I'm not going to zoom in, but I'm going to put my cursor right here. I miss this blood, all of this blood. So they had already labeled it. They had already labeled it item 34. And then, you know, obviously there's no body or anything next to it, near it. But it was just very, very odd. And this is pulled back too. So this recliner was on this rug. So again, it's not the best one, but I totally missed that there was blood here. You would really not know it unless you were able to zoom in and kind of see that there was the item 34 and that there was the blood there. So I thought that was it was just interesting how the blood would get there, and without, I mean, blood just doesn't go there, obviously. So somebody was there. It clearly shows that the bodies were moved. Anyways.
And I do believe that the bodies were moved. If you look at the photo of the bodies, you could see that there's like a really dark spot where I think that Rainey might have been laying, or she could have been laying across her mother. Both those are very plausible situations, but by the time the police got there, she wasn't in that position anymore.
Let's see if I can find that one. That's odd too. Let's see, this is probably a good one here. So this kind of shows where before or after they move those bodies, I mean, you can see where these stains are. Now, I don't know anything about, you know, what blood should look like or anything like that. So when I look at this image, this is all blood, right? I mean, I'm thinking this is all body. Yeah, it's body decomp or whatever, but there's got to be blood. There should be a lot of blood on this rug here. You know, all of this stuff that I'm kind of moving my cursor around, all this looks like blood. No? It's something else?
Yeah, and you see how it's brown?
Mm-hmm.
That's what blood should look like after it's dried and over time. But the blood at the crime scene, like on the walls and the computer and stuff, that's still pretty red. It still looks very fresh.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, could it look that way if they had rehydrated it to take samples?
Good question. Stephanie asked, Ranya's shirt being pulled up could have been done to try to encourage Paleo to scavenge. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, that is an interesting thought. It's a sad thought.
Stephanie says Ranya's shirt being pulled up is indicative of her being dragged. That's interesting too, because I had always thought maybe the arm, you know, there was a struggle. I think Ranya's missing arm shows signs of a struggle, possible signs of a struggle, right? I mean, I don't know.
Or it's very possible she could have been dragged and they were dragging her and it just came off. God, I feel so horrible discussing that.
Yeah. Patty says, I don't see brain matter, but maybe from blunt force trauma. Well, yeah, the dog is credited with all of that. So, you know, the reason why all of that is missing is all credited to animal scavenging.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Take it for what it's worth.
So much.
Yeah. Let's see.
So much that's accredited to paleo.
Yep. And then without tests. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's like, you know, okay, that's fine, but like, why come to this conclusion? Somebody brought this up, and I forget who it was. Somebody in the Facebook group, I think. Or it could have been in one of the chats, in one of our live chats or something, but they brought it up about how, you know, and we've talked about this many times, but it seems very, very clear that people doing their own research are seeing this same thing, where all of this whole dog scavenging thing starts is with Judy's 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would love to, you know, just think that that's just a coincidence. You know, it's whatever. Someone who has watched too many movies or something. I don't know, but it is very odd to even say that. Just because there is a dog in the house, I don't know. I mean, I could not tell. If I looked through some window and saw these dead bodies, I wouldn't be able to tell that there was dog scavenging. Nor would I say that, or nor would I even guess that. But I also wouldn't say that, well, it was a murder or a suicide either. You would do what Colin Prochnow did.
Hmm. And did she say that she had seen Paleo actually scavenging at that time, or did she just assume it?
She had said, I guess, from the dog scavenging. So it was kind of like, I guess that's what happened, or it was just phrased really, really weird. And
just checking the boxes off.
yeah, just like, don't say, observe and report. I mean, I learned that. I was a security guard for years, and it's like, that's all you do. You observe and report. All right.
I learned something new about you.
There's a few little things in there. Nothing too important, but yes, thank you for praying. Stephanie's going to pray for everyone else who is sick. It seems like it's going to be that season. I think it's going to be really bad. I think this season is... I think each season it just gets worse, and I have my own views on, like, flu shots and all that stuff, and why the flu gets worse every year, even though all these people are getting their shot, apparently. But that's a subject for another day. And I know you and I are also going to one day, hopefully, maybe next week or something, we can talk about the Mexico versus the Mormon, the drug cartels and all that stuff that's going on down there. I know you've been doing a lot of research on that too.
Yeah, that's a very sad case,
especially
for the children that were involved.
Oh yeah, that broke my heart. I mean, I was like almost in tears just reading that, and then of course you read deeper and it's like, you find out more and everything, but just the fact that these kids, who cares? I don't care about rivals and whatever, even if the parents were the worst parents, whatever, for kids to go through that and to see all that is just crazy. But there are some things in that story that do not make sense, that I have strong questions on. So but Stephanie also brings up the fact that Ranya's third rib was fractured, right? So there was a fractured rib, and that's more signs of a struggle, I would think, right? A rib just doesn't get fractured. And I've never heard of a dog doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it is just strange. This whole case, if you look at everything that doesn't add up, it just is totally staged. But by who? Was it by one person? Was it by three people?
Right.
I mean, it can't be by David, because if he had shot himself and that bullet up in the attic was his, then there's no way that he could have been found where he was without somebody going in there and moving him.
Right.
And not
Lori,
just a little bit. I mean, a
just
lot.
a
Moving
lot.
him by a lot.
Yeah, you're right. Hard to argue with that. Some will still try, but they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. Yeah. And that's a whole other thing. Why even argue about whatever? Anyways, we'll get to that. We'll get to all of that. Lori,
if we said the sky was blue, they would say that it wasn't. So
I should have made that a topic. That's the only thing that probably would have beat the topic that we chose for next week. I really set myself up for that one. I really did. I really did. I just did a whole 30-minute video, a whole 30-minute rant on that. So that'll be coming out soon too. On my drive home, I did that today. So
Are you good about the poll that you
yeah,
ran?
yeah, I did. So I don't know
Did
if
you really want to talk about Kenneth's mate?
I want to go back in time. I'm looking for my time travelers right now to go back and undo that, because that was like the one area that I promised that I would never go to, but we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. Lori said something really funny. Let me see if not funny, but well, it is funny. Whatever. It's funny because it doesn't make sense, and this is what we are told. She says, "How did Palaio eat Kamel's hand when she was lying on it?" That's another great point. And I had thought that for some reason that Kamel's hands were crisscrossed underneath her, and then once we got the drawing and I reread what the document stated, it is mentioned in the BCA, I think just in the BCA, that one hand was underneath her and the other hand was like over her head, which is what that one drawing shows. I think the drawing is very accurate for that. But how does the hand get underneath there? And first of all, how does a hand get underneath there? Second of all, how does the dog eat the hand underneath there and then move the hand back underneath there? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So it is a great point.
And that's how this case is, though. I mean, there's so much that just doesn't make sense.
Yep. That is right. And like Christy says, even if Palaio scavenged the bodies, where would he get enough water to survive, given the only source of water was the toilets? And that's been the other thing, because there were many people that I entertained, when this case kind of first started and I was questioning people, asking people, I entertained their theories that why the dog could have done this and been in the house for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, that's a long time. Nobody heard the dog for 3 weeks, according to what we know. Nobody reports hearing that. But so I listened to all of the people that said, "Oh, well, here's why," and I would kind of feed them stuff, to see if they would take it. Well, because there was blood. Oh yeah, of course. Well, the dog had access to one toilet. Oh yeah. Everything that I said to give a reason why the dog could have survived for 3 weeks, they agreed with, even though a lot of it did not make sense, and it was just to see if they would bite that, because that would show me if they were real or if they were full of crap.
I mean, even with one toilet and blood, it still doesn't add up. That blood would have dried up pretty quickly or ran out.
Mm-hmm.
And then the toilet, number one, that water was being treated. So it was being treated with salt for the water softening or something like that. I can't remember exactly what that was like. But the bags are in the basement next to the water heater. And it would have made him kind of sick to his stomach.
Yeah, I remember you
And
mentioning
you notice that they had
Mm-hmm.
water bottles, and in the kitchen they had that water dispenser.
So they weren't
Because
drinking
they weren't,
faucet water. Gotcha.
No, not at all.
Interesting. Let me see if I have that. Oh, I think you're talking about this one, BCA 4693, and probably it's going to be hard to see. Morton, looks like science salt? What does that say there? Science de salt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is something they were using to kind of purify their water, meaning they probably understood about the fluoride water and all that stuff that they put in water that causes trouble. I remember it must have been late 90s, and because I had fish my whole life growing up, right? We always had a goldfish that died. You get a new one. Well, I finally learned, don't get goldfish, get a tropical fish, because goldfish just eat and die. But tropical fish, you can actually build things from them. So but then all of a sudden one day they were like, oh, well, you can't just give tap water to your goldfish. If you fill your fish tank with tap water, your fish will die. And it's like, okay, so I had to buy these 2 little drops, and I would have to make sure that I put these drops in there and the fish were fine. but we were drinking that water. We were drinking tap water.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, what does that do to us? If it kills the fish, how is it okay for us to drink? And so that's when I stopped drinking tap water.
We stopped drinking it a long, long time ago, only because our town keeps going underneath water boils. And it got to the point where I think we had 4 in 1 year. And one of them was almost a month long. And after that, everybody just, if you go to the grocery store, you will see every single cart has bottled water. Nobody drinks the tap water in our town.
Wow.
And I don't even give it to my cats. I give them RO water, and I use the same RO water for my fish. And
Interesting.
In the very beginning, when I started having fish tanks, I was using tap water, and it was way, way